no clue. Like if you won't have that warning. It'll be real, and you gotta run. You gotta get somewhere safe. You want to have sneakers on.
If I have to run, I'm done, dude.
Okay, but that could happen in your own house. Like, what, do you wear sneakers inside?
Yes,
of course,
all the time.
Like, why wouldn't I?
I'm heavy and I need ankle support all the time. So, like right now, I'm barefoot, but only because I've been at my computer all day.
Mm.
If you're a heavier set person, you understand the need for ankle support.
But you're telling me you can't run in sandals?
I can't run.
You can't run effectively in sandals.
Or watch Samurai Jack? Get out of here.
Can you run like Sam in those wooden clogs? You can run like Samurai Jack in those.
Fuck yeah, I can run in heels, dude. You just don't have enough experience.
False comparison. He jumped as high as a coup.
That's fair enough. Yeah. But like, yes, you can. I've seen women run in heels. Fair enough, but they can't pick up maximum speed, and you never know when you'll have to like book it. When every second matters.
You know, there's like a tribe in Africa that like runs on like specifically on like their tippy toes, and they're like actually like the long distance runners. Heels? You basically have to do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to provide me proof of this.
All right, I'll look it up.
But yeah, so like I'm just saying, guys, like don't take your life in your own hands there, and go outside with ineffective footwear. All right. Like, I mean, if you want to do so, just letting you know, right? You are lowering your chance of survival for that day. They're not there.
Why are you wearing sandals? I'm depressed. I'm just ready for it to be over.
Yeah.
It's a sandal day.
It's a sandal day.
Today's a day for rolling the dice, man.
If the Lord wants to take my life, I won't fight him on it.
To be fair, I wear yoga pants all the time, so that's my version of being prepared to run.
Fair enough. All right, yoga pants helps. Yoga pants and heels.
I feel like if you see me in yoga pants, that's my day that I'm also giving up and rolling the dice.
Yeah.
They're comfortable.
Yeah, that was the highlight of my whole weekend. I stabbed my foot, and then I got a tetanus shot, and now my arm is just killing me. So those tetanus shots are serious.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've gotten one, but yeah, those aren't pleasant. Okay. Happier news. Donald Trump is going to get sued again for.
Yeah, I heard that. The same thing, basically.
You say happier news, and like, did you support Trump, Lactoid?
No.
Oh, okay. I just know that you're generally conservative. It's like, I don't know if that's happier news to him, and he just stabbed his foot. But fair enough.
Well, he's Canadian, so.
I didn't vote for him. I'm just saying, like, the derangement syndrome.
I'm not allowed to vote in this country, but
the derangement syndrome's real. We all know it. Come on.
Wait, you're Canadian?
Not Canadian. These fucking liars. This is leftist disinformation. Okay, they're fucking with you.
I just keep calling him Canadian because it pisses them off.
I wish I was Canadian. I love Canada.
What the fuck?
I have called myself an alienated Canadian patriot many times on stream.
Thinking less of you, or like my affection for you is falling drastically by the minute. Like, I tolerate Lactoid in his Canuck ways, but like, to imagine you're an actual traitor, that's completely different, right? Like
I didn't betray anything.
Can't help like his his origins, right? But to think that you'd admire Canada, all right, well.
I mean, come on. They got a lot of really cool stuff. I feel like Canada is what we pretend to be.
Thing.
I think they have what's probably objectively the hottest male world leader.
Okay.
I don't know. Zelensky's pretty hot.
We're bringing a lot of old shriveled up guys, and Canada's fucking prime
All
minister's
right,
got
Trudeau
abs.
or Zelensky? Come on.
Trudeau.
Trudeau's a pretty boy rich guy though. Like Zelensky's like an actor, but he literally proved his salt and like
Zelensky's a coke addict. Goes around with his hands out for money 24/7. Wonderful.
is that what he's doing?
True.
Doobie, remember when we used to be friends?
Did you ever see Trudeau shake Trump's hand? Trump likes to pull people's hand in real close, and when he did it, Trudeau pulled his hand back. He like big dicked him. I thought that was really funny. Because everybody else let him get away with it.
Is. Anything else?
I like their healthcare. That's pretty cool.
Fair.
They don't throw people in jail for pot. That's pretty cool. They have a way less dense population.
I mean, if you're
Wait,
comparing
which
Canada
country?
to the Ukraine,
They care about their poor
Ukraine
people.
is also extremely racist.
Bring it to the U.S.
Doesn't like
No,
all
Canada,
of
Canada.
Canada's population live like south of one line? Like, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
pretty much.
pretty sure it's a
They're
pretty urbanized
concentrated
population.
I really like the idea that you can live in rural Canada and you're not just going to be surrounded by a bunch of people that are angry and full of hate.
You're
Whenever I-
surrounded by
Whoa.
nobody.
No,
that's nice.
No, rural Canada also has this. Like they have Trump country in Canada. I think it was Saskatchewan or
Yeah,
something.
the truckers.
Well, I'm just saying
thing.
that it's accessible. Like you can get land outside of like anywhere, and you can be like 60 miles out of a big city
You
and
can
just
live in
have like
fucking Alaska if you want that. I don't know. Like we got plenty of places in America you can do exactly that. There's like plenty of empty
I don't want
space.
It's all over the Midwest, basically.
I
Yeah.
So you're a big fan of his
we don't-
blackface?
Obviously, I'm a big fan of that. No, no, I'm not a fan of that. But I'm a fan of most of the things that he's done since he's been in charge of Canada. Yeah.
Okay. Straight up liberal.
I don't know.
Got it.
I'd like to disagree with you. I just don't care enough about Canada to follow any of it. So
Fair enough, right?
I thought you're disagreeing
Fair
that I
point.
like it.
Doobie at least has the like has the shame in him that makes him hide his deep Mexican heritage, right? Like he doesn't
God.
bring that up.
Racism again.
Okay.
We were actually talking about this earlier. I was talking about it with a bunch of people on Wix server
Okay.
about the conquest of the indigenous people of the North Americas and how it's a good thing, actually.
All right. Well, we have a few minutes. Why was it a good thing?
iPhones.
I think so. Well,
Fuck
yeah,
you.
but also like, so if you just compare the cultures, right? So like, at the time they were conquered, my ancestors were dancing around with deer heads strapped to their heads, like real deer heads strapped to the tops of their head. They would dance around, try to invoke the deer spirits, right? So they danced around like deers. They were having toad licking ceremonies. They were doing like ritual torture. So like, I don't know. Like I feel like that's not a culture that I want to be associated with. And today they do a lot of the same shit. So they haven't progressed very much.
Is our
You know
torture better
you're-
because it's not ritualistic?
I think our culture is better because it's not like, I don't want to like be LARPing as like a modern day druid, you know, pretending that I can invoke the deer spirits and licking.
You know
toad.
what your avatar looks like, right?
Yeah, it seems a
Well,
little
hold on.
biased.
I want to be licked, but I don't want to lick the toad. Okay, I want to be the licky, not the licker.
Oh,
Whole different thing.
okay.
Nina,
I'm
you're
so- if
breaking
there's a
my
hot indigenous
submission.
girl, I'd be okay with it.
To me, that is Doobie. That's not just an avatar. I have no basis of how else to think of him.
So I don't know. I think that like, of course, it's gonna be because I grew up in this culture, right? So like, you know, if I'd grown up in the indigenous culture, maybe I'd prefer, you know, pretending that I'm invoking the deer spirits and shit. But I don't know. I think
Okay.
as
So you
things
just like
are,
suck in the teat of like mass capitalism and the insurance
capitalism's
industry,
great.
and
yeah, I literally work in
you.
insurance. I make lots of money in insurance. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it works
You're
out
an
pretty well for me.
insurance agent?
I'm an insurance. I
He's
guess
worse.
broker is like the technical title. I own an insurance company.
Yeah,
So-
he owns the insurance company. He's like literally the biggest
oh my
demon.
God, I
Hold on, not
feel like that
barrier.
puts
It's
so
like a
much into
different- I'm not a-
perspective for me.
Oh, Doobie, I want to ask
Well-
you. I know it's not usually medical insurance, right? It's like
No, I fucking hate medical insurance. I don't do that. I do
Term life.
primarily like commercial insurance, like commercial property,
Right.
general liability, etc. Workers' comp.
What's your opinion on the fact that a lot of medical insurance for some reason covers acupuncture?
I don't know. I've heard mixed reviews about acupuncture. Of course, you hear the people saying
Well,
this
it's bullshit, but they don't cover mental health though.
Yeah, I think if they're going to cover acupuncture, they should be covering, therapy or medication, like mental health or medication, of course.
All right.
Like my girlfriend got acupuncture for like 2 months. Like every Monday, she'd go get acupuncture, and she said it helped her. She had like this issue with she like sprained her shoulder. It wasn't me. I wasn't involved. She fucked up her shoulder for a while.
No,
And I'm just saying, I don't be my girlfriend. And yeah, it helped her apparently.
I've read into it before because I was wondering if there was anything to it, and it seems like some people say it's complete nonsense, but there's like a lot of pro acupuncture literature out there.
Yeah, it's like chiropractors
it's-
too,
and
right?
it's
They
all
say like
bullshit.
that chiropractors are also bullshit, but you have people that swear by chiropractors, right? And about how much they like help them.
Yeah,
So
but the
I've
science
no
is
idea.
not there, so.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe it just hasn't caught up yet. Okay.
Wait, you're saying that there's no science to back chiropractic?
No, I'm saying the consensus around it is not it's not like a positive, or there's not really any actual like studies that show that it proves anything outside of placebo effect generally.
I thought that it was it's legitimate, but they exaggerate the benefits that can be achieved. That was my
Sure.
understanding
Well,
of chiropractic.
if I remember correctly, like a lot of the pushback against chiropractors, is it chiropractic? I think it's chiropractor, right? A lot of the pushback against it comes from like the origin of it, which is like tied to like some weird Buddhist or Hindu shit where like your entire body can be controlled by your feet or some crazy shit. I can't remember.
No.
It's like the
That's
soles of your feet or something.
no,
Or is
that's
just me?
that's reflexology. So
Okay.
chiropractic is also criticized. So it doesn't come from that, but it does have a weird kind of pseudoscientific underpinning, which is that all disease, including cancer, HIV, all that stuff, comes from
Your
what's
spine, like
called
ligament?
subluxations, which are
Yeah.
imperfections in your spinal cord, and that in order to cure all disease, you need to completely align yourself, and then you'll be better. So it's a little bit fucking
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, so I think that's a lot of the pushback. But I mean, it could just be that like this is a legitimate thing or somewhat legitimate thing, but because they built up like this lore, this magic around how it works, people are now like reflexively like dismissing it.
I was in a chiropractic study to see if they could alleviate ADHD symptoms by cracking your neck. And all I can say is it hurt my neck. I was like 10.
Wow.
You seen that there's animal chiropractors? They're like literally like it's
Do you guys ever like
bad.
have your back crack or anything? Like, you ever like get someone to crack your back?
Once ever, somebody cracked my back and it hurt more than anything. And then I felt better than I did my entire life for like 20 hours.
Yeah, but do you know that whole philosophical principle of the the relief from pain can be seen as pleasure?
Yeah, that was definitely what happened. I have chronic back pain.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but if there's pain relief, then like it worked, right?
Yeah, but it seemed like it was more
Well,
than that.
no,
Like
it's just that there was more pain, and then the pain then was in your head lessened because you had more pain. That doesn't mean that the pain went away.
No, like you ever like crack your knuckle and it hurts to crack it, but then your knuckle feels better. It was like that times like 1,000.
Okay.
No, I've
this
literally never had that.
Oh,
this is a fascinating conversation. Before I lose most of my audience, let's get started. Thanks all for being here. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll get started. We have a friend Lactoid here. Lactoid, thank you so much for stopping by. How are you?
Doing good. I got a hole in my foot, but otherwise I'm doing good.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm glad that you're okay. And I hope you are on the mend and like it doesn't get like further infected or anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. and hopefully you'll burn your fucking loafers and wear real man shoes
Mhm.
with the situation.
They're just so convenient, right? You can just slip them on, go outside. Don't have to tie my shoes. It's,
fatally injure yourself. Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Okay, got it.
small price to pay.
All right. So says the man who's in danger of lockjaw. All right, well, let's move on to Casimir, who we haven't seen here in a long time. Thank you for being here, Casimir. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Glad to be here.
Okay. Streaming from a train station?
Yeah, from the Grand Central train station by
Grand
Vanderbilt.
Central.
On my way out.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think Grand Central had like a green roof. Does it have a green roof?
It's blue, green, very similar.
Okay. All right. Anyway, looking quite handsome here, so we're happy to have you. Only for your looks, nothing else. Let's go to Elder Drazi, who is here with us. Thanks for stopping by.
I'm really happy to be back on here. It's nice to see some people that I've never met before. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for having me. Genuinely.
Okay. Yep. Next, we have Nina. Nina, look, I'm sorry. I only just noticed this about you. And it's my fault, right? For not paying attention. I'd seen the flag, but I didn't realize it was upside down. You have an upside down American flag there. What are you trying to?
No, wait, that's not upside down. That's right side up.
No, it's not.
It looks upside down. Look, that's
Well,
the cutoff point.
The stars would
stripes
be on the
are
other
right
side.
here.
It's obscured.
It's partially obscured.
It's
but
a partial obscure. Okay,
And she's
great.
hiding
I just
behind
got my
she's not
plushies
that
in front of
leftist,
her.
okay, Prime?
Okay, all right. Well, it's good to know. Good to know. I thought you were
Wow, you're gonna
another
accuse me
traitor.
of something like that? What the fuck?
I mean, I thought you were like
No, I'm
Elder
a-
Drazi, a crypto Canadian.
I'm
So-
a socialist patriot.
okay, fair enough. All right. Well,
Always good to be here and to
Mm.
see you. I missed the squad. I mean, just generally, I guess Lactoid because we have a lot of new, and I guess Doobie. There's got a lot of new faces here that I'm really excited to talk to as well. Always fun to have. I think we're gonna have some hot takes on this one, so I'm really interested to get into it.
Okay. All right. Next we have my man, Doobie, our Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, how are you? We haven't seen you in a little bit too, as well. I was like freaking heartbroken whenever Doobie tells me that he can't make it. Like, like it ruins my Mondays. So, Doobie, thanks for being back here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. And now we have Sad Boy Fanatic. Like the colors drained from his world. Right?
Oh,
Like,
man.
it's like in a fucking French film.
You see.
This man's going through some drama right now, apparently. So Fanatic, how I'm nervous to ask you, how are you?
Listen, I'm sad and dreary, okay? As denoted by the black and white camera. Honestly, I don't know why it does this, but yeah, it's a thing.
Okay, like it just like randomly, seriously, like randomly does it? Because
It's-
last time I
I
saw
th-
you didn't.
It's because it's if I have OBS open, I can switch this camera to a boo-boo camera. But let me see, maybe if I, you know what? I know what to do. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Give me time. But yeah. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, it's fine. It really doesn't matter.
Y'all might have to just deal with the black and white.
I
Okay.
thought it was intentional.
I mean, look.
do.
The melanin still shines no matter what, so that's all that matters.
That's facts.
So we're going to start with our second topic first. Topic 1. A viral video depicts a white female nurse in an altercation with black male teens. They are arguing about a bike that each says was rented by themselves. the initial response from the video was that the white woman was in the wrong and that she clearly was weaponizing her assumed vulnerability against the black teens. However, now there appears to be evidence that she did indeed rent the bike. That this is true. What do you think about the initial fallout of the incident? Is this social media criticism of the nurse an example of anti-white racism? Should the nurse have handled the situation differently? Or do you think that this is an isolated incident with no large implications? So yeah, white nurse outside of a hospital in New York, I believe. And they were going to get like one of those rented bikes. I'm not sure if it was electric or not, but like a rented bike. And there was a disagreement about who actually had rented that bike at that particular moment with her and these black teens. And the response from especially the left on Twitter was to come down on this woman quite hard and say all kinds of interesting things about her and her intentions. So we're wondering if that's fair. And also, does this woman, like for instance, she's pregnant? Does that matter? So I kind of want to like look at all aspects of this thing. And Fanatic, we can definitely hear you. All right, so we'll move on to our friend. And before we start, guys, if you're liking us this so far, hit that follow button. I would love to have you and consider subscribing to the channel. All right, Black Toy, opening statement.
Yeah, so I have some data on this, which I think is pretty useful because of a debate I had last Wednesday on wokeness. One of the things that we talked about there was how the media had done a complete 180 since the 1990s when it comes to portraying incidents involving race. And really, we see this really start to happen post-2011, post-2012, around that time period. You see the media completely shift. Use of the word racism spiked 300%. Use of the word, white supremacy, whiteness, these kind of concepts spiked 600%, over 600% in some cases. And it's just, and there's a specific incidents, right? So the Covington kids, where that's one example where race was sort of, these white kids are being disrespectful and they didn't get all the facts. And then we had a situation where, they were more or less maligned. We saw that situation when it came to Kyle Rittenhouse, right? There's some people that still believe, and they'll openly say, well, if he had shot white people, he'd be in prison, which again, just demonstrates a complete ignorance of the whole situation. And then we see this with this here, right? With this specific situation where people were very, apt and very on trigger happy when it came to jumping down this woman's throat. When it turns out, again, the statistical reality, or I guess the reality here is that she was not in the wrong. There also is a statistical reality underlining all of this. So it's not that we can point to specific examples like the Covington kid and Kyle Rittenhouse. But, again, there's been numbers done here. The media is more likely to report murder if it's committed by a white person and the victim is a black person. The media is more likely to report wrongs if done by white people, and they're more likely to report wrongs if the victim of the wrongs are black people. I have a feeling that now that the situation here has been reversed, that this story is going to sort of fade into obscurity because it doesn't fit the narrative that people want it to fit. And I think that generally this is a good example, yet another good example of when all the details are not hammered down, we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. That's irresponsible. And there's other situations that perhaps we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions as well, including the incident on the New York subway. So I don't know. I'm curious to talk about it.
Okay. All right. Look at Fanatic's face. Looks like it's going to be a great conversation. Let's go to our friend Casimir.
I think that this was, there's definitely racism involved in this case, particularly because we don't actually know what happened. So everybody is prejudging this case. There is no surveillance video showing what happened in that location, and it's most likely surveilled because these are city bikes near a hospital. So all of that will probably be covered by one or two cameras. We don't know who initiated what. So we have the story from the lawyer. We have the story from the initial story that was released in the media. and we were asked to prejudge. And I think we should talk about this prejudgment. That is the focus. So, I do believe that there's racism involved here because of the way she was addressed. So she wasn't addressed by her primary characteristics, which is a pregnant mother, a respectable, medical professional, a physician's assistant, or a nurse, if you want to shorten it. She wasn't identified by those identifiers. No, she was called a white Karen, which are both racial and also racist terms. They specifically focused on her identity and on the least significant parts of her identity, which is not her occupation, the things that she basically couldn't choose. And then they proceeded to destroy her, primarily because of the people she allegedly endangered, which is also like a ridiculous proposition that in New York City, in one of the most tightly controlled and regulated cities in the world, with the most equitable police force in the world, most likely, and definitely in the United States, with the least amount of police violence in probably the United States as well, that these people were in danger because she asked for help. Well, she asked specifically for help of other passerbys, not necessarily the police. So I think this particular reaction is what we should focus on. And I don't think it's healthy. And I do think that this woman, the problem is with the activists in New York City, they're hopeless. And her only means of affecting them is to just move out. New York City should lose an excellent nurse. New York City should lose an excellent mother. Her entire family should move out of this city because this city is too insane for her to live here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Casimir. Oh man, you're a bundle of fun. I always forget that. Let's go to Elder Drazzy.
So I've basically looked at this entire situation devoid of race because there's nothing implicitly racist that had happened here. It's really easy to frame it, but I don't know this. That all of the really super strong claims that sort of determine like what did or didn't happen in it really aren't available. She said that the guy put his hand on her stomach. We have no evidence of that. Her lawyer says that she has proof that she rented the bike. There's no proof of that. It could be impossible that there was an error and they both had it rented. But I think that we see two people that are pretty unwilling to compromise over what they think is right. And that's a little bit of a bummer. I think that it got escalated way out of control. And to me, this is sort of a symptom of a society where nobody's really able to just like let go of anything. Nobody's able to say, okay, and like cede any ground to anyone for any reason. If the guy did have the bike and she didn't, as like it was initially reported, I think that it was fine that she got another bike. She did get another bike. She could walk to another bike. If you can bike, you can walk to another bike. If it's the other way around, or if they both had the bike, I think they could have both just pulled out their phones and just sort of showed each other. And it's kind of amazing that like there wasn't this super obvious conflict resolution. And now we have people making crazy claims about racism, apparently on both sides. I just heard the one side. When it just, it's kind of nuts. I think that's the best thing that, I don't know if it was Lactoid or Prime that pointed out that there is, or no, actually it was Kaz. I don't know who pointed out, but there's a strong force that just wants us to decide who is right or wrong here, and we know literally almost nothing about it, and people are like way too invested in this conflict where we're at with it.
If it's an insightful point, then I probably made it. Okay, let's go to Nina.
All right, fair. So again, it's still a developing story. There is a receipt apparently that showed her have that checkout of that exact code number. So she did have the bike for like a minute. But I do agree that this really could have been easily solved if they just didn't have the animosity to begin with, where they're like, okay, well maybe the app fucked up, like whatever. But shit happens. I get it. What I think that is still the case, where I thought it was really funny, and I want to address this later, where the word white and the word Karen are apparently racist. To call a white woman a Karen, like that's so fucking stupid that I don't even know where to start with that, but I would love to talk about it more later. But like if I'm gonna get called a Karen, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're being racist, like get out of here with that shit, dude. Anyways, going back to like, I absolutely agree where this could have been solved and a lot of like cooler heads would prevail if we just like pulled out the phones. We're like, okay, what happened? Probably was just a misunderstanding that got way blown out of proportion. However, I will say she acted like a fucking psycho. Like, let's be real. Like, her behavior. And if you don't remember at the end of the video, what she does do is she just gets another bike. And then she goes on her way. So that could have been completely avoided. Obviously, it doesn't mean like, oh, like when like she has to like anytime like somebody's gonna disagree with her, she has to do that. But it just seems like to kind of get to that level, it seems a little unhinged. But I also do understand that I believe she was a nurse working like a 12-hour shift. She's 6 months pregnant. Hormones might be going crazy, whatever. It's probably not her finest moment, but I just think it is just I don't think at all it should be blown into the proportion that it has been blown into. I think that's really crazy, and I think it's not. Oh my god, my mom's calling me. She's gonna get mad at me now. Sorry, just getting a phone call. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, and then I'm gonna probably have to call my mom.
Yeah,
back.
sure, no problem. All right, let's go to our friend DB.
I agree with everything Laxwhite said, and in addition, I think that it's interesting to me that the only like racial thing about this was that they're like they have different races, right? The people involved are like different races. No racial slurs were tossed either way. There's nothing about this to indicate that anything about this was racist. But it's interesting to me that the media took it and tried to make a racial incident of it. Right? Tried very hard to do this to the point where they, some of them doxed her and her husband. And like NBC went to her building and were knocking on her door. They went to go talk to her neighbors and show them the video with the framing that she was trying to take this bike from these young black kids or whatever. Like, that's really disgusting. But I think what's interesting to me about this is the way that these media organizations, I think, are intentionally like pushing this racial divide thing, right? And I wonder if there's a way to hold them accountable for that.
Thank you so much. I was thinking of my friend Doobie when I was writing this question specifically, because I feel like I know how this conversation is going to go from past experiences. Let's go to our friend Fanatic.
Wow. Yeah, listen. Okay. You guys aren't going to believe this, but I am reformed, okay? So I'm going to try my best not to yell or scream or do any of those things. I simply ask, please don't talk when I'm talking, and I'll do the same for you. If I start talking, shut up while I talk, because I'm going to shut up while you talk, okay? That's all I'm asking. Now, a bunch of people have been, the takes so far have been completely insane, but we'll get into those when we get, to the actual conversation. But for now, what I'll just say is I think that this story highlights what I think are like known things in the media, not just in the media, known things in our culture. And that is that white women tend to frequently weaponize their victimhood at the expense of black people. We've seen these things happen time and time again. I'm not going to get into all of the stats that justify the fact that the NYPD is insanely dangerous and why black people would be incredibly terrified at the notion that they would be called on behalf of a white woman, right? We're not going to get into that stuff yet, right? I think, the idea that the lawyer came forward and made the statement, like showing that they had a receipt. And yeah, NBC reported that, but they didn't report how long that she had the bike for or the full narrative. The lawyer is intentionally being deceptive, as lawyers are known to do. So we can go ahead and get into that information, but it's just everything that has been said pretty much has been wild, except for Nina. She's a winner.
Okay. All right. Well, let's jump into it.
Wait, what did I say that was wild? I was mild as fuck. I was like the chillest.
Oh, maybe you too. Maybe you too. All right. So look, first off,
okay.
Let's just get into the notion, right? Like the notion that the NYPD is incredibly safe and the safest department is absolutely wild. And I don't think that you said that and you were being honest as you were saying that. But let's just go ahead and look into the numbers, okay? In 2022, like by mid-June, New York was already the NYPD was already on track to surpass their total amount of settlements they had paid for civil lawsuits and civil misconduct up to that point. By that point, it is one of the highest in the country. So in the year 2021, the department paid a total of $206.7 million overall in civil lawsuits because of its civil misconduct. That's only the cases that won. So to use that information to say that in some sort of way that they are actually a safe department, when we know how frequently that they are violating people's rights to the tune of $206 million, I think that's an excellent metric for any sane person. If you disagree, that's fine. I'll let you be insane. Now, the other thing was, you mentioned the idea, the thing that the
You want
lawyer
to
left
go,
out.
let's tackle them one at a
Oh,
time.
oh,
so you
let,
don't have
let
to
him
keep
finish.
going.
Let him finish.
I promise you, it's just one more thing. I just wanted to
Right? You're just gonna tackle assertions.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Sure,
whoa,
you can-
Kashmir, you will have your chance. I promise you. You're going to them right next. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
You see, I took notes. There are 7 people in this panel, and all people gave their take first, and I took notes so that I could address them. So just wait and take notes if you need to. You can go. We can go back and forth. The other thing was someone mentioned something about the lawyer's details. So what actually happened was. And this is the true narrative, is the woman did actually rent the bike out. She did, and she has a receipt for it. But that bike was only rented out for 1 minute. So it sounds reasonable to assume at this point, because the bike wasn't locked in place as they were arguing over it. It seems like she had rented the bike out, and after she rented the bike out, it got checked back in, probably because she stepped away from the bike. And while it was locked back in, the young black man then went and rented the bike out himself. And now that the bike was no longer in her possession and it was on his account, she began saying, wait a minute, this is my bike. To which he replied multiple times, as we saw in the video, no, it's on my account. No, you do not have to interrupt. No, you don't have to interrupt me. You're
wait.
reading
a bogus
It's
narrative.
okay. I don't care.
Cass,
You'll
wait.
wait.
Get your chance.
Absolutely.
You are next.
Thank you. I got
Cass,
you. Sure.
back it off,
Can
please.
you shut your mouth, please, while I finish my thing? Thank you. So anyway, so now, I'm sorry, I don't want everyone to get lost. Let me just start over really quickly, just on this one little part. So she did rent the bike out, and the bike was rented out, and then apparently she probably stepped away from the bike because the bike was locked back in for 1 minute. Her receipt only lasted for 1 minute. After that 1 minute, we now get to a video where we see the two of them arguing on a bike that's not locked in place. If the bike was not locked in place, that means somebody had to check the bike out. The person who checked the bike out is likely the young black man who can be heard saying in the video multiple times, hey, it's on my account, over and over and over again. So they're arguing over this bike that is on her, or that he's saying is on my account. Now, in order for the bike to be on his account, that means it can't be locked in place anymore, and that's the only way that that could have happened. And if it wasn't on his account and it was still on hers, then that means that of course the video would have lasted. The video would have had to have been shorter than a minute, because as we saw, the receipt said, according to New York Post, I know you're just fuming. The receipt said, according to New York Post, that it only I got you. The receipt said, according to New York Post, that her initial checkout of that single bike was for 1 minute. The video was longer than 1 minute, which means then that the bike had to have been locked in place prior to the recording of that video. Furthermore, if the bike, you got to stop interrupting, buddy. You just got to do it, okay? Furthermore, if the bike was checked out at the point when they're arguing, and then that means that it had to have been on someone's account, and we know it wasn't hers because the lawyer provided 2 receipts, in case you didn't know. 2 receipts, one for the initial bike that she checked out, a second receipt for the actual bike that she went ahead and took home. So then that means then he would need 3 receipts. If it was 1 receipt for the bike before, a second receipt for the bike once the video happened, and then a 3rd receipt, which indicates logically and necessarily for anyone with a working brain, and I understand that not all of us have that, that means that then that young man had to have rented out that bike at that point. So simply saying she has a receipt for having checked out the bike does not dismiss all of the claims that he made. Lastly, and I'll rest here, the idea that there's not a racial component to this story is laughable. We all understand who racist Central Park Cooper was, who literally called the police on that man and said, I'm going to tell them that a black man is attacking me, and immediately got on the phone and said she was in danger, right? Now, she did that understanding the ramifications and the potential harm that she could have caused to that man. She did that on purpose, and I think that we can still understand that this woman faking and weaponizing her tears and pretending to cry, using all of these appeals to nonsense, you're hurting my fetus, all of that nonsense was ridiculous, and we understand that the danger she could have put those young black men in with this absolutely corrupt police department that's paying out over $206 million in settlement. I think there's justified cause for concern for those young black men, and I'm glad that they stood up to her and that we're not giving into the racism. Shout outs to Carolyn Bryant.
Okay. Let's go to Casimir, like I said. And then Lecter.
He was allowed to filibuster about 3 separate points, and he was lying like really hard about all of them.
Oh, then correct him.
Loading it up and
address him.
you as the audience. And so let's go about the lies one by one. So first of all, if some police department has a record of payouts, that just means that they are actually being investigated. Now, let me remind you that the stop and frisk was ended close to a decade ago, perhaps more. The New York City
Ooh, how long is this gonna
is on the
take?
second or third term of their most liberal and progressive mayor to date, maybe even fourth. So I think he was 2 terms, and now there's Adams.
It seems like you don't really know, so why don't we move it
have-
on a little
They
faster?
have one of the most progressive prosecutors to date, and the most soft on crime prosecutors, hard on police prosecutors to date.
So that's probably why they're paying out
this
so
is not-
much.
This is
Let-
not
let-
year
let him
1
finish,
of
Casimir.
equity. This is year like 8 of equity, if not year 12 of equity in the city. So by that time, now the millions in settlements would be, we don't know what it would be in any other police department, because they get less investigated about their issues, and they're also smaller, so we don't know what that means per capita. We don't know how it
Why are you
compares
relating
to
it?
other cities. So it's a completely meaningless statistic. New York City is one of the top populated cities in the world, with one of the largest um, uh, police presences in the world. So, and specifically in that area of the city, with the way people were behaving, particularly there, I think that they would be getting the most top quality service. These are not police officers that are going out into some dangerous neighborhood in New York City where they're ready for a fight. This is them separating 2 office clerks, more or less. And by the way that those people behaved, they behaved fairly civilly, even though they had a fight. So I don't expect a police overreaction in that moment like you do. In terms of that's, I don't think that the case itself has a significant racial component. The reaction to it has a racial component. The term Karen is a racist term, as admitted by Wikipedia and most other people.
No, it's a pejorative. That doesn't mean it's
exclusively to
racist.
white women.
Pejorative doesn't mean it's
Exclusively.
racist.
Okay, let's go to Casimir. Go ahead.
So everything. Let's talk about the specific case. Everything he loaded about this case, we should start by saying we don't know, because there was no court. This man would have convicted and probably pre-convicted, if we go back at some of his old videos, Rittenhouse. We didn't know that Rittenhouse was innocent until we watched like 3 or 4 videos multiple times. I started out thinking that he was guilty of just shooting a person who didn't threaten him, and then I had to watch like multiple videos until I realized what actually happened. It was very difficult to ascertain initially, so you shouldn't prejudge. And then he brings in a third case. So one specific detail that he omitted, according to this woman, and again, this is not confirmed, she was pushed and her bike was forcibly locked. And that caused her, that physical contact caused her to behave in a very irrational manner. Now, many of you here and probably in the audience never got assaulted, never got physically accosted. And if you haven't, you don't know how you will react. That woman lives in a safety bubble in one of the safest places in New York City. And that was her reaction. It wasn't the best reaction, possibly. But for somebody unused to being accosted, I think it was fairly standard reaction for a woman, right? Women are, especially pregnant women, have a lot to fear. Any mild physical contact, she can lose her child. On video, we see them touch in the area, or like the hand of the person is in the area close to her body, very close to her stomach. But again, I don't know whether she was pushed in, because nobody really knows. So when she says, when Fanatic says that this is clearly the case, we don't know. Now the Karen, quote unquote, the woman that called police on the black man and threatened him. Yes, the statement part, the dog walker situation. She was clearly in the wrong partially. However, what was omitted from all reports was that he threatened her and admitted to threatening her. He threatened to lure over her dog and take her dog away, and he basically threatened with interfering with her life directly. So she had a good reason to actually fear for her life, not for any racist reasons, but for the reasons of a person saying, "I'm going to take your dog away from you." And also, she's in Central Park, where in New York City, where normally people don't interact with each other. People normally go their separate ways. She's in a park alone, so maybe she overreacted. But to claim that it's the similar case, to bring this up and not bring up that type of nuance, it's ridiculous. So I don't think this was right.
I think you're struggling with this story worse than you are with the English language. First off, she didn't live in a safety bubble in one of the safest places in New York. She lived in freaking Brooklyn. What the freak are you talking about? You must not know New York very well, buddy. Secondly, the idea that he threatened to take her dog, that didn't happen. What he threatened to do was to give the dog treats. He literally flicked some treats onto the ground because she wasn't supposed to have dogs there and it was a bird watching area. This is what is known, sir. So you should probably follow that. Lastly, a progressive prosecutor and a progressive mayor doesn't eradicate the racism from a police department. We've seen this through God knows how many different consent decrees. Do you remember the Ramparts division in the state of California? I live in the state of California. So the idea that California has been progressive literally ever since the Rodney King riots. I got you holding up those 10 fat fingers. Listen to this. Ever since the Rodney King riot, you got to recognize California has been irrevocably blue since then and has been irrevocably progressive. Yet that didn't fix the Ramparts division such that they had to eventually be torn down. We still have incredible racism within the Los Angeles Police Department. This is now, I mean, you got to think if that was a 96, right? That was 96 when those riots happened, or 92, excuse me, when those riots happened. And here we are now, literally in 2022. I don't know, bro. It seems like 30 years later, and all that progressivism still didn't like get rid of all of the racism within that department. That's why we have FBI reports detailing that there are gangs associated with the Los Angeles Police Department in which they are incredibly racist still to this day. Not to mention the FBI literally saying we still have a problem of white supremacy infiltrating our police departments. They said that a decade ago, and it still has been an ongoing problem, as has infiltrated also the New York Police Department. So the idea that just because this is a simple problem with two people arguing that there would be no violence only speaks to your ignorance and about this country, which you probably have never lived in. Because we've seen how many different situations with security guards or other people who are literally unarmed, and all these various situations of young black men unarmed doing innocent things that are literally being killed in the streets. Now, I'm not saying this is a super duper common occurrence, but the fact that it does happen is enough to alarm young black men. You've just been wrong about everything, buddy.
Wait, hold on, one second.
when you go
Fanatic,
through,
wait 1 sec, please stop. So you massively misrepresented the Rampart scandal. That had nothing to do with white supremacy. Multiple people involved in that, the ringleaders of that, were black and brown people in the LAPD. How the fuck can you compare? How the fuck can you connect that to white supremacy? These are police officers These are police officers acting as gang members. You can fucking Google it right now. You'll see that the ringleaders were black and brown people within the police department.
It doesn't matter. He's talking about corruption.
Okay, so don't try to connect this to white racism or whatever the fuck. And your claim earlier that the police in New York City might be like racist or whatever. They might hurt these black kids. Or I don't want to like calling them kids because they look like late teens or young adults. Okay, like let's be honest. If she calls the police, well, if they're in the process of robbing her, are you saying that if a black person is committing a crime and a white person calls the cops on them, that's racist because the cops might overreact or something?
No,
that's
no
fucking
cops
ridiculous.
are called, by the way. Just
stop.
So
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to Fanatic.
That's
so
not
that
what
was
I
the
said.
implication. That was the
My
implication
guy.
of what you said. So
Nope.
so her
You misinterpreted.
her making a scene and trying to get the police involved is actually a type of racism because this is dangerous to them. This is like a threat to their life because the police might overreact. That's effectively what you said. And again, from her perspective, from everything that we know, they were in the process of robbing her. Because if she hadn't been allowed to put that bike back in, which is what she was trying to do, and move to the other bike, right? The charge for that on her account would have been like $1,200 for a lost bike. Right,
But her
there's
receipt
a place.
proves-
Stop. There's okay. Again,
No, but her
what we have
receipt
right now.
proved. No, I can't let
What
you
we
get.
have right now.
I can't let you get
What we
away
have
with
right
that,
now.
though.
What we have right
Her
now.
receipt proved
is
that she
her
would not
place-
have been
stop.
liable.
No, not true.
Sorry.
Not true. Actually.
Yes.
No, not true.
Okay, so why is it only mentioned for a minute?
okay, again, so if this is true, right? Why do you think
Which
it
it
is that
is.
the other
She's
guy?
the one who
No, stop.
provided the
The
receipt.
other black guy who's
let
there,
you be
the other
go,
black
let
guy
you
who's
be
there on
go.
the right side, even told his friend like, "Hey, why don't you just put it back in, and we'll just check it out again or check out another bike." And he didn't want.
No, that
to.
was
Right. So
that
right
was
now,
for
all
the-
we have is that she checked it out on her account, right? And
Permit.
her story is she checked it out and he forced it back in and tried to take it from her.
Okay, so
unless-
then it
unless
wouldn't have
she
been
had
in her
receipts to
account.
prove
Then it wouldn't have been
otherwise,
in her account.
Why the fuck would he come up with narratives where he actually she put it back in or she walked away or something and then he rented out the same bike afterwards? We have nothing to indicate that at all.
Yes, we
so
do. We have her receipt.
So what I want to do is like I'm gonna let Fnatic respond to that. Then I'm gonna go to Lactoid and then Nina and anyone else wants to go after that.
First off, we obviously know within the, not just in the Rampart division, I was talking about specifically about LAPD, which there was known racism, obviously, as was witnessed and evidenced by the fact that Rodney King was absolutely assaulted on air. We saw it. There was literally advertised because of the fact that it happened to be at a gas station and they beat the brakes off that man and he was literally dang near in critical condition. So we know that there was racism
That was like
within
30
that
years
department.
ago,
Hold on.
right?
No, I got you. Yes, it was
like
30 years
ago,
ago.
right?
Wait,
Oh,
hold
okay.
on. Hold on. Don't
So
start
30 years
interrupting
ago,
me.
this thing
Oh,
happened to Rodney King. Therefore, this lady on the other side of the fucking
Prime, please
country
step
can't
in.
call the
Prime,
cops.
can you please
Guys,
step
Robin,
in here? Prime, can you
Doobie,
please step in here?
Okay.
Prime,
It's fucking
Doobie,
ridiculous.
thank you.
I got
Thank
you.
you.
Doobie.
Just
come
mute
on.
him.
Let
It's
him-
that
let him-
simple.
Can you acknowledge
Just
that this
mute
from the
him.
other side of the
Don't-
fucking
wait,
country?
can you mute him, please?
Fine.
I'm in the middle of talking my point and I'm going to lose my point. Like, can we please mute him? We don't got to do that, Doobie. You said a bunch of nonsense and I shut up while you spoke. So can you please shut the hell up while I speak? Thank you. So anyway, so the point that I'm making is, obviously, yes, I did mention that it was 30 years ago. And I mentioned the fact that it was 30 years ago in order to detail the fact that in all of that time, the amount of progressive mayors and progressive governors and this irrevocably progressive state still hasn't eradicated all of the racism out of these departments, particularly within the Los Angeles Police Department. And yes, you can say brown people, but we're talking about them white Hispanics, and we know what that means. So the fact is, there still is like pervasive racism within that department, such that their consent decree didn't actually accomplish its goals till eventually they just let it fall, right? So we know that there's still racism within these departments, number one. The other thing, you mentioned the fact that what's it called? We don't know, like, that there's no reason for them to be afraid or whatever. She was afraid because her bike was pushed in, right? We don't have any evidence that her bike was pushed in. But here's the funny thing right here. Here's the beautiful thing. If the bike was pushed in, then that means it wouldn't have been registered into her account anymore. So all of the lies about, she was going to lose $1,200, et cetera, that's just false because the bike had already been checked in, apparently. But the young black man had then checked the bike out afterwards. And so then that means that $1,200 would have came out of his account. That's why he said it's my bike. It's on my account, which is why the, white Kevin, who was trying to help the white Karen, who was weaponizing her tears, said, hey, why don't you guys go ahead and put the bike back in? Why don't you guys reset the bike, etc. So that's number one. I mean, that's one of the other points. And then I know it is laughable. The other thing that you said, I got you. Yeah. No. Prime, do I gotta mute him? Do I gotta mute him?
I got you. Fine, just go ahead.
Thank you.
I gotta let Doobie respond to that, then lie to it, then Nina.
Thank you. Shut the hell up while I'm talking. So now the next point was, you were talking about the idea that the word Karen is racist. Now, it would be racist, again, we had this conversation about the C word, it would be racist if it was essentialized. If it was just simply the state of being white immediately made you a Karen, then yeah, we would be able to call that racist. But the fact is, it's not tied necessary. It's constrained to the race, but it's not essentialized. Karen is associated with specific behaviors and specific attitude and specific attributes. That's why we've seen people call Latin people Karen. We've seen them call black people Karen, right? It's not about just the fact that it's not about the race of the individual. It's about the actions. That's why we know that it's not essentialized. So it isn't racist. While sure, originally I would easily give you, it did seem like it was pretty racially constrained, still doesn't make it racist. Now you can speak.
So I'm gonna go to Doobie, but once Doobie is done, I can't let Fanatic respond. I gotta go to Lactuit. I gotta go to Nina. Okay, all right. So that's what it's gonna be. And then if Casimir or Elder Drowsy wants to jump in afterwards, that's fine too. All right. So I'm gonna unmute you, Doobie, and please go ahead.
So just really quickly. So I think if we're going to have this thing where people who overtalk Fanatic are muted, he needs to restrain himself to one lie at a time, because he like shotguns out 4 different lies, and then we can't fucking we need to go through like a whole fucking like essay to respond to every single one of them, right? So if that's going to be the case, I'm fine with it. One lie at a time, please. So far as I know, and Prem, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have any information at all from the guy involved, the one that was holding onto the bike, to show like a receipt or any kind of indication that he got this bike out at all, other than
as far
his
as
word.
I know.
Yeah, so I don't understand why we would assume that he actually did check it out, that he had it on his account ever. Right? So saying, well, he actually checked it out afterwards, or she put it back in on her own, and he checked it out afterwards, and that's why he was saying it was on his account. We have nothing to show that that's true. And given that we understand that he was saying that she never checked it out in the first place, and we know that that's not true, it seems like he's lied at least once, right? Or unintentionally or intentionally. So it seems like the issue here is we should give her the benefit of the doubt here, and not him. And what she's saying is that she checked it out, and he pushed it back in and tried to take it from her. right? So until he comes forward with a receipt or a statement or anything, right? I think we need to accept her story, like on good faith.
But she just uses another bike.
Okay, why couldn't Nina? If that's the case, why couldn't he use another bike? Why couldn't he just like cancel the fucking
because
thing and walk to the bike like
it
like
was
the
already
guy
on his account.
the guy standing right next to him said?
Because he didn't want to give in to a racist Karen, because the idea that because of the fact that you're going to weaponize your
Well, more than
tears,
anything,
that
if
you
it
think
was
that you have that
on-
sort of entitlement is absolutely absurd. And I applaud those young black men for recognizing that that this woman is not superior to them. She does not have any entitlement to the bike. I think it's time that they start checking that entitlement. And the fact of the matter was, if the bike was on his account, he was entitled to it, and she could just go ahead and get another bike, which is what she was required to do, and
Yeah,
what she
I think
eventually
what actually
did.
happened
Shout
there-
outs to young Daquan.
I think what actually happened
do-
here is this man and other people in the media and on this panel weaponize their blackness against white people. Constantly.
Yeah, I'm weaponizing my
Right?
blackness.
Constantly. And so I'm
honestly,
glad. So
though,
I'm
like-
glad we have yet another example of this happening, of the media latching onto it because I want to push the race divide, of people like Fanatic and like the people in the Young Turks and like NBC News going around spreading this bullshit
care.
and then proven to be full of shit. Because
Okay,
again,
so
we have
I'm
it
asking you,
here.
Doobie, I want to ask you.
It's actually
It's
anti-white racism, Prem. That's what I think is happening right here.
1 second,
Okay,
we
so-
do
I'd like
weaponize
to-
blackness,
No, we
specifically
got-
against
we
black
can't-
lives.
We can't. Oh God. Okay. It's got to be Lacto. Lacto has been waiting so patiently.
All right, go ahead,
Please,
Lacto.
Lacto. And then
I do
Nina,
want to ask
you are.
Doobie. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got a lot of points. I'm just going to try to shotgun them out. They're all true, though. Don't worry. So quickly, I'm going to address the civil lawsuit portion. Just because certain amounts of money are used to settle civil lawsuits doesn't necessarily mean liability. There's a lot of things that go into determining whether or not a settlement is going to take place, or the amount of that settlement, including jury pools, right? Simply the perception, even if untrue, of racial prejudice among an area affects the dollar amount of that settlement. I'll tell you right now, where the venue is of the lawsuits that I handle, where the venue is determines a tremendous amount of how much that lawsuit's actually worth. Because, again, perception matters more than reality, unfortunately. That's the first thing. Second thing.
Wait, before you go to the
I
second thing.
got a shotgun.
Let me go.
I'm going to do what Fnatic did. I think it's only fair.
Fair enough.
So I want to point out when people are saying that minimizing her, I guess, experience when it comes to this. My understanding is that she was put on leave from work. And in fact, she's been forced to hire a lawyer over a dispute over a bicycle. Okay? So she's had to hire a lawyer, and she's been put on leave from work because of a non-violent, non-racist spat that she had over a bicycle. I want you to think a little bit about what does that say about how people are perceiving this as opposed to what the gravity of this actually is. As far as we know, we've already talked about it. There is no receipts that the other young gentleman put forward showing that he did get the bicycle. The receipts being produced so far by her lawyer that she had to hire show pretty, I guess, fairly convincingly that she had possession of the bike, or that she just had possession of the bike, or at the very least, there were lies being stated by the young gentleman in that video. It appears to back her story the most right now. But here's the big difference, right? I'm not even saying that we should put this young man from leave on his job, or that we should force him to hire an attorney. We should be reasonable and say, well, we don't know who's at fault, so let's stop freaking the fuck out, knee-jerk reacting and attacking this woman, especially now when it seems the majority of the evidence shows that she is not at fault. However, and I think this speaks to the broader question that I think we're really here to talk about, which is that the media racializes this. This story, like Doobie said, the story had nothing to do with their race at all. But the media made it about race, right? The stats consistently show white people killing people is overpropagated, and black people killing people is underpropagated. Black victims are very much overpropagated, especially when it comes to police. Fanatic was talking about how dangerous the NYPD was, and then he went to LAPD, and he talked a lot about police, generally speaking. Now, I'm not going to deny that there are people that are killed by the police, but again, when we're talking about how the media overblows things or distorts things or spreads misinformation, I think one of the best ways we can look at this is look at what people actually believe who watch the media. So the studies, about over half of people who report very liberal, 53.5%, believe that over 1,000 or more unarmed black men are killed every year. Specifically, this was taken in 2019. The real number, 13 to 27, depending on how you measure unarmed. So we're talking multiple orders of magnitude difference. Again, one more example of how the media takes something and overblows it, hyper focuses on it, and then you have people walking away with a misunderstanding of events. My question, Fanatic, what about this story, like now that we know more information, what about this story is actually racial? What did she do that's racist? And are you willing to say, well, shit, it doesn't look like we have anything to go off of that she's racist. Maybe she should have been put on leave from work. Maybe she shouldn't have had to hire an attorney.
I can answer your question. I'll tell you why it seems racist. It's because of the fact that she was screaming at the top of her lungs, "Help me." When she was screaming that, and when she started fake crying to that to the other old white guy, young Kevin over there who was going to come to her aid, I would say that she understood the dangers in weaponizing her tears in that way, as white women have been known to do. So that's why I would say there's a racial component there. I don't believe she would have responded the same way if these were young white men that were dealing with her, and so that's why I feel that way. Then you mentioned that the settlement doesn't mean liability. And sure, a settlement doesn't necessarily mean liability, but if you felt that you hadn't done anything, you wouldn't be settling to the tune of $206 million on that many different cases. We've known about these things. There have been goodness how many pattern and practice investigations into police departments that have clearly detailed the ongoing racism as well as the other various studies. So I think that part's also ridiculous. You said that she hired a lawyer because of all the bad media. No, she hired a lawyer because she got caught on camera doing a racism, and the media and everyone else appropriately responded, and she was about to lose her job. That's why she hired a lawyer. Next time, don't try to weaponize your Karen tears. Then you mentioning, she had a receipt, so that means that guy must have lied. No, it doesn't mean that he lied. What he said was the bike was on his account. So just simply saying that she had the bike for 1 minute does not mean that the bike couldn't have then been on her account. These two stories are not necessarily contradictory. If she had the bike and then checked the bike in, and then now he has the bike on his account, then that means now, yes, she did. That receipt shows that she did at some point have the bike. It doesn't mean that she had the bike at the time of the recording. Dude, you're a lawyer. I know you can logically follow that. Don't make me disappointed in you, okay? Lastly, the idea that Black victims are over-propagated in the media sounds absolutely ridiculous. We obviously know how racist our system is. First off, we just recently got off of the heels of the Stop Asian Hate movement, where Black people were repeatedly being called the perpetrators of these crimes, and we know that the vast majority of those things came from white folks. In fact, we know that literally 100% of all domestic terrorism within this country over the last 3 years, 100% have been done by white men. So the idea that like
one
you
lie at
guys
a
are
time,
getting,
please. That's all this
I
is
know, I
bullshit.
got you. Hey, I get you. When you can address the lies, if you want to call them that.
I mean, do you consider going to a synagogue?
I have to address that.
You can address.
A black guy did that. A black guy did that in New York like 2 years ago.
Please mute him. I haven't interrupted a single time. Can you please mute him?
I asked you for one lie at a time.
It's okay. No, you got asked. You asked it, and I'm denying it. I will speak.
Well, then I'm just going to talk over you.
Then I'm just going to mute you. Then I'm just going to mute you. And we'll be talking over each other. I'm about to do it privately. So you're saying guys,
black guy murdered the Jewish people.
All right, there we go. Now I muted him. So at least
He's
my
a
stream
racist.
won't hear him.
And
I'm
he's
sorry
a
if your
terrorist.
audience can't. So
And he was
look,
black.
at the end
You
of the
acknowledge
day,
that.
what we do know is that, again, if she got caught doing a racism, then it does make all of the sense why that would happen. I forgot the train of thought that I was going on because he rudely interrupted me. So I'm going to have to try to pick it back up. Let me look at my notes. Oh, yes. The black victims, I did take notes. That's why I'm looking at them right now. They put me right back on track. Stop interrupting
of the
me.
robberies in New York City.
So then the other thing that we saw was that black victims are overpropagated in the media. And the one thing that I was pointing out was, specifically when it came to the Stop Asian Hate movement, we obviously understand that the vast majority of perpetrators of hate crimes are white people. Asians make up literally about 1 out of 20 victims of hate crimes in comparison to black people. And that so we know that that's not true. What we do know, someone linked me to a study that that they're still investigating 50-year-old police gangs, and that they found, even as late as 2021, that 18 of those groups have been identified, and that they were banditos, jump out boys, executioners, grim reapers, and that there have been studies done by the FBI, there have been federal court decisions, independent investigation, and governmental analysis that have all determined that these gangs are still
the LAPD is full of blood and
so
crip
we don't
members
have to go ahead and speculate there. We know this. This is what the point of these investigations are. I'm going to go ahead and link you guys the studies so you guys can see it. What we can say is that domestic terrorist events have been perpetuated by white folks, just like the vast majority of these school shootings. I'm not talking about the type of school shootings where we're talking about, like, somebody gets in an altercation, where somebody gets in an altercation. We're talking about the kind where they go up there with that white rage and just air that whole mug out. That's what we're talking about, and that's white folks. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, so let's
Wait,
go
so
to
Prem,
I want to address a couple things, and then I'll kick it over to Doopy.
And then we got to get to Nina. Nina's going to talk to you on which way, and then you can take it where you want, okay?
Yeah, so real quick. The first thing, you're just wrong about civil lawsuits. Like I told you, there's a plenty of things that go into determining what is settlement in civil lawsuits. A whole bunch of that is perception. Even if the facts 100% on your side, if you know that there is a general perception of racism that the jury might hold, and then you have an attorney's counsel or a plaintiff's counsel who may be able to pound on the desk loud enough and seem sympathetic enough, you can absolutely risk tremendously high verdicts. And so that's a huge element of why settlements exist. First of all, so again, we can't read into, they fucking knew they were doing something wrong, or that the rise is associated with actual misconduct. We don't know that. It's irresponsible to say that. Second of all,
what metrics would you use, Lactoid?
Not that. I mean, I don't.
What would you?
I'll have to think about what are the actual metrics that we go into to determine whether or not a police department's being racist. But that's the worst metric so far. So the fact that you're using that is just not a solid
I'm
metric.
expecting you to come up with another one.
I'll think about it, okay? The second thing, domestic terrorism is committed by white people. I mean, I think you said 100%. I think that's, first of all, that's absolutely insane. Pulse nightclub shooting. And then on top of that, when you brought up before, I think you said this bullshit stat before, and I linked you, like, again, Mother Jones did a full analysis of mass shooters. Now, you might say, well, mass shooting is different than domestic terrorism. We can parse words about what domestic terrorism means, but mass shooting in terms of random mass shootings, not like they had a spat and then all of a sudden there was a shooting, but random unprovoked mass shootings. No, this is not the case that it's only 100% white people. In fact, black people are overrepresented. And we can go through all that data too, if you'd like to. Second of all, okay, maybe if this school shooting specifically happens in the school, but if it happens in public or the workplace, now black people are overrepresented, even when it's not gang-related and even when it's not related to a fight or argument beforehand. Last point, when you're talking about weaponizing your victimhood, I can't think of a better example of that than reading into, by asking for help when, like, she's getting into an altercation over a bike, that's racism. Attributing any kind of misgiving or any kind of issue that you have with somebody that's racism because they wouldn't do that if they were white. I can't think of a better example of weaponizing your victimhood. Like, everything that's bad happens to me, it's racism. If you do something mean to me, if you're mean to me, it's racism because you wouldn't act that way towards a white person. I think Doopy's 100% correct here.
Okay, so let's go to Nina, and then if you can respond. Okay.
This has gone.
And Elder, is that your hands up? All right.
So much off the rails since when I wanted to actually chime in here. I wanted to ask you though, Lactoid. So is there a lawsuit happening, or you kind of seem to imply that?
A lawsuit from who?
Our bike Karen or whatever her name is.
No. Well, there's some people suggesting that she does file a lawsuit. I was referring to Fanatic was talking about issues of you can look at civil judgments, and that's like a metric, a barometer of racism, so to say, the terrible barometer of racism.
Which is what exactly? Can you elaborate on that? So
Fanatic was saying, well, New York City's paid out more money in settlements this year or in the past couple of years due to supposed racial misconduct or misconduct.
So unrelated to her.
Unrelated to her, right? Now, for her specifically, I think it's interesting, again, how you can say, well, we're just looking at this evenly when she was the one that was put on leave from work and had to hire a lawyer because she got in a spat over a bike. That apparently... The evidence we have thus far seems to indicate was hers. If evidence comes to show,
no, it didn't indicate. Okay, we need to reiterate the evidence here again. She checked it out for 1 minute. And I did a good job of explaining earlier that video is over a minute, and right as we know within the evidence that her lawyer team put out was about a minute and a half after it was checked back in. She then checked out another bike that she had on her account for 26 minutes, which is the way that she got home.
Right. So it looks
I'm going off of what her evidence is. So she's the one putting forth this evidence. We have not had any counter evidence. It doesn't really matter, right? We're just working on it off of hers, right? So if she had it out for 1 minute and then put back in, and then she rented a different bike, Would that not seem that would fit in within the video?
No, because according to the statements being put forward, she took the bike out, and then there was the altercation, and then the bike was put back by the time the video started. And the video starts, and then you have the altercation over the bike.
Wait, but do we see the video? Did we see the bike go back in the video?
I'm just reading off of what her attorney's saying. I'll read the actual. I'll watch the actual video.
Right. So if we don't see it in the video, then she obviously didn't have it checked out. It was out for a minute.
You guys are missing a key point. So
go ahead.
Let's say that you're
based off of what her
you're still
lawyer.
wrong if you're right, this is the tragedy of this. If you're wrong.
Okay,
if you're right.
really. Okay, well then I don't think that your opinion matters then. So
wait.
Again, my guy.
So hold on, Casimir. When you're saying you're wrong, you're right. So my understanding was that the video, the bike was technically locked back by the time the video started. Are you saying that's not correct?
I'm saying that these people, they asserted from a perspective of a rational observer, days later examining the situation. No. This
is what her lawyer said. This is my time, my guy. This is what her lawyer said. The bike was locked in on the dock 1 minute later with no charge reported.
You're conflating the facts that he presents.
No, I'm not. I'm reading what they said. And then there's also a second receipt allegedly shows the payment for another city bike from the same dock station a minute after the first one relocked. It also shows a 25-minute trip to Marino claims with his client. Ride home after the incident. So she used that bike to ride home.
In the interpretation. So your interpretation is that she rationally realized that the bike no longer belongs to her, and realized that the bike might belong to someone else. And
no, Nina, you're not implying that. You're implying she was wrong. She didn't realize. That's why she weaponized her tears.
But it's quite possible that she never experienced assault in her life. And when she was assaulted, if she was indeed assaulted, and the bike was pushed in,
so you that's another thing I want to bring up with you, Casimir. Do you think that somebody who thinks that they're getting assaulted is going to sit and fight over a bike?
Right.
You honestly think you motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. Let me talk, motherfucker. Goddamn, dude. You really think a woman that thinks that she's getting assaulted is going?
Casimir,
okay, just keep talking over me.
Casimir, what's her turn? But I want you to be able to respond to her. Go ahead, Nina.
So
for the love of God, you think that?
I said Casimir. I said Nina. Like, let Nina go, and then you can respond. All right. So Nina, then Casimir, Eldrazi, and Doobie.
Do you really think that a woman who is like a posh, which again, she did not live in a rich area, so I don't know where you're getting this information from. I think it's just like some weird thing they're making up. But it doesn't matter. Do you think a woman that would get assaulted is going to fight over the bike? She's going to continue fighting instead of there was plenty of people walking around. You don't think she's going to walk away?
Can I answer? So a woman is not rational on a normal day, but particularly when she's been assaulted and accosted by multiple people, where each one individual
is that really your answer?
A single move. I know you are interrupting with a single move. It's your argument.
Yes, you've been doing that the entire time.
Let him go. No.
Each one of these men can end her life and the life of her child. Now she's nervous. Now, and this is
why didn't she leave?
Why you could be wrong.
It's his turn.
Why doesn't she leave? I have to ask. Why doesn't she just leave?
Hold on. No. It's his turn to respond, right? So,
but he's not answering my question. He's gift scalping.
I'm going to just relax.
Yeah, no, but you're gonna gift scalp first.
Hey!
I'm being very rational. I want you to answer my question. Why didn't you just leave?
I'm trying. Do you know how to listen? It means closing your mouth.
Go ahead. Go.
So it's very simple. Listen, you are asserting that legally the bike might belong to the other guy, but she might not realize that. That was the assertion of Fanatic. She might not realize that because it's different from being a lawyer and examining the situation after and being in the moment. When let's assume for the sake of argument that she was indeed pushed into the docking station. At that moment when the bike is docked, she's no longer the owner. She's no longer responsible for that bike. But because she was just physically interacted with in a surprising manner, she doesn't realize what's going on. She doesn't realize the bike is no longer hers. She believes that she's being robbed. She's not believing something that is true, but that doesn't mean that she's doing it maliciously. You have to prove malicious intent, and there's no reason, no evidence for malicious intent. So her tears that you're calling fake, you don't know whether they are fake. You would have to examine another situation where this woman was assaulted. You would have to examine another situation you would have to provide some statistics perhaps of how women respond to being assaulted when they've never been assaulted before in their life. So all of this is the thing that you're presuming. You're presuming it to display her as racist. and you're arguing over facts where you don't know whether she understood those facts. You don't have her mental state. All of this gets presented in court. And this is the core of this case. The racism of this case is your prejudice, is your presumption of her guilt. This is the racism that we should be talking about, not this nonsense about non-existing details.
Okay, so we're gonna let Nina respond. Then we got to go to Elder Drazi, then Doobie.
God, is there really anything I need to respond to with that? You're just a troll. I get it. I love that you think that you understand that woman's state of mind better than me. Not to do I didn't, Paul, but let's be real. Considering you have been wrong on like literally everything here, you're really gonna tell me if somebody wants to protect their body, they're gonna continue to fight over something?
Okay.
Is there any evidence that he checked out the bike? Is there any evidence? Is there any evidence that he checked out the bike?
We'll have to work out.
Well, that would have to go on his
Again,
account.
Elder.
Why don't we just assume he's in the wrong, right? Maybe he was weaponizing his victimhood. He's probably in the wrong, right?
I gave you the evidence, Laxwell. You were just not intelligent enough.
You have no evidence that. Does he have any receipts? Does he have any receipts at all?
Okay, well, so
I'm
somebody
sorry.
else
Here,
check out
I'll
the
work
bike.
it out for you really quickly. Listen, what I said was, if you can follow it again, maybe your brain is just not powerful.
Is it a speculation?
Let's try it one more time. No, it's not a speculation. It's a fact. Here is a fact. The bike was no longer docked at the time when they were fighting over the video, meaning that they had to have been fighting over the bike that was now checked out to a person. The only two people who could have who checked out that bike were the young black man and her, because the video lasted for longer than a minute. I'm sorry, I said I'd be calm. So
show me any evidence that it was undocked during that video.
I'm gonna finish. The video was longer than a minute. And because the video was longer than a minute, then that means that it couldn't have been still checked out to her at that point. By that point, young black man had already mentioned multiple times to multiple people, it is on my account. It is not your bike. So because of that, that means then it was definitely not hers anymore, because the video lasted longer than a minute and her checkout only lasted for 1 minute. So in order for the bike to have been on someone's account, it had to have been his, or else she would have a third receipt. That's how we know that the bike wasn't his.
Fanatic.
The bike wasn't his.
You're missing. I need to ask.
Hold on. Elder Drazi's been waiting for a long time. We're gonna go to Elder Drazi, right? Then we're gonna go to Doobie. All right, we can ask the other question later. Elder Drazi.
Thank you. So I just I made a couple of bullet points. I'm just going to try to shoot through them really fast. So if you want to yell at me for what I said, if you could just wait till I finish them, that'd be awesome. I'm going to finish with a question. I hear a lot of stuff about how the media is skewed in reporting certain ways. Of course, the media is skewed. It's always going to be skewed in what people want to see. It's a business. They want to make money. If you don't like what you're seeing from the media, stop fucking watching it. Tell other people not to watch it. Boycott that media company you don't like. Quit complaining that they're just showing things that you don't like seeing and like how they're reporting. I think it's really dishonest to say anything about the facts of the matter that people are doing here when they don't know facts of the matter. And I've seen on both sides of this conversation some grandstanding about the position that is based on things that you can't possibly know. This has been pretty weird. Like, it just seems like at this point in the conversation, people should start like posting like pictures or links or something, because there's so much contention about shit that people are saying they know and nobody's showing it. I'm not sure that the facts of the matter, like Casimir said, like about the mayor and police stats, these people don't know that. Also, like I would take the same point to what Fanatic says, where he's saying that she knows that if she acts in this way that she's putting these guys in danger. Nobody's thinking about that shit when they're emotional and they're heated. They're scared. If I'm scared of somebody, it doesn't matter what color their skin is. It doesn't matter any other situation. It just matters that I'm scared, and I'm not going to be acting the way that I normally would. I'm not saying this is a justification for anything, but to act like that this is like that people think about these things when they're responding in a way, especially if they're like freaked out about anything. I just don't think that's a very honest way to frame it. And I want to end with I wanted to ask Fanatic a question. Doobie kind of asked it, but I don't know if how he framed it was not good or whatever. So I'm going to ask it like this. You gave evidence. You said that the evidence of racism is clear because of historical instances of racism, and you listed various different things. But I don't think that there's anything to show that this woman was actually acting racist. It's very possible that she could have been, but I don't know that. And I think that when you're asserting that it is based on historical evidence or similar situations like this, that you're inserting an unjustifiable racial component that doesn't need to be present here to demonstrate that something happened that isn't good. And if we're having these conversations, I think it's really important to focus on what we actually can know. If you have evidence of it, throw that shit out there. Let us know, because if this lady is being a fucking crazy racist bitch, fuck her, dude. If she's trying to manipulate the situation like that, then fuck her. But I need to know when people like you say stuff like that, that you're coming at me with a good reason for that, and that I can believe it when you say that this psycho bitch is actually being racist, because I want to know to be mad at her. And right now, I'm getting things from both sides that are so convoluted and so charged, but nobody's citing anything that we can know for sure when they're making these like bigger claims. So do you have something a little bit more solid?
You're muted.
You're muted, Fanatic.
I said, thank you for the question, and I'll answer it since it seems like a genuine question. I'll answer it honestly. The reason that we know that the reason why I can say that it seems like there's obvious racial animus is because of the fact that she was being deceptive. Deception, right? That the malice is determined by her deception. And the reason why we know that she was being deceptive was because those fake crocodile tears. Not a single tear fell down her eyes, yet she was pretending to sob and cry as soon as the white man began approaching. And the guy repeatedly said in the video, "Oh, why are you fake crying? Not a tear fell down, miss." She didn't dismiss that because it was obvious she wasn't crying. And the second the man told her, "Why don't you just use another bike?" she immediately was like, "Okay, I'll do that." And then got up, used another bike, tears and everything went away as if nothing happened. That's why we know that she's malicious, because she was being deceptive, number one. Number two, the notion that because of the fact that people are in these kinds of situations, that they can't be in control of their emotions, they don't understand, they're not thinking of the long-term ramifications. This is obviously not true, as we know from Central Park Karen. Do you remember when she specifically said, "I'm going to call the police and I'm going to tell them that I'm being attacked by a black man"? That was a threat. She knew exactly the ramifications of that accusation, and she did it intentionally. You can say she was distraught because she had a dog or whatever the freak you want to. I know malice when I freaking see it. If you have the privilege to be able to avoid that, that's on you. When I see fake malicious tear by bad actors lying and saying that they're being attacked, screaming help at the top of their lungs, that's when I know that she's being malicious, deceptive, and racist. Freak out of here. The fact that we need to explain to you the possibility of the ramifications of police altercation, the fact that we need to explain to you, shut up while I'm talking. The fact that we need to explain to you the implication. Shut up while I'm talking. I'm gonna mute him. Prime. Shut that nigga up. The fact that I need to explain to you the racist ramifications of the potential implications when police are involved with a young black man in an altercation with a white woman that's pregnant, no less. The fact that you don't immediately understand the potential ramifications of that is incredibly telling. We all understand how racist our system is. We can obviously see that in order to get the death penalty, the odds of you getting the death penalty when it's a black victim and a white perpetrator are incredibly low. But when it's a white victim and a black perpetrator, it's incredibly high. So we understand the way that this malice happens within our system. We get that the systemic injustice is still there, and that's what she was attempting to weaponize with her fake tears and her fake cries for help when she wasn't being assaulted, and lying and saying that he was assaulting her baby. All of that maliciousness is how we know. And if you can't see it, I'm sorry that you're so blind. Fortunately, some of us don't have the opportunity to be so.
Well,
Jazzy, you can respond, but then I'm going to go to Doobie next after that, right? So Fanatic, you'll have to hold it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not claiming any lack of maliciousness here. It seems like even if she was 100% in the right, I would still say that she's being a cunt about it. Like, she is acting way out of line, and she could have been like way more chill and just pulled out her phone or something like that. Maliciousness, sure. Maliciousness, if you're being malicious to somebody who's not the same race as you, I don't know if you're just a bitch. Like, you can, like, I've met people that are shitty to everybody that they come across when they're in a bad mood. And I guess the thing that makes this so important to me is that I want to know when I hear particularly streamers who are in politics that are black, when you claim that there is some racial motivation, I want to have a long history of like knowing instantly that this guy always comes with receipts. He's never saying anything that anybody can go in it and pick apart at all. Like, that's super important to me, because people call a lot of shit racist for no reason at all. And like, we've seen this historically. And like, I'm usually on the side of like, if there's like something that looks pretty racist, like if they like the woman you mentioned in the park, yeah, I think that woman is pretty fucking racist. That seemed pretty obvious to me. The example that you gave, I had never questioned that really, and I've never seen anything to the contrary. But if somebody like you or somebody like Prime, anybody who's reporting on any kind of heated exchanges involving a black person and there's claims of racism, I just feel like I want to know, based on the history of the claims, that you are a highly trustworthy person to be bringing forth like something to back that up. Because
Who's
then
more
I think
trustworthy
that when
than
that doesn't
Fanatic,
happen,
man?
when that doesn't happen, it causes the kinds of conversations that I'm here, like kind of backlash that I'm hearing from Doobie, Casimir, and Lactoid. I guess I would just hope that you would have like the smoking gun to smack them down when you're making a claim so strong like that.
Let's go to Doobie, please.
Okay, so I have 2 points. Lots of things wrong so far, but I'm going to stick to 2 points. So point number 1 is, if we're meant to behave as if nigga is like a racial slur, can you please make sure Fanatic doesn't use it against people on the panel, please?
Oh my god.
So that's just not. I don't think that's okay.
I am
Secondly-
making my day harder for me.
Well, why does if he's not okay with that word being used, why does he just throw it around like that?
Wait, shut the
well, he's
fuck
already
up,
gone.
dude.
Yeah,
anyway.
he's a fucking bitch. Secondly,
Oh, shut up, dude.
Secondly, just really quickly, this is a more interesting thing. So I think that this like generalizing about like, oh well, police in NYC have a history of racism, or police in other places in the country have a history of racism, or the Central Park Karen did this or whatever. I think actually that's pretty racist. Saying, hey, this other white woman did this.
Do you understand
thing.
what police
Please stop.
origins
really
are?
quickly. Shut up.
Well, you get so offended when he was doing mad at you. What are you gonna do it mad to me?
This other white woman did a thing, so therefore this white woman must be doing the same thing. That's actually pretty fucking racist, actually. Secondly, if we're meant to if it's okay to make generalizations about the police, based on like the history or the lawsuits or whatever the fuck, we know that up to 90% of the rapes, muggings, murders, shooting, assaults, etc. in New York City every single year are done by black and brown people. That's just true.
You have some stats on that?
I can post my chat for you. So if it's okay to make those kind of generalizations about her and the police, why is he suggesting that it's okay to make those kind of generalizations about black people? I think that's also
Karen. Okay, and we go here. We go to properties. Wait, why isn't it showing us? Boom. Okay.
Like manufacture this into some kind of like race issue, when what effectively we have is an argument by two people who might have both thought they were correct from their own perspectives. Maybe he thought he had the bike out. Maybe she thought she had the bike out. That's all. We don't fucking know. But it's an argument over a fucking bike. It's not like it's not a race issue. There's nothing racist about this. So I don't know. I think.
I don't know. Were they racing bikes?
Telling that
But would you think that she would have behaved like that if it was like me fighting with her?
Yes, actually. If you
He
and
would
your
have just
friends,
yelled help like that, like a psychotic weirdo.
Nina, according to her, she
lawyer.
got the bike out. She got the bike out, according to her lawyer. Okay, she got
Not
the bike
the
out.
receipts, though. Not the evidence.
And this guy came up behind her and pushed it back into the sand, right? And she was still holding on to it, and then said it was his. Right. So if you and your friends, you and 3 or 4 of your friends said that to her, I'm sure she'd react exactly the same way. Right. Any reasonable person would be upset about that.
Historically, yell help. Or hysterically, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. So are we meant to believe that her yelling help when she thinks she's being robbed is racist? That's fucking ridiculous.
She doesn't own the bike, my guy. She's not getting robbed.
Okay, but again, if she thought it was on her account, if it was taken away.
Okay, but it wasn't. She was wrong.
Again, she might have thought she was right. Maybe he thought he was in the right. They could both think they're in the right. Maybe it was just,
okay.
It's just a misunderstanding on both ends.
Well, then why didn't he start screaming help?
Jump to malicious claims on either end here. He could have thought that it was his bike and she was
doing a malicious claim.
I want to ask a point of clarification real quick. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know anybody in New York or how City Bike works. Do we know for sure that at the time of the video, the bike was checked out to somebody? The bike was active? Because
it would have to be locked. It would have to be locked. If you could write it, it would be locked.
Yeah, but the bike's not moving though. The bike's not moving.
Irrelevant.
Well, no. Let me explain why it's relevant, okay? Because the bike stopped moving and the little card reader is glowing. So I don't know. I mean, do we know for sure whether or not the bike was active or not active?
I believe you cannot get a bike out of its stock without you checking it out.
So
Like
So
from
the
what I
point-
know
so-
of, like scooters in Austin, you can't. They don't do
Lactoid.
anything without.
Yeah,
I understand
Prime.
what you're trying to
Like the
say,
wheels
right?
lock.
Lacto, I understand what you're trying to say, right? But from what I saw in the video, there was no change in the indicators, right? One way or the other, right? So you would expect if that there was there was a change in the status of the bike, right? Whether it was docked or undocked, within that time span of the video, you'd see some sort of change. But I didn't see any sort of change. Now I haven't worked used a city bike, but it seems like that would be what you would need. And one way or the other, even that wasn't the case, right? So she rented it for 1 minute, right? And then it's pushed back in, like somehow, right? Don't know how, but somehow it's pushed back in. At that point, well, if it is indeed already locked, it seems to me, I'm guessing, and maybe I could be wrong here, but it seems to me that one of them should have been able to tell, like, oh, this thing is locked, right? Like they've been standing there for minutes at a time, pushing this thing back and forth, and they say, and none of them realizes that this is not locked, right? There's there's not more than, it's more than two people there, right? It's maybe four.
Let me explain where I'm going with this, right? So,
Okay.
according to her lawyer, from what I've been reading, and maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe we're all wrong about this, but at some point before the video starts, like that's where she checks it out for a minute. And so I guess what Fanatic was saying, his argument was, during the time of the video, the only reasonable explanation was that the black guy had checked out the bike, right? That's the only reasonable explanation. Now, there's no receipts of this. We have no definitive evidence, but that's the only reasonable way, because the bike is checked out, and he's saying that he checked out the bike, right? That was his point. My question is, so that's an interesting extrapolation, but it could be, especially if the bike was locked, which the bike doesn't move during the whole video, at least wheeled back and forth. If the bike was locked and she had just been on it a minute ago, that would seem to back up her story.
Yeah. So I would think there's two explanations here. One, the one that Fanatic put forth, and that, like, at that time he owned it, the black teen. Or the second one is that it got pushed back in, whether he did that, the black teen, or not, I can't tell. But at some point it did get pushed back in, and then it was locked. And then they were both fighting over a locked bike, which is pointless on both their ends, right? And it seems to me that one of them should have been able to figure that out. But that's a possibility that they spent 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, like, fighting over a bike that neither of them owned.
Right. But if she had checked it out for a minute, the question is why, right? So she had it so when we're looking at the totality of the story, right? Mm-hmm. Did she rent it for a minute, then get off the bike, and then this other guy came up and then rented the bike, and then she came over and demanded the bike only to go to a different bike? That doesn't make any sense.
She could have. I have no idea. Like, that's
my
the
guess
is
that she accidentally, like, because I think if you pull it out and you put it back in, it counts as like being rented, or maybe she was like putting her AirPods in or something. So right, and then she put it back in, like, whether accidentally or not, and then she's just being a psychotic bitch about it.
No. If she's on the bike, and then she, like, is, like, fiddling with it, and then either she puts it back in or this other guy puts it back in. Either way, she's not crazy for assuming that's her bike at the period of time.
Well, I mean, that's where you have the conversation of seeing, like, what happens beforehand, right? Like, is it like that they, like, was he,
she
like,
had it for a
like,
minute?
Right, so obviously she had it for a little bit, so she might have been, like, putting her headphones in or something, and then, like, she maybe, like, was leaning over and, like,
there's all kinds
back
of
in or
reasons
something
as to why it could have been locked again. I'm not saying one or the other. I don't know. Like, and none of us know, right? So it could have been that what she said is true, and that, like, he pushed it back in, he pushed her or something like that. There's a physical altercation, or she could have accidentally locked the bike.
Yeah, but why would she, or why would he? Why would he have stolen it if there was another bike?
It is relevant. It is relevant.
It is actually. I can explain.
It is incredibly relevant, Kessler.
I mean, relevant
because if she's saying, look, and
it's also relevant to Fanatic's point. That's what we're saying.
And finally, but there's also the thing about the third receipt, right? So if if he took the bike, right? If he took the bike and he rode the bike, and it was on hers, on her account, there'd be a third receipt, correct?
No. I don't think people are saying that that specific bike was on her account when he rode it. I think the only question was, if she had it for a minute beforehand, Like under what circumstances could he have reasonably believed that was his bike? And on top of that, though, that's not even the standard that we're like shooting for here. Prime, you just said we don't know. Like, there's a bunch of stuff we don't know. I think the reasonable interpretation, especially if the bike is not checked out during the time of that video, the obvious interpretation is that she'd be not at fault. But if you don't know all the facts, like, would you agree that just the condemnation of her was pretty premature? Would you agree with that?
I would say no. I never got to state my case.
Yeah,
I
I'm
say
asking
the
you.
combination was I'll let you know. I think it was premature when we didn't have all the facts there. We jumped to conclusions. I had seen the story. I didn't know what to make of the story when I first saw it, and we didn't talk about it here previously. So I think it was premature. Again, I don't know what happened previously. I think there's a possibility that it was indeed on his account. That's like there's a fact pattern here that works there. Unless we're saying that he got a third bike, a third bike, and he rode that home, or he didn't get a bike at all. That's another option. But my understanding is that he did ride a bike home. So I don't know. Right. So if he rode that bike home, there should be a third. And if her story is true, then there should be a third receipt
From him. He should have a receipt. Exactly. Right. Because if he rode a bike home.
No. If it wasn't, in the scenario where it was unlocked, right, and they were stealing it from her, then there should be a third receipt.
Well, it wouldn't be possible that.
So there's the minute unlock. So there's the minute unlock, and then it locks back in, and then if it's unlocked in that situation, then there should be a third receipt where he takes the bike and he goes off somewhere wherever he was going, and then she goes on a second bike. And then she rides.
Yes. Right, and we have those two receipts. So the only receipt we're missing is his receipt.
No, I'm saying a third receipt on her account.
No.
Can we see these receipts?
Which doesn't exist, right?
Yeah. So by the way, if there is a third receipt, if it's checked out to her when he's like in the video, the bike's actually unlocked under her name. That is just clear-cut evidence that she's in the right. No argument at that point.
But this is an argument
which is not the case.
That don't matter, and I can prove that they don't matter.
Sorry, wait.
No, it does matter. Listen, here's why it matters. Because if there's only two receipts, if she has a minute beforehand and then she has 25 minutes on a different bike, that creates the presumption that she's not at fault, right? Because the only evidence so far is that she was sitting on the bike at least for a minute beforehand. Now, the second point is if we have a third receipt that shows that during the time of the video, it was checked out to her, then that's clearly her bike without dispute. And they were actually trying to rob it from her at that point, right?
If she has three on it, then it's her. Then
undisputably. Now, my question for you, Prime, is: let's imagine. I don't know if this is true or not. Could this be a potential hypothetical or a situation that happened?
So you're going to ignore my comment completely, Lactoid, right?
I think it's relevant. You're just saying it's irrelevant.
Spent an hour on this discussion, distracting from the real case. I'm accusing you right now of continuing fanatic.
You're just talking shit about women. I'm trying to talk about like the times here about this specific thing. I get it. They're irrational. Blah blah blah. Okay, I want to talk about like is this particular event? Is she at fault?
No, it's irrelevant. You need to have mens rea to prove racism, not just actus rea.
Oh wait, but that's ridiculous. Nobody here anymore believes it's racism.
You don't have the act because the court case is not finished and the evidence is not being gathered.
There's no court case.
First of all, say that you don't.
There's no court case.
There's nobody here defending the proposition that she was racist anymore.
If you open your brain for a moment and analyze the logical tree of this case, you will discover that even if Fanatic was right, he was still wrong. Even if he was right, that she
you just say that about everything.
Can anybody tell me if they've seen any receipts?
That you don't get
There's
this
two
point.
receipts.
None of you on the panel want. Maybe Drazi or maybe Doobie when he speaks will understand my point. But my point is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he technically owned the bike. If the only time where it could matter if he somehow if she knew that he rang the bike first and then she sat on it first somehow in order to preempt him from taking ownership.
No,
And
of
even
course
then,
it
his
Nobody's
matters.
attitude
saying
would
that.
still be
No,
very
no, of
close
course
to
it fucking
assault.
matters.
He would still
No, of course it
but
fucking matters.
unless you
Because
prove that, unless you have evidence to
because
that, what
he
you
was
see-
going to face a financial loss if she had taken the bike, right? So if in your
and
case
you
it's
have to
unlocked,
positively
then he
prove
faced
that,
a
but you don't
financial
have
loss.
evidence
So
for
he has
that.
no
Yeah.
reason to
What
fight
you do
for
have
that bike.
evidence
What?
is that you have 2 receipts from her, and you have evidence that
Mhm.
even if it was just the first receipt,
You're
there's
saying
no
it doesn't
further-
matter. I'm saying it matters. That's all I'm trying to prove at that in this particular moment is that it actually does matter.
Yeah, it's pretty relevant.
What,
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
what
So Casimir, the
matters-
reason it would matter is if they thought they were in the right, if they thought they were correct, then the guy thought he was being robbed, right? So like, both
Yeah.
of them might have like a reasonable claim here to feeling like they were being robbed at the time, which is why they were both so obstinate about giving the fucking bike up. So like the thing is for me is we don't fucking know, and it's totally reasonable to think that neither of them knew at the time either, right?
When you believe you're being robbed, there's one thing you are legally obligated to do in New York City.
Shoot him.
Police,
Oh,
fire
I mean, that's
department.
racist
There's a
stuff.
That's racism.
So
Okay, you
so
can't.
you're saying that
Supposed to-
the black
if
man
you
should have called the
believe that you're
police on
being
him.
robbed, it
Or
is
her.
illegal in New York City to take the law into your hands. This is why we pay taxes. This is why we're not allowed to carry around.
Do you pay
handguns.
taxes in our
And both-
country?
and both of
This
them are in the wrong then.
Where are you
okay?
from, Casimir?
By the way, can you
Yeah,
even shut
Nobody
on their own
did
hands.
that.
Yeah, in
You can
that
stop
case.
with your racism, Nina. Just because I have an accent doesn't mean I'm not an
I'm being
American.
racist by saying
Yes,
that
you
you're
are.
foreign and I didn't think you lived in America.
Yes.
I don't know you.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you calling him foreign? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's racist.
I can
I don't
confirm
know.
that Casimir
That's
lives
all
like
I have
2
to
miles from
get.
me, okay?
You make my assumptions on you
So
being
in New
foreign because you
York,
have an accent is
we know New York
racist.
laws.
Oh my
I
god,
know
what are
you
you, a
don't live in
soy
New
boy
York, but
fucking
I do.
live, bro? Are you
Come on,
gonna be
come on.
that
I live in New
sensitive?
York.
Oh, come on,
Right?
Nina.
I admitted that openly. I'm a New
I don't
Yorker
care.
Nina,
I don't
Nina,
know
Nina.
that.
More than 10
No, no,
years.
I
but
know
no,
that
Nina.
now.
Probably more than
Okay.
15.
Nina,
And I know
if
about
someone
the
came
laws.
in
I
here
just
with
happen to know them.
a
Oh
hard
wait, you're gonna
Asian,
yell at me while he's just screaming over you?
if someone
I'm with
came
you,
in
Nina.
here with a hard Asian
Thank you.
accent, and then someone just assumed that they were foreign, right? Even though like we have foreigners in here all the time, Asian individuals all the time who have accents from their homeland, right? That wouldn't be.
Well, I assume his
Yeah, but
dumbass
Prem,
takes were some foreign
Prem,
shit.
he sounds like a European
I
foreigner,
said
so
I'm
it's
a New
okay to be
Yorker like
racist toward
5
him. That's
times
what it is.
before. I don't understand you.
It's
Okay.
okay, Nina. I'm also racist against foreign.
So we're moving past this. Okay, great.
Well, the
Wait,
point was
I just really want to know if anybody's actually seen the receipts,
They
or
haven't
if
put
it's
forward any
just
receipts.
what the lawyer
No,
said.
they
No,
okay, so
no.
they've been shown
They
to
submit-
multiple news sources, but
Are
they've
you
not
allowed
been
to
published
assault people?
directly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
at least the
lawyer.
news agencies have seen them. Somebody has seen.
Yes,
them. Okay.
yes,
It's
multiple
in the
multiple
article that I
ones.
sent
Yes.
you. It's in the article. that I
Yes,
sent you.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's in also in multiple ones.
NBC
so it's not just
NBC
like one.
specifically has
Yes.
reviewed the receipts and confirmed their authenticity.
Oh,
Prime.
I didn't
Could
understand that
it
part of it.
could it
That's
be
fair.
possible that she had checked out the bike during that minute? So maybe it's not. Maybe it didn't happen. It would be possible that one of them tried to come and take the bike from her, and then she locked it
And then she locked it.
Mhm. because they were trying to take the bike from her.
Yeah, like I said,
You're
like
going to
there could have
ignore
been a
the fact,
physical
Mr.
side.
Lawyer,
I
that they
admitted that.
acted
That
illegally
could
in
have
New York,
happened
right?
during that time. I don't know.
Because why
but
is she on the bike in the beginning of the video?
why is she on the bike in the beginning? Because she could have just jumped on the bike. She could have jumped on the bike
After
right?
checking it out beforehand?
She's a ninja.
After checking. What? No, ninja? No,
did a
yeah, she could have
somersault
literally.
to land on
Hold
the
on.
bike.
This white woman could have lifted her leg and put it over the seat, right? Yeah,
And you still
ninja.
can't assault her.
So I didn't say, hold on. We didn't have any evidence that he did assault her. Period. Right? He's holding the
call the
fucking
cops?
bike,
It doesn't look like he
He-
assaulted her.
and she could have she could have called the cops, and he could have called the cops. Right? If that's what you want to the game you want to play, then they both were in the wrong. Fuck that shit.
No,
But
that's right. They should have called the cops because they have
they
a
should,
police
yes,
agreement,
they should have called the
and
cops, but they
5
didn't.
men can't
Why
control
should
Great.
they have no?
That-
Oh, God.
Great.
That's not what they
Got
do
it.
in the
What?
moment.
Yeah, whatever.
We're discussing the wrong
Whatever.
details.
Whatever.
Yeah, but she
Anyway,
fixed the problem by just going on a different bike, and then
So she-
nothing happened to her, and she went home, and
She didn't
everything was
know that.
fine.
why is she on the bike? Because she thinks it's her bike, right?
Yeah,
Lactose,
exactly.
you
They
saying
both- They
Lactose,
might
if
both
you
be
think,
wrong, but
oh
the
my
person
God,
who's more wrong is the person
Casimir,
who's physically assaulting the other one.
Casimir, shut up. Thanks. Lactoid. She could have believed after she locked the bike that it was her bike, and she wanted to jump on that bike. All right, so I want to move past this, like the possible scenarios, because I feel like that's like the most boring part of all this, honestly. First of all, I'll go to Doobie first, and then I'll try to respond to him.
So yeah, I agree that the possible scenarios are boring, right? I think what's interesting to me is the way that this became like a fucking huge news story at all, right? Because like really, what we have is like some people arguing over a fucking city bike, one or both of them in the wrong. But this is like an argument over a bike. No racial slurs being thrown. Nobody got beat up. It's like it seems like a nothing burger, right, to me. So, but
Yes.
why do you think it got like national attention? People knocking on her fucking apartment door, going to her, talk to her neighbors, doxing her, all this shit. Like, how do we go from people arguing over a bike to that?
So I'm gonna answer. I think that that I don't agree with that response. I haven't seen like the docs that you're talking about, but I believe you. I take your word for it, Doobie. That people, because that's exactly what.
Well, just
like
to
they
be
would
super
do.
clear,
Like,
so like she was doxxed and her husband was doxxed, and they're trying to get them both fired. The biggest doxing that I saw was a guy on the Young Turks like YouTube channel, like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Read out her name and everything, where she works, everything, and encouraged people to go and try to get her fired, like on their fucking show. So like pretty egregious, I think.
So I think that for the severity here, that it wasn't necessary, and I wouldn't like go to her home and like show her neighbors this video. Like if that's what if it happened like you said, Julie, then I disagree with all that. Um, uh, but what I also disagree with is your characterization that well there were no slurs, there was no violence that we saw, right? No violence that we saw, and so there was no racism. That doesn't line up for me, right? Like, racism happens all the time without the use of a slur. Like it could be the case, right? And I'm not stating necessarily that this was the case here, right? But we've seen in the past, like with Amy Cooper in the Central Park incident, that you can absolutely weaponize your tears. You can absolutely try to call in a hit squad, right? Like Amy Cooper tried to do, that disgusting piece of shit. So for a person like her, I'm a bit more sympathetic to her getting fired because her and her racism was just fucking out of control. But for this particular situation, that woman didn't do herself any favors. She was literally fake crying, right? It looks like she was trying to weaponize her vulnerability, or maybe I don't know. Like she's just insane. I actually can't tell in that particular instance. But that's how
She's choking her dog, so I don't know the sanity's there. You know
if that's what in case of this nurse,
Yeah.
I think that helped, right? Like her like very strange behavior during this made this go viral. Done.
Okay, I think
don't know
okay.
whether
So
she's-
please, so I think the idea that she's fake crying at all is like I don't think there's any reason to believe that. So what we know about her, she's like 6 months pregnant, just got off a shift as a nurse, right? And she's involved in an altercation with a bunch of guys yelling at her, mocking her, recording her. She's calling for help, and some guy walks up who like apparently works at the hospital, and she like starts crying with like relief is what I saw, right? Like this seems like a totally normal reaction for a human being to have. Secondly, I think that like, would you agree that we've also seen cases where Black people weaponize their victimhood, and they weaponize it against white people, to get away with committing crimes or treating people poorly or whatever.
I
I'm sure
absolutely
it's
have
happened.
done so. I actually I gave that example previously, right? It was on that old MTV show Road Rules, where and I'll say this again very quickly. There was a bunch of kids and on a bus, and they like go around doing challenges, whatever, right? One of them is this black guy, and one of them is this white guy from like the middle of the country. This black guy is a fucking bully the entire time, a fucking bully to this a white kid, right? And then like in one altercation, the white kid responds about like they were talking about food, and he's like, "Are you gonna eat cornbread?" Right? Basically, like using that black stereotype that black people like cornbread. So he says this, right? And then the cast loses against him, and then this black bully like starts like tear, like he could actually cry. He actually managed to do it. But like crying, like, how could he do this to me, right?
Jesus.
And they tossed the white kid off. It was bullshit. I couldn't even believe that, right? Like, so yes, absolutely, DB, it happens.
And
We
a little
don't
closer
know
to
if
home,
she's
and a little closer to
European or
home,
not.
we also have that video that came out recently, that black guy in New York City on the subway, like berating that white family. You know, when Fanatic was gone from here, watch the fucking video. I think I found him. Okay, I'm gonna
What?
post it in the chat for you guys. I'll post it in the chat for you guys in a bit.
Wait, what
the
did
guy,
you say?
The guy looks and speaks like Fanatic, and he's yelling at a fucking white family. And I think if we had a video of a white guy
Wait,
in
do
New
you
York City,
try and look as racist as possible?
I don't think
sometimes?
it's racist at all. I don't think it's racist at all.
Oh,
You'll see what I mean when I watch the video. You see what I mean when I watch the video. But I think that if we had a video of a white guy doing that, like berating a black family, calling them a bunch of slurs, he calls them a ton of slurs in that video. I think that would be like made him like a national news story. People should be trying to find him. So I think my issue, like, primarily with this whole
Well, it seems
situation.
like that didn't happen, so maybe there's a reason why that didn't
How do you
happen.
know she's white?
Okay,
Yeah, I know there's a reason it didn't happen. It didn't happen because they're white and he's black. I think that the media itself, right? I can agree with you, Prem, that
Then
there is
why
some
is it a
racism.
story?
There is racism that exists out there, right? Some people are racist, of course. I think that'll always be the case. But I think that the media is driven by clicks and eyeballs and controversy and all this shit, right? So they seek out evil white racism so they can.
This is what
make
you
a
have
big
when you
deal
don't
of
have an
it,
argument.
to make a big deal of it, right? And I think my issue is that they seek it out and they find it even when it's not there, right? And if it's not there, they try to create it, right? And they try to, there's a black person and a white person here, they had a disagreement, racism, obviously racism. Like, I think that's a core
Would
of my
you
problem
agree
with
that
this.
happens on the other side with like Fox News and like places like
Not nearly to the same extent. Not nearly.
I would
to the
actually
same
say
Two
it's
rounds,
significantly
fallacy
worse.
services.
No fucking way. Absolutely not.
Are you kidding me? Like, have you ever watched the Daily
Lactoid read out the stats earlier, like at the start of the panel.
We're not talking about
Media's-
stats. We're talking about the coverage of
I know you don't like
things.
talking about stats. The media
No,
is much
because
more
we're not
likely.
talking about stats. We're talking about the coverage of
The
things.
media is much more likely to cover a story when the victim is black and the perpetrator is white. Far more likely. That's just true.
Right,
Yes.
because that's
I posted the
Sure.
stats in chat too.
Even though we're to look at the stats of, like, that's actually more rare in our country than the other way around. So, like, it seems like there is a narrative that they're pushing. They're my
okay, but you understand why that usually happens, right?
They actually create racial division.
Do you think that the stories
They
happen
create
when they
racial division
Let-
so
let
they
me
can
go, Jimmy, please.
capitalize on it and draw like advertising money? I think it's fucking disgusting.
Wait,
Okay,
do you
Dina,
think
why
that's
don't you
maybe
respond?
because the reason why people get upset is there's a lot of injustice when it comes to holding, for example, like police officers accountable for the deaths of black men than it is when do you think it's the same type of story if random white man kills black man and then they go to jail? Like, do you think that's the same
Nina-
story and people are going to be as interest?
Nina, how many?
let's conduct
Wait,
an
one second,
experiment.
Nina.
Do
How
you
many?
understand? No, wait. Do you
one
understand what
second,
I'm saying?
please.
Wait, do
I
you
understand what
understand
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying?
I
Okay.
understand what you're saying. But how many unarmed black men would you guess are killed by the police every year?
You want me to guess on stats? I have no idea.
Yeah, just guess.
Fine.
Just from the top of your head, what
Do you
would you
know?
think it
I
is?
don't want to guess. What's stat?
It should
No,
be
I'm
easy
not-
because I've said it.
Do you want me to remember? Why? I'm
Just
not going
guess.
to guess.
Is it,
I'm not
would you
guessing.
guess?
Just tell me what it is.
Wait,
Why
wait,
do
you
you
guess that it's-
want to
Would you
ask?
guess that it's more or less than 100? More or less than 100?
I have no idea.
Okay, you have no idea. It's a huge problem, but you have no idea if it's more or less than 100.
The exact number, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to guess on the stat. I don't know why you're
Okay.
going to like try and do this like a
But
gotcha.
it's a
Just
huge
answer the
problem.
It's
question.
actually 1,337.
Did I say that? Did I say that? Did I even bring that up?
Did you know that it's 1,337?
Did I bring that up? I don't care.
Would you?
Okay,
would you agree with
okay.
this?
I don't know where.
No,
Let's
it's
not
not-
get trapped in this.
It's
You
not
make your point.
1,337 either.
But
No,
not
it's
30
just
either?
spitballing.
Not even 69.
Why do you even
You're pushing the gotcha. Like, she's not gonna say it. The reality is, you can just come out and say it, Doobie. Like, people dramatically overestimate it. Like, more than half of,
Yeah.
of like left-leaning people in this country believe that it's over 1,000, when the answer is like as low as 13.
Okay,
Between
is that a
13
stat?
between
Are
13
you
and
speculating
26.
on a stat that people think?
I posted it.
It's less than 10
So your
people.
stat
And
is
you can
based
kinda-
off of how what left-leaning people think.
Yes. I'm going to read directly from the
Okay,
from the
so
study.
they're
Yet over
not-
half, 53.5% of
gives a
those
shit?
reporting very liberal political views estimate that 1,000 or more unarmed black men are killed.
So then they are just inaccurate on their stats. That's a really dumb statistic to begin with, and that's fine. I don't think any.
They're
any
spreading
problem with that.
disinformation. Okay,
I'm
1,000.
not doing it.
I'm
I
not saying you
literally
are. I
didn't do
said
what
they.
you
I
said
said
I
they.
am.
I said
So then
they.
let's move
I didn't
on
say
from
you.
that.
I said they. I didn't say you.
And I don't give a fuck. It's irrelevant. All right, go on, Doobie.
Well, I think what's interesting is you also see this on the other side, right? So Republicans are very fixated on trans issues, for example. So there are polls on them where they massively overestimate how many trans people there are in the country, right? So like this
Right,
goes both
sure.
ways. Like this is like a pet project for the
Yeah,
Republicans.
there's
They're
a
gonna
lot of people who
overestimate
are
how big
wrong
it
It's
is.
about
at least
stats,
1 and
correct.
2 at this point, right?
Correct,
Dibby?
Yeah,
correct. Okay, yeah, there's
Yes,
a lot
it's
of
one and
Yeah.
misinformation
Yeah,
about
so-
statistics.
so
We're all dumb
basically-
idiots.
So basically,
what's-
but like it's important. It's important because like we have to properly understand the scale of the problem. I push back against Doobie and Lactoid. I mean, like the stats are fine that you're stating, but they when they bring that up, they act as if the only problem is black people being killed by the police. It's not like literally all their other interactions with the police. It's not like their problem with the justice system in general. It's not all of that. It's just the amount of unarmed people who are killed. And I just want to also put out that it matters when they're armed as well. If they happen to be running away and armed and murdered by the police, that's still wrong too. Just putting that out there.
What is that related to what I was talking about?
I don't know.
I have a question for
I'm
you,
just
Nina.
responding to
That's
them.
what I'm saying. I don't understand why Doobie brought it up. That's my entire point. I don't
don't
understand why Doobie brought it
Nina,
up.
just a quick question.
Yeah, can you please explain it, Doobie? Like, that's how you communicate.
Do you know what's the first name of Mr.
You're not
Floyd?
Doobie, Casimir. Doobie, I'm asking Doobie a question. Why did
Yeah,
you
I'm
bring
sorry,
that
what
up?
was
You
that?
ask her that. What's the name
Wait,
of
what?
Why
Mr.
did you
Floyd?
bring Doobie? Shut up.
Oh, so it was to point out the issue, all right? So
Broadcast-
like or the issue that I was like trying to like illustrate, which is I
Sure.
think the media overfixates on white on black violence when this is actually a minority of the violence in the United States, right, in the first place. And when the other way around, so black on white violence is much more common.
But we're
right?
not even
So-
talking about violence in
No,
this particular situation,
please.
though, right?
Please. It can be violence. It could be property crime. It could be like rape. Like all these things are going to be more common black on white. But they fixate on the white on black because I think my perspective, my position, is that they're intentionally sowing racial division because the media is like full of like stupid lefties with white guilt. And two, it draws views, it draws attention. So they like, well, hold on. There's actually a ton of studies that show like that white progressives have like an outgroup bias, for example. That white progressives actually dumb down their own speech when they talk to black people. So like, or they present themselves as less competent than they are when they're around black people. Because
That's
again,
liberals.
Yeah,
sure.
that
I'll
was
give
good.
you liberals. Okay.
Doobie, can I throw in one more
my
stat?
perspective is actually that sure.
Right, I mean, the racism of
these
low
organizations are
expectation. I agree with you on that.
full of fucking racists that are intentionally sowing racial division because they want like another reenactment of the civil rights era where they get to be the good guys. I think that's what it is.
And
What-
they
what-
But they
what-
just
what-
want it like for like the
race of this woman.
aesthetic.
We don't
Go
know
ahead.
whether she's Latina. We don't know whether she's Jewish. We don't know whether she's Puerto Rican. Her
What-
skin tone is on that
What
video
difference would
is-
what difference
is
does that
quite
make?
dark, and she could
I don't
be-
know. I'm gonna walk
she looks
away.
white, so she
could
What-
be like
Whatever.
AOC, a person
She look, if
who-
you're
Even
white, if
she
you're
was
white,
Latin.
yeah, if you're
even if
white
she wasn't
presenting,
she's
you're white.
And
Yeah,
also
yeah,
you
she was-
assume that she doesn't recognize.
Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter. If she's white presenting, then that's and hell. You don't even need to be dark skinned to be have white
presenting, sure.
to
Maybe you
have
should
racial
ask her
animus against
before
dark
judging
skinned
her.
people. But in any case, but even then, right? Yeah, she's white presenting one or the other, and that's literally all we need within the context of the situation.
No,
Um,
she didn't
but-
look
I wanna
white
throw-
presenting me on
Lactoid.
screen.
One more stat to back Doobie's point. Doobie's saying the intent here is to sow racial division.
wanna talk about
We do see since 2011, 2012, when you have like the dramatic rise in the media, hyper fixating on race. When the shift happens to where murderers or anytime a white person does something wrong, it's hyper focuses on that, hyper focuses on unarmed black men being killed by the police and all this stuff. To Doobie's credit, right, we also have studies that show that since then, racial relations have decreased dramatically. And I can link that as well. So they were dramatically higher prior to 2011 than they are now, just by all metrics.
Yeah, hon, you think that because more people are, you think it's weird that more people are educated about the violence? Like, it's not that not all Black people like suffer at the hands of police, right? Not all Black people do that or have those experiences. But do you think that because they're more educated about the things that are going on around them, and it changes how they view themselves in their place in society, that's an odd thing, right? That they might report like less racial harmony, like when asked by a surveyor? Or
So you could say, well, it's due to that, but then, and to some extent it might be, right? But then you also have to factor in that a large part of it could also be due to misinformation that people are believing, right? Again, going back to the stat we just talked about, one of the biggest narratives right now is unarmed Black men being killed by the police. More than half of like left-wing people, like liberals, believe over 1,000 per year when it's under 25 or under 27, between 16 and 27 per year.
yeah, but also on the left, we tend to understand like systemic racism, right? Like these are conversations we talked about. It wasn't just we weren't just talking about unarmed police like during like the height of BLM. We were talking about like in all the ways that the injustice system hands out injustices, right? So like if that's the case, then of course people's attitudes will change. Like of course they realize that how unfair this world might be, and they'll adjust their expectations for like racial harmony.
Listen,
This is a whole
there
other
was a
conversation
case-
because I
wait,
think a lot of it's
wait,
Black Toy, can I
misinformation.
ask you
I'll
on
be
the
wasting a lot of time
the
to
shooting
add a little bit of a
conversation?
different point here. So let's think about this. We have a problem. Let's say that there was a real problem when Giuliani was in charge.
All right,
when
Casimir, I
he
know you want to change the subject. Can I
introduced-
just do something really
No,
quick?
I'm not
Really quick.
changing the subject. I'm
No,
on
no,
the
no. I know you
subject,
are. I just want to do
and
something
you're
really quick to Black Toy.
always
Just gonna give me like a
over-talking and
second.
listening, and I asked you a question. If you want, you want to talk to
Okay,
me?
fine.
Okay, then let's go ahead and
I want to ask Black Toy something.
It's
really quick.
no. It's Casimir. Casimir, go
right.
ahead.
So I made a point early in the panel that for between 8 and 12 years of progressive policies in New York City, that's what we had so far. Now, let's assume that by the time that Giuliani or Bloomberg was like 3 terms, so 12 years. Giuliani is when I believe stop and frisk really intensified. Then Bloomberg came in, and then I think he eliminated it towards the end of his term. And then there was at least 2 terms of a progressive New York mayor. Now, I'll give you an example. There's a country called Georgia in somewhere in the world, right? In the Caucasian mountains.
It doesn't matter. It's
Between
outside our
Russia
borders. It
and,
doesn't.
and
Which
Iran
one? The country or the state?
the state of Georgia, the country of Georgia. Now, the country of Georgia had a
Well,
revolution
those are
of
two different
roses
things.
where
Come
the
on. You're
government
talking
fell.
about the country. Go ahead.
Just
Gotcha.
listen. It's very important for you. I'll
Yeah,
bring you to the point really quickly. They Saakashvili was like their president that came in after that revolution, and what he did is he fired the entire police department, and then hired a new police department using new agents within 1 year, and he hired the entire thing like block by block until he replaced all the manpower, and he did that because they had a history of being corrupt and being just like really bad. So he flipped them. And he got a lot of people from the military, from ex-military and other positions that are similar to policing, as the fresh blood into the police training service. And so over several years, he replaced the entire police, but the initial wave was like 1 year. He did the same thing for the fire department and multiple other agencies.
Okay.
He did that in his first term in office, and the corruption rating of that country, independently verified by the West, jumped from one of the lowest, most corrupt in the world, to competing with some European countries within his term. I can show you all of that evidence.
Okay, I don't disbelieve that happens. Can you bring it back? You're talking about being an American here, my guy, and you're bringing up Georgia. You're talking to a bunch of Americans.
Okay,
why can't they do that over 12 years? They had 12 years to do the same thing, to replace every.
You're talking about a country.
Sorry. Okay. I don't.
New
So
York
Casimir,
is smaller, it's easier.
Casimir, this is the thing. I disagree with you on your talk about this is the years of quote unquote progressive a regime in New York City, right? So Bloomberg, and after that came the tall fucker whose name I'm blanking on. Lactoid. It was the next mayor of New York City before Eric Adams.
I don't follow that commie fucking state. Okay, I don't know what you're.
All right, whatever.
the
The
Canadian.
the ridiculously tall
De
dude,
De
right?
Blasio.
De Blasio, thank you so much. Right.
Who has
De
an African
Blasio
wife.
made a bunch of promises about like what we was going to do. The police department didn't do damn near any of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he didn't do damn near. No, hold on. You're saying replace the entire police department. So here's the part you don't understand about the American system. Oftentimes, mayors don't actually have the power to enact much change at all, right? You'll have incidences where there'll be some like the police will be involved in some other nonsense, right? They'll have shot someone, they'll have done some great injustice to the community, as they usually do, and the mayor will come out and say, "Hey, we're gonna." It's going to be different this time. We're going to take care of this. But here's the thing: they don't have that power.
Yes,
there are
No, they don't. You don't know anything,
The
guys.
police union.
And
Hold
No,
on.
you don't.
Hold on.
And
Hold
the
on.
city-
Hold
Who
on.
do
Don't
you
worry.
think controls the
Now
the
they're
show?
Hold on.
It's
Okay.
you know shit, dude.
There's no Republicans here.
Yeah, I am going to
Just
mute
you
you.
know.
All right. Because you're like just saying things. You're doing verbal diarrhea. It does matter. You don't understand what's going on. So within the context of those cities, right, those mayors actually have very little power. The police contracts and the police unions tend to be actually extremely powerful. It tends to be a one-way ratchet of power. And so those mayors literally cannot fire those officers. They may promise, right, but they cannot do that. So to say that to wipe out an entire city's force is extremely difficult. It's happened, I think, once, at least the ones that I know of. It's happened, but like each individual mayor is dealing with a different problem, and so De Blasio, when he was in that situation, had very little power to do actual anything. And so like I have my doubts that he was all that serious about the ideals that he expressed. But even if he was absolutely earnest about it, that doesn't necessarily mean that he could have actually done it. That was within his power. It doesn't matter if there's no Republicans there. And then finally, Eric Adams, the current mayor, is a fucking cop lover because he's a former fucking cop himself. So fuck that shit. All right. Fuck. All right, you can quickly respond, but then we're going to move on after this. We have a second topic.
You're right. The mayor himself technically possibly can do that, but there is no opposition in New York City to any move that would want to push that. In fact,
there is.
Do you know anything about New York City?
Yeah.
New York City.
There is other legal bodies within the city, and all of them should have been on the same agenda, which is after BLM, they were supposed to reduce the corruption. They were supposed to eliminate the racism out of the New York Police Department. And you might ask why they're doing that, but these are the people that Fanatic wants me in New York City living here to vote for. And I don't have an alternative to them. I have to vote for some of them. And these are the people sitting in the city council. They had multiple opportunities to change the situation. And
what
so
were those opportunities? You don't know what you're actually talking about, and you don't know the amount of support.
And Kezar, do you understand the difference between sizes here too?
That's actually for that, right? Like actually, like what I would do, like the support for what I would do to a police department. Like unfortunately, I understand that that's not there, right? What I would do to a police department, I would go to town on them, but it doesn't mean the public support is necessarily with me. And it doesn't mean that I would have the institutional support or the institutional capability to do that, depending on the jurisdiction that I'm in. Like you're just making shit up. You're just saying that, oh, well, years passed, and then all the promises, they didn't create the utopia. Yeah, I know. Change is hard and slow. Man. And for the bureaucracy, the machinery that happens within a city, within a town, right? Like, yeah, that makes it difficult. That's the reality of governing for anyone.
Your party controls the bureaucracy, though.
Oh
especially progressives in New York
City. It's not how bureaucracy works.
You're literally not even listening. You're
They
literally not
eliminated the
even
gun
listening.
control
You're
department.
literally not even listening. Like to think that
I'm not listening. You just interrupted
literally
me.
there was a fight within the Democratic Party, right? A fight that far leftists like myself lost about like what we should do with the police, and the liberals winning that fight like back the blue. You can listen how Biden talks about the police, right? He's backing the blue. He's
Is this New York?
he wants to supply police officers with more funding, more training. He talks about this is not what leftists like me
Prime, that's
wanted
not New York
at
City.
all, right? So to say that, well, your party didn't do it, like, understand that the Democratic Party is actually a big tent party. I don't know why you don't like. You need me to explain this to
understand
you,
that-
but
about
like,
Constitution,
yes, we are fighting a bunch of liberals who are fine with the status quo. We have, even within the Black community, a lot of people who like the police, who want to support the police, who don't want to defund the police the way the police need to be defunded. So yes, this is an ongoing conversation. To say that, well, one party was in charge the entire time. The one party doesn't agree on what the fuck to do. Even then, there's still that everything I already talked about with the institutional support and the institutional power to actually make those types of changes. But you don't understand any of that. You're saying, well, there's no
I understand
Republicans,
you have
so
the
I guess
power
you could
to
just do
remove
all of it.
entire departments. You had the power to do that. Like the
Okay,
department
whatever.
was-
You're not even listening, so we're moving
No,
on.
wait,
We're
wait,
moving on.
do you know what I'm
We're
talking
moving.
about?
Yeah, sorry, you're not listening, so I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Like I really
I am
don't
listening
even
to you,
care.
but you're talking about the national.
Okay, I'm muting you.
Mhm.
So, we're gonna move on to the next topic, guys. If you've been enjoying the content, hit that follow button. You haven't done so yet. Where we get heated here, and it's a lot of fun. And well, two weeks in a row, someone stormed out the first topic. So that's how we roll here. But it gets a lot of fun. So so consider following the channel. We haven't done so yet. If you're new, consider hitting that follow button. Also, of course, subscribe to the channel. That's what powers this. I literally can't do this without you. So if you value what we're trying to build here, consider hitting that follow button. If you got an Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use your 1 free sub per month here on this channel, so that I can keep doing all this for you. Give bits, give subs, all that helps out a ton. Okay, okay, so let's get started with the second topic. Topic 2: evidence is emerging that Bill Gates engaged in an affair with a young Russian woman while still married to Melinda Gates. A significant focus of this controversy is the age gap between the two. Mila, I don't know, Gates's mistress would have been in her very early 20s when they met, while Bill would have been in his 50s. This comes in a larger societal context in which men are looked at as suspect for dating significantly younger women. Do you think that dating an 18-year-old completely absolves a partner of criticism, no matter what their age gap might be? Are age gap relationships inherently toxic due to wild imbalance of power? We can all acknowledge that the relationships are perfectly legal, but should society attach shame and suspicion when age gaps occur? I really want to double down on that. All right, we already know that it's perfectly legal, so we don't have to talk about that. Like, oh, it's legal. We can acknowledge, legal. Okay, all right. Trying to move past that part. Yeah. So there seemed to be like a 30-year age gap between the two of these individuals. Again, this is as the context of an affair, but you know, it is what it is. Like, is it right to date 18, 19, 20-year-olds? They are indeed legal. Should that absolve you from criticism? Should no one have anything to say about such a thing when they see it occur? Or is that like, I don't know, some level of bigotry when you attack these types of couples? So let's talk about it. We'll start with my man, Lactoid.
Yeah, so the affair demonstrates that Mr. Bill Gates is a dishonest person. If stealing the shit early on that he stole didn't demonstrate that enough, I think this one definitely does. And I think that's really the only issue with the story. Otherwise, as long as both parties are adults, I do not have a moral problem with large age gaps. It might turn some heads, it might be a little bit weird, but I don't think it's an issue. If you are old enough to legally take bullets and bombs and die for your country, then you're old enough to take some dick. Also, there is a little bit of some sexist double standard here. Madonna is 64 years old, and after recently breaking up with her 23-year-old boyfriend, is now dating a 29-year-old. Yet the conversation is always on Leonardo DiCaprio, or I guess in this case, Bill Gates, even though the age difference there is actually less than Madonna with her 23-year-old boy toy. Look, if we want to make it so 18, 19, 20-year-olds are legally children, then sure, we can take away their ability to vote. We can take away their ability to join the military. Fine, great. We can kick it up to 21 if we want to. But we have to focus on consistency here, right? Either they are adult citizens that can own property and are entrusted with that responsibility, or they are not. Again, the real question is, why are we trusting this guy when we can't even trust him to not stick his dick in random women when he is married? He made a vow. He made vows and he broke them. This guy has no integrity. That's what we should be judging him for.
Okay. I wasn't planning on talking about the affair really, but maybe we might want to talk about that, whether that actually matched. We'll see. And we'll go to our friend Casimir. Okay. Please go ahead.
Sure. I think that I'll start from general. In general, in the United States, regardless of the age gap, I agree with everything that Lactoid said, by the way, in terms of like the morality of it. I don't really have a problem unless there is well, we'll talk about potential problems with fertility and whatnot. But regardless of the age gap, the power gap is almost exclusively in favor of the woman. So even if she's 18 years old and he's 80 years old,
And he's Bill Gates.
70, it doesn't matter. The power is always in her hands because of the laws that are written within the United States to protect women. So she will get superior decision in every single possible legal case. In any case of misbehavior, she will get a lighter sentence. In any case where children or inheritance or anything of that sort gets involved, she will get a better sentence than he potentially will. So anytime there's a rich person that has enough money where other enemy lawyers could potentially get involved, the woman actually has more power. Now, Bill Gates, surprisingly, is potentially the only case where that's not the case. And that's not because Bill Gates is that particularly strong compared to other rich men in the country, but it's because he's tied to the government, and that puts him above the judicial system. Because he now has lobbying and government ties, and he could actually potentially do whatever he wants with that woman because he's like a local demigod that can like commit crime after crime,
cool.
and nothing will happen to him. So, but I don't think if we can't generalize this particular case. And yes, I do find it sort of funny. It's like, Hitler is nailing 10 secretaries in his bunker. There are other things that are more worrying about his behavior than the secretaries he's nailing, right?
Okay. Look on Lactoid face says it all. Let's go to Alter Rossi. Who's muted?
Oh, you're right. I was.
Awesome,
My bad.
guys.
I think that. Well, first of all, I thought that the Bill Gates thing was just a jumping off point. I guess we're really honing in on his particular situation. I comment on that too. But I think that if people have an issue with somebody having a relationship with somebody, then they need to change the age of consent, period. If you have an issue with the age of consent, I don't fucking believe you. Because that means that you think that people are legally allowed to fuck children, and you need to be protesting outside of the courts. If you really believed that, you would be burning down your courthouses. You'd be flipping over police cars. I've seen people do it for a lot less than this, than the government letting people fuck kids. If you don't think that, then maybe just admit that sometimes people do things that make you a little bit uncomfortable and it's weird for you, but like that's pretty much it. In the case of somebody having a 30-year age gap, like Bill Gates is really, really rich. But I think it's a little bit weird to say that there's only a one-sided power differential when like I think that there are, and I think everybody acknowledges the fact that sometimes women gold dig rich men. And I don't think it's a one-sided power dynamic here. If you are as old as Bill Gates is, and obviously he was headed for a divorce, he's probably not getting laid. If you're in your 60s or higher, and some 23-year-old woman comes up to you and says she wants to suck your dick, I don't know how strong the power, I don't know how much the money butts up against that power differential, because you're probably not going to be in a position where you just go, no, I am far too moral for that. I'm sorry, you can't suck my dick. I'm going to go and lay next to my wife who will not sleep with me and is also very close to my age. I just don't think that there's I don't think it's appropriate to ignore that that dynamic is happening, and not every person is going to be strong enough to say no to that. This is a reality of the situation. As far as like the actual gap being there, I don't think you can make any rules that actually make any sense and is consistent across the board. It's just people crying because they don't like things.
Okay, all right. I didn't think we were talking about the affair at all, but looks like we'll have room for that lactoid. Let's go to Nina, please.
So, this is done as, you know, often is the case where I can tell that none of you fuckers actually read the article. Where it was alleged by Jeffrey Epstein that Bill Gates did this with no actual proof of it, and also like neither party has said that that is the case. If you read the fucking article, you would have realized that the main part of it was based off of another article that was saying, "Oh, Jeffrey Epstein claimed because Bill Gates didn't invest in something to like try." The entire point was Jeffrey Epstein was trying to make Bill Gates look bad in a very much of a every accusation is an admission type of way, where he was claiming that he was being inappropriate with an underage woman, which is, when we looked into it in the article, was not even the case to begin with. She met him at 25. He was 50 something. Yeah, that's an age gap. But there is no proof that they ever had a relationship. They met. There's a picture of them together. That's definitely true. If you watch the video, she's just talking about how she likes bridge a lot. There is no proof or any like aspect of the fact that he ever had a relationship. There's nothing that he ever had a relationship with her. So the fact that you guys have like kind of narrowed on that really makes it seem like you didn't read the fucking article.
I didn't think it was actually relevant. That's all. I just thought it was a jumping off point for the real conversation.
That's fine. That's fair. But regardless, I just want to be very specific on what the article was. There is no proof that he ever did that with her. I don't give a fuck if it did happen. Like, it doesn't really seem like that would be that much of a problematic thing because she was 25 and he was 50. Like, the main reason that a lot of people, like, if you're going to talk about jumping off points is because obviously the power imbalance, like that, it's hilarious. Whomever had said that, I think it was Casimir, that was like, oh, she has more power over a fucking billionaire and she's just some random Russian woman. That's hilarious and so fucking dumb. I don't even think I have to say any more about it. But nonetheless, there's no evidence that it happened. Neither one of them said it did. So I don't really know where you're getting that from. And I'm really wanting to get into it because I feel like you're just going to probably say some really sexist bullshit, Casimir, because I feel like that's just kind of who you are.
All right,
Well,
let's.
I'm going to
go.
say that.
No.
Oh no,
Dark.
that's Doobie. Sorry.
Dark Lord and Savior Doobie.
I'm a little bit torn on this one, to be honest with you. So I guess my assumption that like Bill Gates is worth like $100 billion or some shit. My assumption was that like he would be breeding like custom built fucking 1,000 out of 10 women in like test tubes, right? Newly 18 years old when they come out of the tube ready for his penis, right? Like that was my assumption. And so I look at this woman and she's like pretty below average, if I'm being honest. And that was like really surprising to me. So that being said, I think like the reason this is like a topic of conversation at all, right? So whether or not it was true that he actually fucked her or whatever, whether or not he cheated, I think it's just fucking weird to think that when he was like 4 years into Microsoft, was landing $100 million contracts before she was even born, right? Like that's fucking weird. There's something off about that. So I don't know if I buy like the power imbalance thing, because I mean a power imbalance can exist in any relationship, right? In any relationship where someone has money and someone doesn't, somebody has social status and someone doesn't, someone has a health issue and someone doesn't, right? There's a power imbalance. Someone loves the person more, right? There's the power imbalance. I think that the reason there's like this reaction is it's just fucking creepy. It's creepy to think that he was so old when she was born, and I think that there is something wrong with that. So like you guys saying that you have no issue with him fucking like a 17 year old like one day after she please stop. I'm sorry, an 18 and 1 day year old woman, right? You have no issue with that. Fresh out of high school, Bill Gates sticks his dick in her. You have no issues with that at all. I think that's fucking weird. I think that it tells me that there's like maybe you guys have like some demons that you're fighting, because to me that seems like unethical. It seems immoral, right? It seems like a bad thing to do as a human being. So I don't know. I just think it's icky, and that's why there's like this reaction.
I'll if I can respond to that directly. I do agree that there is a minor ethical thing. There could be a religious ethical thing if you're like a
Stupid, did that happen?
Might be not a Christian thing to do.
I don't know.
But
Well, I'm
I
talking
think
about like
that
the hypothetical of any 50-something
We're just
year
doing
old dude fucking an
hypotheticals
18-year-old.
then.
I think
Yeah,
that
so
the
separate. If you want,
hypothetical
we can separate from Bill
applies is if
Gates.
fertility is involved.
Any
Meaning,
any 50-something-year-old
he's so
fucking
old that he
18-year-old.
can't have
I think that would be
children.
more fair.
Casimir's talking. Why is everyone
Yeah,
talking over Casimir?
I don't know. You got
listen,
really quiet.
I want to agree with Doobie. Maybe there is. I see an ethical issue if he's like infertile, meaning, if he has children with her and she wants to have children, and they will have like genetic issues because he's too old, and that's a real concern with men over 50. Then that would be like an ethical concern because he can't perform one of the functions of a potential husband. And I do have some problem with them like having sex out of wedlock and the potential ramifications of having children. So he should divorce his first wife, and then if he marries somebody young, if he passes a medical examination and there's everything is fine in the
get
baby
married?
making department, then I don't see an ethical issue there beyond that.
Wait, hold on.
Casimir.
So I guess hold on. So I just want to
How
like.
do you live
I
like
think,
this?
So maybe I'll be more direct. Okay. So what this makes me wonder is what keeps him from fucking 17-year-old or 16-year-old or 15-year-old or 14-year-old? Is it really just the age of consent law?
It's
Is that all it
disgusting.
is? Hey, the law says 18 years old, so therefore that's where I'm going to limit myself. Like
So
so
first of all,
are you saying that if the
18
law
plus only,
if the law were
This
if
is
the
a
law were
risky
14 years old,
conversation for Twitch.
if the law were
Yeah.
14 years old, you guys would fuck 14-year-olds? Is that honestly your position? Does it being legal make it moral? Like I'm asking you. So you guys specifically, if it were legal to fuck a 13-year-old, would you fuck a 13-year-old?
Absolutely not.
Doobie.
Why?
And
It's legal. What's wrong with it?
We can't even discuss this topic.
Oh,
rationally.
you can't
I don't
answer
even
the
wanna-
question. That's sus as fuck. See, I can answer the question. I can say
and
no.
everything
I
else
wouldn't
is a
fuck a
choice, and we
13-year-old.
have a
Doobie, I
choice.
would
It's
not
not that
either.
hard.
I would not
We have a
either.
societal standard for 18
Brave
years of
stance,
age.
Lactoid.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
know.
fair.
To lower it
That's
below,
why
I wouldn't.
That's
and I don't think it should be that low.
I wouldn't
So,
even fuck a
Casimir, why can't you
19-year-old.
answer that question? I'm confused.
Wow, super moral state. I wouldn't fuck an 18-year-old. Okay.
No. I
So-
wouldn't fuck a 13-year-old.
No, Neela said she wouldn't fuck an 18-year-old.
No, I'm saying 19-year-old
agree,
because I think the
anything below 18
age
you
gap is a
shouldn't
little
fuck.
weird to me.
So if we were like France or something, or like Japan, right, and the age of consent was 13 years old, would you fuck a 13-year-old?
That's not
No.
the age of consent there. You're omitting details.
Just answer the
I'm asking
question.
you.
And the answer
I'm
was
asking
no.
you. Okay,
Okay.
so you wouldn't. So why not? If it's legal, like what's the issue with it?
The issue is that the heuristic of 18 years of age is based on a certain state of brain development. And we know that between age 18 and 26, roughly, on most humans, they're able to reach a state where they can consent. So I'm willing to push it closer to the biological age, which is roughly 24.
Around 25, 26.
All right,
let's
I'm down
say,
with
right?
that.
Technically,
Age of consent, 25.
technically it's 34 is when the final brain pruning happens. So I make that clear.
I think that's.
Let's
I think
figure
there's
mega
evidence for that on this
evolution.
panel. I'm 34, and I feel like I'm the only one here with a fully developed brain.
Oh,
Yeah.
I swear that you're the
It
most
is old as
racist one.
shit. So, fair enough.
Casimir, I just everything that you said just absolutely blew my fucking mind. I have heard a lot of shit talking to people like Doobie and I don't know, Lactoids had one here or there that really got me, but this one probably takes the cake. So I
hope you.
I'm not
actually
really
heard me
sure.
avoid interruptions, though.
I'm
No.
not sure where your like foundation for a lot of these things are coming from. So when I was 22, I married a 39-year-old woman. Okay. And now I'm married to somebody who is not, who's younger than me, and I have a vasectomy. It seems like you'd have a problem with everything that I've done. And I'm just trying to figure out, is this like the Bible's not like this? Like, where are you getting these moral ideas from?
So I think that if you had a vasectomy and you have a new partner, and
Yep.
the partner consented to like marrying you while knowing that you can't have children until you maybe reverse the procedure.
It happened after.
Right. Okay. Fine. Then if they consented to it, that's sort of fine. I agree. But I tried to. I started off saying that I don't see any moral issue initially, but then I realized, if she has an expectation to have children, then it might be plausible to have a moral issue. Do you understand the point now?
No.
No, unless you're saying that he's getting what they're saying, I'm going to put babies in you. And she's like, that's exactly what I want. And he's like, this stupid bitch, I don't even have any fucking sperm left. My balls are all dried up. I can't do it. Then there's a moral issue. He's tricking her. He's manipulating her. He's fucking her over.
Yeah,
I
that's
get
what
that.
I hypothesized. Yes, exactly.
Okay, that part was not made clear at all to me.
Yeah, people over talking me, so
Prime.
it's hard to listen to me.
Yeah.
Prime. Please answer my question. I have faith in you. So,
Okay.
is there places on the planet right now where it is legal for an adult, 34-year-old man like myself, to put my pee-pee in someone who's like 14 years old, right? So, like, is it? So I'm wondering, like, so maybe if I had grown up in that society, in that culture, I would think that's okay, right? Maybe it's just like a subjective kind of cultural thing. But I'm wondering, like, so you guys having grown up in like a similar culture to me, I think, I hope. What is it that keeps you from saying that if you're in that culture with a 14-year-old who'd been raised in that culture, to believe that it's okay for them to have sex with an adult and that they have been taught, the concept of sex with an adult at 14 years old? Like, what would be wrong with having sex with that child?
My client cannot answer that question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I gave him an answer.
Well,
and he
I
now
have
needs to
a-
Steelman it since he asked it twice. Steelman my answer that I provided to you, Doobie.
Hold on. So I don't think the
Asked and answered.
the expectation of children and all that is even relevant, right?
No.
Because I would say
Before
that.
besides that,
Well, I guess you have to ask, do you think 14-year-olds should be getting
You
pregnant?
don't remember it, so there's a problem on the panel. I gave an
Oh,
answer.
hold on. You mean the brain development thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you, I mean, I'm sure you'd agree that someone who's 18 years old is at a very, very different stage in brain development and life experience than someone who's like 50, right? So like if the brain development is a thing, why wouldn't we take the life experience and additional brain development of a 50-something-year-old to say that, oh, well, hey, these people are at different stages in their life, different levels of cognitive ability and experience, so they should not be having sex.
This is a false
Because
equivalency.
you set a minimum threshold somewhere, and I'm telling you that below that minimum threshold, they cannot consent. And I'm saying that I'm estimating that minimum threshold at 18, but if we are to change it, I'm willing to only raise it up, because biologically, the more we know, the later in life it becomes. However, once you reach
I'm going to ask something
threshold,
uncomfortable.
Okay,
and
I
you can
stand
make
with
that
that.
voluntary decision, then you can make
Okay,
it
raising the age of consent.
with somebody who's a 500-year-old vampire, and I wouldn't care.
Do you guys
I
think
don't
that
like where
teens
this is
can
going.
consent to sex with other teens? Do you guys think that teens like 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds can consent to sex with other 15 and 16-year-olds?
No.
No.
I think
Defeated
they do.
your trap,
Interesting
Doobie.
I
concept.
think it happens
Can't
all the
consent to sex
time.
with each other? Is that
No.
really your position?
Yes,
Yes,
really.
I'm saying that
Why?
their parents should be responsible for them engaging in sexual relationships when they're
That's
not
really
ready.
not the question.
And I don't think that they should be punished. I'm not sure to the extent of which their guardian should be punished, but their guardian should probably be punished. Definitely.
No, they should be
Hold on.
punished.
How do you
They
stop that?
should be
To be
punished
clear,
specifically.
Spoken like
your
a
position is-
non-American with that
believe-
No, the
authoritarian
kids.
You believe that
take.
high school students can't consent to having sex
Correct.
with each other. That's
Correct.
your position.
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain, please?
Right. So, going off what Casimir said, this idea of there's a minimal threshold of mental competence. That makes perfect sense, right? We've established it somewhere. I think anywhere between 18 and 21 makes sense to me. I think I would estimate that'd be a reasonable minimum threshold. I would like consistency. Doobie, if you can vote, if you can fuck me over in the presidency, if you can go and take bullets, I don't understand why. Like we as a society clearly have established, okay, you are old enough to consent to doing those things, which are like have some often, especially with taking bullets, have way more gravity. Then it doesn't make sense to me that you couldn't consent to having sex. And so
If
then
there was no military, would it be the same?
Right, but we have a military, and that's always going to be the case, at least during our
I'm
lifetimes.
just curious if that's the only reason.
Well, no, there's other things too, and I'll go into that. But the question posed, and then the question is, okay, you have somebody under the age of 18. Well, we've established that they cannot engage in certain activity that's particularly risky. So what do we do when we catch? And by the way, there's plenty of risks of sex, including pregnancy, STDs, physical injury, and emotional injury. What do we do when we catch children doing something they're not supposed to do? Well, if they're drinking alcohol, we confiscate the alcohol and we give them a ticket and we make them go to alcohol classes, right? That's what we do because we say, this is something that children are not supposed to be engaging in.
No.
This is what we do. That makes perfect sense to me. I'm telling you, this is what we do.
That.
Okay, you're wrong.
I've never
Like
heard that
legally, okay, maybe my state's like a weird anomaly where.
Okay, so how are you relating that to sex?
I'll get there. I'll get there because alcohol consumption,
All right.
just like sex, is a risky behavior that we don't want kids engaging in. And so when two children are having sex, like if you have a 15 and a 14-year-old or a 16 and a 15-year-old, I would have the same prescription, which my state actually does. My state does have that illegal. And what the prescription is,
Wait, what is illegal?
we having sex under the age of 18, even with another 18-year-old. It's called underage sexual activity. It's a misdemeanor. Obviously, it's a misdemeanor though. So once you become an 18-year-old,
I think you might have misspoke.
So we gotta. I want to hear.
Yep. Once you become 18, obviously, it's a juvenile record. It gets wiped. What my prescription?
No,
what my
Let
prescription?
me just qualify. I'm just qualifying. I'm just qualifying.
Yeah,
I understand her question.
So can you say like a 15-year-old can fuck another 15-year-old? Yes.
The question that Doobie asked is, can a 15-year-old fuck another 15-year-old?
No, I'm at.
Okay, I'm muting you now. I want to hear what he has to say. Like, go ahead.
Legally, no, and under my opinion, no, because children cannot engage in activity that's risky. That's the point. Like, that surpasses a certain risk threshold. This is why we don't let a 15-year-old have sex with a 25-year-old, because the act of engaging in sex is risky. We do let 25-year-olds, let's say, force a 15-year-old to eat their vegetables or force them to do something else they might not want to do if it actually is good for them in the long run, right? Adults are in a position of authority to force children to do things that they don't want to do, but the limit is it beneficial for the children and is it overly risky? Well, if a child can't consent to having sex with a 25-year-old, I don't see them being able to consent to have sex at all because sex carries the same risks regardless if you're doing with a 15-year-old or a 25-year-old. And obviously, the punishment's going to be different because the perpetrators are of a much more immature state of mind. So what the best solution here is we catch two 15-year-olds having sex. We do what my state does, which is force them to go to extra health classes and give them tickets. That's the best idea of what to do.
I think that's bad and harmful to the 15-year-old.
Psychotic.
I think that we have I think there's been a really long history of the church and uptight parents trying to convince their kids to not have sex with each other.
Kids should not be having sex.
Well, okay, well, hang on. I think that it's been tried every way imaginable to stop them from doing it.
Right.
They're gonna fuck each other. That's because human beings, we want to fuck each other.
They're
and
also going to drink.
I think it's much better for them to experience it with somebody who doesn't have. I think that it's really bad for a 15 to fuck a 25-year-old because there are things implicit to that kind of relationship. There are serious, unreconcilable power differences there. If you're 15 years old and you live at home with your parents and you're 25, you have your own house, you have your own car, you have a source of income. There's a lot of ways that you can manipulate this person in ways that they have not been exposed to.
Okay.
But if you're doing it with somebody that's on the same footing as you, this is how you, this is how most people are going to have their first time experience. This is how, most people are going to have their awkward and embarrassing experiences. I think it's just part of life. I think that it's really normal. And I think that it's really weird to try to say that this should be illegal.
Okay, I got to grill you. I got to grill you. I got a couple things on what you said because these are I've had this debate a couple times. These are like the most common responses.
I don't think we should encourage it.
So sure, we shouldn't encourage it. I guess the first. I've got so many points that I'm kind of losing track of them a little bit, but I'll try.
Okay.
So we have a situation where children are engaging in activity that we don't want them to do. You just said you wouldn't encourage it. I think that is sort of saying, okay, you don't want them to do it. when you say there's a
I think it's bad as an adult to encourage kids to have
yeah,
sex
I
with
understand.
people.
When you say there's a power differential, my question for you is, how does that actually affect the risks at play? Look at the teen pregnancy rate, for example. Okay, do you think there's a significant risk of harm for a 15-year-old girl for getting pregnant, regardless if she gets pregnant from another 15-year-old or a 25-year-old? Is the fact that she's getting pregnant kind of a major life disruption in of itself?
I think that there is a bigger risk. I think that if there's a 25-year-old, there's a lot of malicious things that 25-year-olds might be up to that could lead to her getting pregnant that 15-year-olds are not up to. I think that if things are happening in a safe way between, not only that too, you're smuggling in these ideas so that I think that at any point that it should be done without protection or without some kind of birth control or anything like that. There's a ton of other prescriptions that could be put onto here. What were you talking about?
Wait, Elder, is your issue when you're talking about the power dynamics? My question for you, if you have a 25-year-old who, let's say, gets supervised by a police officer and the parents, so there is no risk of manipulation, are you okay with a 25-year-old having sex with a 13-year-old girl?
What does that mean?
No risk of manipulation.
Well, we're changing the age. We're changing the age a bit here, but
15. We'll keep it at 15. Okay, 15 and a 25-year-old. Okay.
Well, actually, when you were 25,
no, I don't think adults should watch a 15-year-old.
That's irrelevant. No, that's irrelevant to the question. The question is, it seems like when you keep bringing up power dynamics, there's a risk of manipulation. There's a risk of this person doing this. If it was supervised, hold on. If it was supervised by like a judge. And like it was like they fucking signed off on everything. They signed off on everything to make sure it was not manipulative. And they know for a fact, and they're monitoring the sexual relationship, so they know it's not manipulative. They know that nothing's wrong happening, or nothing wrong is happening, according to what you're saying. At that point, would you be okay with a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old?
No, this is still deviating from the thing that I think is normal and natural and how humans are going to interact with each other. I think that when you are past the age of puberty, you are going to experiment sexually with your peers.
You're dodging the question. Hold on, you're dodging the question.
I said no first.
But no, then the follow-up question is why? Because when I ask you why is it wrong, when I ask you the question why is it wrong, you just said it was not. You just said hold on. You just said I'm hammering this because this is an important point, because most Americans are under this weird fucking bizarre like perspective where it's like, yeah, I think kids could fuck, but then like deep down they actually don't think so. What about like a bunch of 15-year-olds got into an orgy? Would you have a problem with that? I would have a major fucking problem with that. What if you had a judge and a police officer supervise a 25-year-old so that there is no power dynamic issue, there is no manipulation? Like, then is there a problem? Clearly there's a problem.
So 25-year-old fucking a 15-year-old?
Yeah. Nina, what's wrong with a 25-year-old having sex with a 15-year-old?
Well, why would a 25-year-old be interested in fucking a 15-year-old?
I don't know. Let's say they're like interested.
They have
sexual attraction to a 15-year-old. Let's just say it exists. Yeah. What is morally wrong with this occurring?
Why would you even enjoy being around a 15-year-old for 25?
Oh my God, Nina,
we're already supposing that they are
for
here.
Their PP in them. They're like a hebephile or whatever. Like they want to fuck the 15-year-old. So like what's immoral about that?
The idea of being sexually attracted to a 15-year-old as a 25-year-old is just so foreign to me that maybe somebody else needs to explain it. But like I don't.
But then
I don't understand what because you would have nothing in common. You are two completely different aspects of your life.
None of that matters. Literally, none of that has ever mattered.
I feel like it does matter.
Who wants to stick their dicks?
Do you think this never happens? Neela,
like,
do you think this never happens? You can't imagine it ever happening because it's never happened before. Is that what you're saying?
What do you find interesting in? What do you find?
It's unimportant.
We're just saying it happens.
I mean, it is incredibly important.
Okay,
not
so
your particular aspect.
Like it's like obvious. Look, I can't get inside the heads of these people. I don't know why they have the interest they do, but they do. They like it. I don't know why.
Let me explain why it's an issue. Yeah, because they don't want to deal with somebody who's actually like of their age and like smart enough to know, and they want to deal with some idiot that has no idea what the fuck's going on, that they can basically convince into anything.
It's like supervised by a cop.
I'm talking to someone that had this happen to me, where I do understand why they were interested in that, because I would do anything that they wanted. They basically convinced me we had to have sex every single night. Like, and you know why? Because they made it seem normal, because they were older than me. So then they made it seem very normalized.
There's 15-year-olds that do this. The 15-year-olds. There are 15-year-olds that convince their 15-year-old girlfriends to have sex every night. Yes.
I don't give a shit. That's not what we're talking about, though.
That's what we're talking about, because some people here think it's okay. No. Listen. Because some people.
I'm sure that happens, Lactoid. I'm sure that happens.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna handle this. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'm going to move past this. If you can answer the question, great. If not, that's fine. Okay. So look, you established, and I'm sorry to hear it, that you had some bad experiences with someone who was older than you, who tried to convince you of those things, right? So but by your story, you understand that an older person can have interest in a younger person, whether it's legitimate or
Yeah,
not.
because I was
they
an
can.
idiot and
Okay.
easy to
And yeah,
manipulate.
manipulation. Sure. Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Anyway, or to have sex. But anyway, what was the larger question you wanted to ask, Latoid? We'll give it one more try. Then I got to move on. 'Cause
Sure. I think I've asked the questions, and I people are saying it's natural. People are saying that like the kind of like the naturalistic argument of like, well, this is what has happened, but that's really not. Well, first of all, like if we want to focus on that, I mean that leads down very dark roads because I mean they're historically, if you want to go back to caveman times, I'm not sure there was really all that many limits on for 13-year-olds and 25-year-olds really, or 15-year-olds and 25-year-olds. The reason why it's wrong, for somebody under the age of 18 to have sex generally, right, is because this person is below the age of consent and they cannot consent to risky activities. They cannot consent to drinking alcohol. They can't consent to smoking cigarettes. They can't consent to sex. They can't consent to gambling. They can't consent to joining the military. For all of these things that carry with them a tremendous amount of risk, we say you are not developed enough to know whether or not you want to engage in this behavior. And if you engage in this behavior, you're not doing it from a place of informed consent. You're not doing it from a place of understanding. That is the problem. And if we establish that as the basis, which is okay, if you're under the age of 18, you can't consent to have sex. That doesn't just apply to people who are over 18. That applies also to people who are under 18. But again, people who are under 18 who do something wrong, like have sex with somebody under 18, which is wrong, we should punish them accordingly to how old they are. So no, don't throw them in prison, but maybe extra health classes and a fine. The same thing we do when we catch them with booze or weed. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So I'm gonna respond to you, right? And Casimir, I see your hand. I'm gonna respond to you and Doobie. One, I think the problem is that I don't want kids having contact with the judicial system because they had sex. That the thing is I'm not comfortable with at all. I hear what you're saying in that, well, maybe kids can't consent even with each other. Fair enough. And I think you brought up a lot of interesting points there. But I wouldn't especially like who would that be used against more? I think would actually be used more against people who are LGBTQ in their relations. If we could criminalize their behavior and make it a police incident. So I'm against that. But I can see that as a society, we can maybe steer them away. You can say you can do all the same thing. You can recognize there's a problem if an adult catches them, and then you can direct them to not do that behavior. You can do that without the benefit of the law.
Would you be in favor if it was just, again, like the punishment was not like overly punitive, but it was like similar to, like, let's say we catch a kid drinking liquor and behind his car. Like, surely if the cops catch that, you would want them to stop it, right?
I absolutely don't
I don't think they
want
should go to jail.
people to have
I'm
anything
not
on
saying
their
that.
record because it makes things much more difficult for those kids. I wouldn't want them to have that on record. Okay, I'm going to go to Doobie. Doobie, you asked the question previously. Are you still there, Doobie?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you asked the question previously, and I didn't get a chance to answer. So I'm going to answer it directly. You talked about like some nation out there, right? Let's call it Ancapistan, where you could fuck 14-year-olds, right? And whether I would if I was placed in that country. So I would say I would not. If I was, if you plot me into this country and this place was, and it was perfectly legal, I could do it. I wouldn't do that. Okay. And I've argued like before, many times before with you here, that we should raise the age of consent. So I think you should raise it to like 25, right? Like I think maybe Cass was saying previously. But that being said, I don't know how I can necessarily criticize a person like a 25-year-old who had sex with a 15-year-old within that nation, um, if they don't have any sort of understanding otherwise. Like if they've grown up in a nation, in a society that says that this is a positive thing, that there is no issue here, and if when they engage in that activity, that that their younger partner consents, whatever that word means, consents, and doesn't express regret or any sort of hurt, how would a person who's grown up within that context know otherwise? So I don't know like how I could necessarily say that you're necessarily a bad person if the society tells them there's no harm and the children are reporting no harm. So I hope that answers your question, Dewey.
Yeah, it does.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
I can rant
so,
more.
I wouldn't fuck the 13-year-old.
Good.
Doubt.
And in Ancapistan, you wouldn't be able to do anything with children either, because in Ancapistan, the theory we have is that children, there is a position that's open that's called guardian, and it's normally occupied by parents, but anyone can fulfill that position theoretically, and that position is similar to like a guardianship or a trust, where you're taking on obligations, and if you don't fulfill those obligations, then you are potentially liable. So your obligations, until you remove yourself from guardianship, until you declare that you're not, and you find someone else, that's one of the obligations as well. You can't forestall it. You have to find someone else that would be able to replace you, or at least.
Well, the
It
local
doesn't matter about the
community could
details.
define, the local community in Capistan could define that the age majority is 15, right?
Right.
No, they won't be able to, or at least if they
Why?
try to, that
How?
then it would be a thing. That it would be a possible cause of war if we were to prove that
Isolated
it's very
island.
likely that those people cannot actually consent. Consent is the key. It's
Wait,
very
hold
important.
on.
And
Wait a
the
minute,
people
what?
who are punished, this is the core of my point. The people who are
Did you
punished
really
are the
have one?
guardians. The children are not punished at all. They're potentially educated, but they're never punished. The punishment that Lactoids talks about applies to the guardians. The guardians pay any fines that society imposes on them based on local laws. But the children, they get education. They get separated, perhaps forcibly separated from that other person, because they are not in control. The
That
guardian
part's
is in
less
control.
interesting. Well,
Yeah.
look, go ahead. You can do, but you can handle it.
Sure.
Phoebe,
So what would keep a community down the road of pedophiles and hebephiles of creating a different community where the age majority was 13 years old, in that community fucking children?
The same thing that it's keeping them away from the current reality, which is if we care about it enough, we can go to war on that topic. We can say, don't do that because you're enslaving children and you're violating guardianship. Just like I believe that it's quite possible to justify invading some Middle Eastern country if they practice female genital mutilation. I think that would be a proper cause of war instead of like they have oil, let's take it.
So you would say that because
liberating
you're
slaves is a proper cause for war. Yes.
sure, so you would say that because your ANCAP community has like a different contract, you get to go to their community and impose your contract upon them, and
I'm saying that
aggressively you get to break
I'm
the
saying that
nap
it's
and attack them.
no, it is. So it depends on whom you're talking to. From my perspective, I'm not violating the NAP because I'm offering help to somebody who's violating their guardianship. And if I believe honestly that 15-year-olds can't consent, then yes, I can go to war with people that do believe that. And one of us is factually correct, and one of us is factually wrong.
Oh, good.
But-
Wait, that's how
but
a libertarian.
There's layer of knowledge and there's layer of fact. And I believe that that's what we navigate in any of our decisions. We navigate something is objective reality, and then we estimate it for deals. So I can potentially escalate. It'll be a slow escalation, but I'm responding to a hypothetical. Potentially, at the end of that escalation, there could be war over the topic of their children can't consent.
This is interesting because typically when I talk to an ANCAP, they will say that that the only thing you could do to those people is exile them from the community, right? So if you're saying that your ANCAP community would go around imposing your rules upon other people who haven't agreed to your rules, that's interesting, I guess. But it sounds like you just taken a few extra steps and made a state like the one we have now that goes
It
around
sounds
imposing
that
laws
way.
on people.
But do you notice that there's a principle involved? When there is a principle involved, it's no longer arbitrary. Meaning the principle is that we're trying to determine where does consent, meaning
Mhm.
full consciousness, begins. And if I'm more right that it's closer
That's not
to
what that
18
means.
It's
than
not
it's
really
to
that though,
13,
because I
Let
mean,
him
so for
cook.
example,
then
the United
objective
States
reality
and
is
other
closer
countries.
to me than to the other person. So it's not arbitrary.
Hold on, but like so Russia, for example, justified going to war in the Ukraine to save the Ukrainian. I'm sorry, the ethnic Russians there, right? For example, one of the big things during the war on terrorism is, oh God, we have to save these people living under the oppressive rule of the Taliban or whatever the fuck, right? So like it really does. There seems to be like a principle there. It's like, hey, these people are living under tyranny. We want to free them. We want to liberate them. So we get to go to war and kill all these other people there. Like
So
it really
do
does
you
seem
want
like
to
the
be
same
presented
thing.
with this analogy? Because there is this analogy here.
Sure.
So the omitted part from the invasion of Ukraine is that, and I actually said it at the very, very start of the war, that if all they wanted to do was to protect Donbass against the invasion by the central forces from Kiev, I, as an ANCAP, I would say that part is justified. However, we know that it's not the case. They didn't just defend Donbass; they invaded and tried to take Kiev. They bombed civilians. Every time they bomb a civilian, they are violating, fundamental laws. When they annexed territory, that was clearly indicating that they didn't intend to like liberate anyone. So they didn't like move into the Donbass and then stop and defend themselves. That's not what they were doing.
I see.
Therefore,
So
that's
if
like a
they're
false analogy.
so
And
you're
the
saying that
United
if, so
States,
you're saying that if
when we
all they had
went into
done, I'll go for it.
Iraq is the same thing. It's like disanalogous to the ANCAP situation you're trying to analogize.
Okay, so you're saying that if all they had done was taken the Donbass region and they sit there, that would have been justified. That would have been okay for them to invade a country.
Well, if we would discover if it's justified. So first of all, there's like layers here, right? I believe in full secession down to like the individual. So we would have to discover what do the individuals in Donbass want. What I proposed in multiple like conversations about this is that there should be no annexation and no decision until, let's say, a decade after the war. So, but I do believe that if all the militaries are like criminal and unjustified in that conflict, the Kiev one and the Russian one, they're all like imposing themselves on other people. So we're choosing the lesser evil, basically, or like the lesser violation.
Wait,
So
but what if the children in those communities consent to having sex with adults, the 13-year-olds for all through like 18-year-olds, they all say, "Hey, Dad, I love this community. I want to live
can't.
here. Please don't." Well, why can't they?
Because the
Because you
adults in
decided
Donbass.
arbitrarily that they can't. I'm not talking about Donbass. I'm talking about
No,
the
but
ANCAP
no, but
pedophile
you're trying
decision.
to switch between the two.
So,
But I want to focus on this.
well, because you're
Adults in
saying that it
Donbass.
depends on
Wait,
the. No, go
allow
for
me
it.
to respond. I'm actually responding. I'll respond to both. Adults in Donbass can express consent, but even with them, I would want them to have like a pause of no war, like ceasefire for 5 years, allow all the people to return, and then express their consent through like a democratic vote, at least for secession or no secession or whatever. With the children, you would have to wait to find out what they consented to until they're actual adults. So if they're
Okay, but they're going to be
13-year-olds,
adults based on your standard
my
in your
wager is
community
that
that
they
they haven't
can't
agreed to.
consent. My wager
Yeah.
would likely be better than yours.
Okay, but again, you're asking that they wait until they're adults by your standard. Where I think you agreed earlier that the standard's kind of arbitrary, right? It's based on like brain development or whatever the fuck. But we agree that a 25-year-old is far more developed than an 18-year-old. So why wouldn't it be okay for another community to come along and say, hey, actually, 25-year-olds are the only ones that can consent. You have 18-year-olds in your community, so we're going to come in and liberate the 18-year-olds in your community that are being enslaved. Like,
Yeah,
why?
and
It just seems like
it's not so the word arbitrary is used falsely by most people that use it. Read the dictionary definition and read how it's actually.
Oh, the
actually means.
dictionary definition
It means
argument.
that
Love
it's
that.
based on a whim without any system. Whereas I'm proposing to you a system. One of the people is objectively right. So you presented 3 cases. 14-year-old, 18-year-old, and let's say 24-year-old. So one of these cases is more right objectively, but then people have a limit to their ability to discover which one of them is more correct. The more they know scientifically how the brain develops, the closer they will be to the truth. So, but one of these communities is righteous. Now, what I believe will happen is the community that believes in 18-year-old and the community that believes in 24-year-old, they will be able to compromise much easier than the crazies that believe that it's like
Why?
What is that community?
assume
What,
that?
what are you even talking about?
Casimir,
Wait,
what
hold
if
on, why would you assume that they'd be able to compromise more easily if the 25-year-old community believes that the 18-year-olds cannot even consent, that these are slaves in the same way that the 14-year-olds were?
I'm fine with them trying to assert that and escalating that. I'm
Okay,
fine
yeah,
to
so
stick to
there'd be
that
a war.
because one of them is objectively true.
One of them.
We will eventually find out. If you believe in materialism and science, we will eventually find out
Oh,
who is closer
What?
to the truth. Is it yes or no? Do you
This
not
is a
believe that?
ridiculous
This is
system.
can I
objective
test that?
scientific
Dude,
method?
We
I
will win
really
the
like to
war.
have
test
you ever
that
taken
proposition.
ayahuasca, dude? What the fuck
And
are
we
you
go to war and we
talking
kill
about?
each other to
Drazi?
figure out if it's objectively true.
Doobie,
Yeah.
Doobie, what's your answer to the question? Do you think of the underagers? What the two of them? What's your answer?
The having sex with the 14-year-old thing or whatever.
Yeah,
So
what's your answer?
I think the reality is that my perspective on this is just going to be influenced or informed by the culture that I grew up in, and I was taught that it's not okay to fuck a 14-year-old or 15-year-old. So if I were there as myself today, before you get. So if I were there as myself today, I wouldn't do it because I've been taught that it's wrong. But if I grew up in that culture, I would absolutely fuck the 15
No, I know that.
Why do I agree with
Wait,
Doogie
it's the
so much
wrong.
tonight?
You misunderstood the question. Do you
you
think
might-
do you
I don't
believe in the
know.
United
I
States
wanna start,
today
actually.
that we should punish two 15-year-olds for having sex with each other?
Oh,
Right.
no.
Light punishment,
I don't think we-
reasonable punishment, tickets and
I don't-
education.
No, I don't think so.
I think. Hold on. Well, it depends, right? So I might be okay with and this is like I guess hypocritical, but because I was sexually active at like 12 years old, right? So like,
Dude.
but I think that was a bad thing, right? To be clear, I think that was a bad thing to have happened.
Good.
So I'd be okay with if we found that 15-year-olds were having sex, yeah, I'd put them into like some education thing, like, hey, this is why you should wait until you're an adult, and blah blah blah. Like that seems fine.
You never even heard why I was not okay with your punishment and stuff, Lactoid.
I said
You
tickets
jumped
and
to another
education.
hypothetical.
No, I said
I
tickets and
think-
education.
And Lactoid
I think
didn't
if you're sending
respond
them
me
to
at
a
all.
class, if you're sending them
Just
to a
ran.
class and all that, I think that you're running a risk of fucking up their sexual development. I think if you want to sit down, if the parents want to sit down with their kids and talk to them about the concerns that they have and just sort of have them consider it and explain compassionately that what they did is pretty natural and normal. However, these are the risks that you can run into. And if they're going to continue to do this behind their back, you need to let me know so that I can make sure you're doing it safely. I think that is the better approach, because if you're just sending them to a class, it can, one, make them feel like sex is bad or wrong, and that can fuck you up in the head. But also, too, I think that gives a false sense of security that they're not going to do it anymore. And if they are going to continue to do it, you're not taking your role as a parent seriously by making sure that they have the safety precautions that they're going to need if they're going to keep on doing it.
All right, let me give you like the worst hypothetical I can think of then.
Sure.
You got a 15-year-old who, let's say, you keep putting them in health classes, and they just, as soon as they're done, they go out and they like impregnate some other 14-year-old, and they have like 25 under their belt already. So they got like ruined 25 children's lives. At what point are you going to stop this person? How many more like teenage pregnancies are we going to tolerate before we say, look, the cops are going to stop you? Sorry.
I think at that point we need to just make birth control free at their health clinic in that town.
Wait, this is
'Cause
like
this kid be
sexual
macking
assault
left
at
and
that
right.
point. That's not as in the.
I agree with you. It's sexual assault. Yes, because they're 14.
They're sexually.
Oh, I thought they were the same still. Same age still.
No, they are. They are. It's a
Okay.
double. It's a double way sexual assault. They are sexually assaulting each other.
But what
Yes.
are they doing? They're just having consensual sex.
Sorry.
and-
It's not consensual.
You know?
They're underage of 18. It's not consensual. It can't be.
Yes, it is. If it's with
Look,
another like in America,
Children
if
cannot
you're
consent.
under the age of 18, you can consent to have sex with each other. You cannot consent to have sex with an adult.
It's not true in
I think
every
you're getting
state.
that mixed up.
It's not true in every
Well,
state.
well,
Of course, it's not true in
Why would-
every
why would they be
state.
able to
Sure.
consent? So Nina,
Hang
why
on.
would they be able to consent to sex with like?
That's
with,
not what
like,
it means.
Another 15-year-old, but not to like a 25-year-old.
Well, because generally the laws just don't work the same way. Whereas like having the consent to have sex with an adult is different.
The law doesn't
I'm
care
not
about
asking
consent.
for the law. I'm asking. Go ahead.
It's the
There's a
age at
baby
which you can only
consent
be
to
the
being
victim of
like going
statutory
to the
rape.
doctor by their parent. Like, what do you mean? You literally don't have the aspect of consent in a lot of ways when you're a child because that's just how it works with like an adult. But when we're talking about in relationships, that's still it's not it's the adult child like a relation where you have the consent argument that is like important when you're talking about like if like two 15-year-olds want to fuck, it's not the same argument. You're gonna a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old wanting to fuck.
How many people here are over 25? 25 or over? Is everybody here 25 or over?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
all
cool.
25.
So do you remember
Not
when
me.
you were 15 or 14 and you wanted to fuck one of your classmates? Do you think that you actually wanted that then? Do you think when you had those feelings that you're like, oh, I was out of my mind. There's no way I truly wanted that.
Elder. So this is actually this is a
Satan
problem.
in
This
my
is a
brain.
problem with human psychology. So when we look back at our past memories, we tend like memories aren't
We should
perfect.
fix it then.
It's more of a play as opposed to a recording, right? People tend to review their memories with the knowledge and personality they have now, not with the knowledge and personality they had then. To be honest, at 15, no. There's no way that I had the prerequisite understanding necessary. And did I have the
Okay,
impulsive
let's
feelings
get away
too?
from that.
For sure,
I
but there's
understand
no
what you're
way I
saying.
could
I understand what you're
consent. There's no way. I was 15.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but do you think that that should necessarily, as much as you know what it like felt like at the time or whatever, like you just want to get your nut off or whatever, like do you think like if it was somebody who like was really interested in you, wanted to do that things with you, because obviously like 15-year-olds like depending on how sexually active they've been or
When
whatever.
I was 15, I would have had sex with any chick who offered it.
Sure.
100%.
That's a
But do you
problem.
think-
And I
but
would-
do you think
That's a
okay, that's
problem.
fine.
wouldn't have
That's
found it to be a
fine. Okay,
problem.
lactoid, that's fine that you can think that's a problem. But do you think that the solution to that is punishing them? That's going to ruin their entire fucking life.
Not ruining their entire life.
How is it not going to ruin their life? What
Because-
punishment could happen? Well, no, Casper, hold on. No, let's come back to you. Let's come back to you. That's fine. Let's come back to you. I want to ask Lactoid here though. What punishment is not going to ruin their life?
The same punishment we do if we catch them underage drinking. We give them a ticket, right? And then
how are they going to pay for it? They're 15. They don't have any money.
So again, if we catch them with alcohol, we also give them a ticket. If they really can't pay, there's
Do you think that's also a
ways.
good idea?
There's ways that can be forgiven, or
Like what?
there's legal avenues in which if a child is truly indignant and can't pay, then you can't
Okay, they don't have a job. They have no money.
Right. I'm
Their
saying
parents
literally
maybe
do the
suck.
same thing we do when we catch them with whiskey, which is we give them a ticket. If they can't pay, obviously we can't collect on the ticket. But if they can pay, then we make
What
them
does
pay
that
the
mean?
ticket. And then we also make them go to extra classes, extra health classes, where we
How
teach
are they
them.
going to get to those classes? How are they going to get to those classes?
We make them as part of their education in school. We make kids go to
They can't
school all the
drive.
time.
They can't drive. They can't drive. Are they?
They
at
go
the
to public
school
school
that they're
right
in?
now. We literally bus them into public schools, and then what we do is
So
we
it's
say
part of their class.
we
So
could
it's part of
maybe
their
we could
class.
maybe even call it detention. It's a crazy concept where you have to stay after the class and you have to
Okay.
take extra classes on why you shouldn't be going and having
really
sex.
You really think that's going to make them better off? You really think that's going to help anything of their life to make them do to punish them like
Yes,
that?
intervening
All
and
they did is they
stopping.
wanted to fuck.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yes.
guys, I can't play Xbox. I gotta go to the class I have to go to because I fucked my
I
girlfriend.
am not comfortable with a bunch of 16-year-olds organizing an orgy over Snapchat. Okay, I'm not
Okay,
comfortable.
that's not what we're talking. We're not
Wait,
talking about.
what
we're
problem
not
do you
talking
have with
about
that?
We're not talking
Wait.
about
What problem do you have with that?
We're talking about one person fucking their
Would you
girlfriend
punish
and
them?
they're two
Would you stop
15-year-olds.
them?
I fucked my boyfriend when I was 15.
I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you.
I'm saying, do you think I should have gotten punished for that?
Yes.
I should
Anybody?
have
Yes.
after school classes. Did you fuck
Yes.
any when did you first
You
have
think-
sex?
I was 19. Okay, because I'm a
that's why you have
properly
this point of
developed
view.
person.
That's why
Okay.
you have this point of view. It makes a lot of
Yeah, and then
sense
now
now,
look-
doesn't it?
Yeah,
Oh
and
my god.
Lactoid.
Look
look
You're
at me
29,
compared to the other
you
people on the
need to be
panel. I'm
punished.
just saying.
Has
Oh,
sex at,
Ruby, what is a
if you
guardian?
have sex at 19, it turns you to a libertarian. So be warned, parents.
Oh no.
No, but
But no, I hear you. I hear you, friend. No, look, I think that I don't know. I have a problem with the punishment you were talking about, not because I don't think we can't deliver a punishment or that like it's not a thing that we do. Like we do these things at the time. I have a problem with it because I don't want the criminal justice system involved. I want to lower the amount of time that chances that criminal justice systems interacts with kids. Like you're saying,
Pretty
well,
nice.
if someone is too poor to pay, then there are options for them. But then that's like it creates a further barrier, and that like I guess you got to go to court and prove
Community
like, bring in
service.
documents.
Like if they can't pay, we make them go pick
How
up.
are they
If
gonna
they
get
can't
this
pay,
when they
if they
service,
can't
my
pay,
guy?
we will bus them over to the highway and they can pick up trash. They can
So you
learn
want slave
the
labor,
value
you
of
want
hard work.
slave labor, Lacto. You understand
Community
what you're
service
saying.
is slave labor.
Yes,
He
it
the
is if it's
guardian,
mandatory.
Lactoid.
Well, I mean, it
Who
is
is the
literally.
guardian, Prime
Yeah, I
Keys?
guess jury duty is
Who is
also
the
slavery.
guardian, Josh?
I guess every
No, but you know, fuck, you know,
Hello?
criminal.
Who's the
taxes are
guardian?
slavery. If we want to get really into it, that is true.
No, it's not.
I have to work, and you're taking the money I
If
get
you
from
don't-
working.
If you don't
I
work,
don't
you don't pay
know.
taxes, you idiot. That's the
Let's not
exact
go down that
opposite of
road.
that.
Oh, I have to work, otherwise I'll die.
Go
Who's
down
the
that road.
guardian?
Okay, but you don't have to pay taxes, so shut the fuck up on that.
So it's slavery. Either you work or
Who
die.
is the
True.
guardian?
Why? Why are you asking?
Okay, well, you
this?
know
Who's
what? You don't get a choice if you're in
Casimir,
jail.
Casimir.
no, I don't care about the taxes.
Slave
Casimir,
labor is literally legal
Cas-
if you're in
Cas-
jail.
You're dodging
Casimir.
the actual answer.
Casimir.
The
Well,
ter- Legally, the 13th Amendment has an exception for punishment for a crime, okay? It is
Everyone
perfectly
is
legal
wrong.
to do that.
Lactoid is wrong.
Yes.
And Lactoid is running away from me because he's a coward.
I didn't even know you were talking.
You?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What are you
really
saying?
talking to you. You're
No.
kind of quiet, but maybe we shouldn't have told him that.
Do you understand what the role of
It's
the
not
guardian
louder.
is?
It's just more annoying. You're doing a little Haas thing.
Do I? Yeah, the guardian
Who is
is.
the guardian? Answer
Yeah.
the
The
question.
the guardian is responsible for making sure the kids are engaging in healthy choices.
No, the guardian is responsible for any crime committed by that child. If the child shoots someone, then the parents, they're the ones being charged with negligence, with providing weapons to a minor. They're the ones who are going to go to prison. You know that as a lawyer.
Wait,
So you
no,
say-
that's not
you
true.
say children are going to be punished.
You're
and
not-
not saying what's legally correct.
Wait,
because the guardian is
wait.
punished.
Wait, Casimir, you just said you know this as a lawyer. You're just what do you mean? If you're a 15-year-old and you shoot and kill another 15-year-old, you are going to prison, not your parents.
When the court determines that you acted as an adult, they will have to make the determination that you had the mind state of an adult and that your guardian was not the one
No.
who provided you with access to that gun. But I believe that's wrong in our society, and I'm asking you to be more consistent.
Wait. Then why are you saying I should know this as a lawyer?
The reason I'm asking you this is because you keep pushing this idea that an inconsistent idea that on one hand they have no ability to consent, which you're right about, and then you say that they can be punished, which you're wrong about. You need to be able to consent to be able to be punished. If you can't consent, you can't be punished. The guardian is the one who should be punished because it's their responsibility that you got access to impregnate that young girl.
Yes.
It's their responsibility if you get access to a weapon. It's their responsibility if you didn't find yourself back from school and ended up in a gang somewhere. It's the responsibility of the parents. And if the parents are not fulfilling those responsibilities, then as a society, we should possibly replace them.
Okay, I don't. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I don't agree. For me, the
Why?
goals of the criminal justice
Provide
system.
the reason why you
I'm
disagree.
in the middle of it.
He's about to tell you.
The goal, my goals when it comes to criminal justice and reforming criminals is rehabilitation and restitution. Those are my twin goals. Okay, I want to make sure this person's reasonably not going to do it again, and I want to make sure that their victim is made whole. When it comes to children, there is also another element here, which is because they can't consent, what's in their best interest. So the question is making because in the same way we make children go to school in their best interest, we make children eat their broccoli in their best interest. If a parent is not feeding a child and they're malnourished, we say, no, you have to do that, parent. We're going to make you do that because that is in the best interest of the child. If you have a child who's engaging in drinking alcohol or having underage sex or smoking cigarettes or whatever the fuck, yes, the punishment should be aimed. There's no restoration because there's no I guess lost value. There is rehabilitation and trying to make sure the child is in the best position. And what's the best way to do this in my mind? Make them go to extra classes. Make them learn why no, you should not be having sex at 15 or 16. Why you should wait till you're 18. Right? We're going to make you go to these classes, and just so you can't blow it off, we're going to give you a ticket. And you might have to go to some community service and pick up some trash and learn some work ethic
don't repeat
in order to
yourself.
pay it off.
Okay, but you're punishing them
You're
for
wrong.
just
There
like
was damage to the
fucking
For having sex with a child. I am
For-
punishing
for
them for having sex with a
drinking,
child,
there was
yes.
for being a
The damage was done to
child
the
and having sex
child,
with
the
another
parent
child.
They're still having sex with a child.
Okay, I had sex when I was 16. Did I have sex with a child?
Were they under 18? If so, yes.
They
By
were
definition, you were. I mean, am I wrong?
17.
Then yeah, there you go.
Why
Okay,
aren't you-
that's how
why aren't you
psychotic your point of
protesting-
view is. That's
Drazzy?
crazy.
Yeah.
Drazzy?
Well, Laxoid, why aren't you out there like protesting super hardcore in the states where the legal age of consent is 16 then?
So
Why do
I
people fuck children?
no, yeah, it's totally fucked up. I've long said like, yeah, we should use it like, especially with these fucked up countries like Japan that have this like crazy
That's
shit.
the United
No,
States.
I know. But then Japan is 13,
Wait,
right?
wait,
America,
not good.
America, we're fucked like on a couple things. We're not as bad as some other countries. But yeah,
So
I do like I
16-year-old
do.
fucking a like 9-year-old's like the same. As a 16-year-old
Nobody thinks
fucking
that's
another
the same.
16-year-old.
Nobody thinks that's the
No.
same.
No.
Okay, but but
it
he
wouldn't-
said
it-
it's just the same as fucking a child. So
I mean, I would.
Alcohol. Is no one got damaged? Is that what you said, Lactoid? Really? You were going to assert that when a child drinks, like gets drunk?
No, for restitution. For restitution. Like if you drink alcohol, who do you owe money to?
Yes. Start using that thing inside your brain. They damage themselves, but they don't control.
That's why we
themselves.
stop
They're
them.
caused by the guardians. Therefore, the guardians owe the.
What if they're
child.
What if they don't have guardians or their
Shit.
guardians are shit?
One moment. Before you go into the what if they do have a guardians, if they do have parents, then those parents, when their child gets drunk, the child's body gets damaged. And so when the child gains representation by a lawyer or when they become an adult, they can contest the guardianship. They can say, my parents allowed me to drink, therefore they endangered my body and they damaged it. And now they owe me, meaning there is going to be a trust, and when they become an adult, they get paid that sum of money or something equivalent.
Yeah, I would add that too. I would add that too. The issue, I would add that too. I would add that too, especially if a parent like knows about it and facilitates it. But here's the reality, which is that hold up. I'm almost done.
That parents should be arrested because their kids played hooky.
Real quick, I'll answer that question just 1 second. Casimir, here's the point though. I understand that could be an idea, but parenting is not like constant. I'm watching you at all times. Helicopter parenting. The parents always know what the kid's doing. Okay? If you're a parent, how the fuck are you supposed to know if during lunchtime one of your like kids near to well friends doesn't sneak in a fifth of vodka and gives it to him? How do you know? Why should you be punished as a parent if you had no idea, you were against it, you told your kid not to do it, but he did it anyway?
I'll explain to you. So again, you should just, instead of asking a question and imagining that there's no possible answer and considering every answer ridiculous, you should start thinking it through. So what you expressed is a situation where a child ended up in school, right? He's not homeschooled, is at another school. That means that the guardians transferred their guardianship temporarily to an agent, which is the school. So if under that school's monitoring, there was contraband introduced and the child was damaged in the school is the one who's responsible. And so now the child is damaged, so any restitution is paid to the child from the school to the guardian saved in trust. That would be consistent. And yes, if you don't want to helicopter parents, I agree with that. But then you would have to concede to many more awful things. So it is a wager you have to take. If you fail to educate your children to the level where they independently don't commit crimes, then you are liable for the crimes they do commit.
You can't always do that. And if you got a kid who's a problem kid, they keep getting in trouble over and over again. Like, at what point the school is like, we don't have the resources to handle this kid. What are they supposed to do? Just kick the kid out?
You have two options. You either homeschool, and again, listen, we're talking about a normal thing, an average thing, and now you're making it a hypothetical where they're like a troubled kid with a known history.
This is very normal.
If this is very normal, then they should be either homeschooled or in a special institution where their needs are taken care of. That's the consistent answer. Why are you running away from it?
And what if they get alcohol in that special institution? What if they have sex in the special institution?
Then he was just say
the
that
people involved
guardianship has
are-
been
there's-
transferred.
Yes, but
Okay.
there's still there is still damage that occurred. Somebody has to
Yeah.
pay for it to the child.
Wait, real quick, Prime. I got one more question. What if you're 16 years old and you figure out that if you keep messing up, you can eventually sue the school for money? And so now you have a perverse incentive to drink as much alcohol as possible, because then when you turn 18, you sue the school and get a whole bunch of money. So you intentionally try to like underhandedly sneak alcohol in and underhandedly like sneak cigarettes and have sex and everything just so you can sue the school. How would you stop that?
Yes, and you would have to deal with that using your full extent of your guardianship, which if that child is not an adult, meaning they can't make those decisions, you would have to restrict their freedom from doing so. And
Through punishment?
What would happen to them is the first time they succeeded in committing a crime, including against themselves, then the next time you would either know better or don't. If you don't know better, meaning if you don't restrict their access to it by some means, then you should give them up. You should find someone who's capable of doing so. That's the consistent position.
A ridiculous.
You want to run away from it.
This is a ridiculous system, and I think that's like I think this is obvious to everyone else. Yes, I am ridiculous. It is me. I am the ridiculous one here, indeed.
You're the one with 1.3
you found me.
children per adult female.
Found
1.3 children. Your population is dying. It's like
You're
nosediving in the cities.
You found me.
I thought you were American.
Yes, in America. Your population is 1.3. You're agnostic, right?
Yes, indeed. You got it. You got me.
Yeah, we really care.
We've all got your brilliant ANCAP mind. Understood. Look, your brilliant ANCAP mind has solved everything. So moving on. I want to just try to engage my man Doobie for a little bit of time here. Doobie, if you're still there.
Yeah.
So the original thing we were going to talk about were age gap relationships among adults. But of course it's spoiled here, even though I really designed the question to focus above, but we ended up below. So you think age gap relationships are inherently toxic?
No, I can't even say that. Right? It's hard for me to like so short of like the development thing, right? Like, so if someone's like 18 years old and they're fucking a 60-year-old dude or a 60-year-old woman, like, I think it seems weird because of the difference in like life experience and like just like development, right? But like beyond that, I don't know how to express why it's icky, to be honest with you. And it could just be because, this is like a culturally ingrained thing. I've been taught to think this is icky, so I feel like it's icky. Because, I mean, I can think of like hypotheticals where like, a rich Will Smith's kids, for example, when they were underage, they have lots of social clout, lots of financial means. So would it be like, how would they be the one exploiting the being exploited in the situation if they were to have sex with like an adult, right? Like a janitor, right? Someone with no financial means, no social capital, etc. Like I don't know. Like I think you can come up with like weird situations where it's like stressed a little bit, but I think generally like I would just prefer for people to date or fuck each other, fuck within like a year range of like, half your age plus 7 seems fine.
Can we just agree that context matters? I think, Doobie, you and I probably agree the most out of anybody who's already the context matters more than the age gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So. That's pretty much my point. If somebody is the legal age of consent, you look at the context, you don't look at the numbers.
Like, Doobie, I can't imagine you'd be interested in somebody who's in high school.
I think you should be able to imagine me or any adult being interested in fucking an 18-year-old. Like, plenty of 18-year-olds look fully developed.
Okay, but why? Okay, imagine going on a date. I mean, you have a
talked to
girlfriend
one
now
though?
currently, right?
Well, that's the thing. So speaking to an 18-year-old, So
Right.
speaking to an 18-year-old, I would like my penis would shrivel up, right? Like it'd be a bad thing.
Right.
But if I didn't, but if I wasn't talking to them, if I was just like looking, I'm like, oh, they have a nice body. I think that nice body is going to attract me whether or not they're 18 years old, right? And there are tons of 18-year-olds out there who are like fully developed and have like nice bodies.
Okay, but if you're
So-
if you're going out of your way to go out to talk to 18-year-old girls and you're like in your 30s or whatever, and you're trying to like get to the point where you're like, yeah, I'll take care of you, whatever, like, and like you're because we're not talking about fucking,
This
we're
is
talking about in
context.
a relationship, right? Like that would be like insanely inappropriate. I mean, I think it would be either way, but like you would agree with me in that, like, okay, so you're spending the time talking to this person that you and me are assuming would be in some way incredibly insufferable in terms of like a relationship, like a romantic
Well, I
one,
mean,
right?
yeah, but like even that's not necessarily the case, right? Like there are plenty of
Okay, but people
18-year-olds who
do
like,
that though. You know that people do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He knows.
So if you're
But,
talking about like,
Dewey,
if you're talking about like
Right.
yeah, so if you're talking about like someone like intentionally like ignoring how annoying they think an 18-year-old is because they want to fuck
Yes.
them, and they're
Yes.
specifically targeting 18-year-olds. Yeah, that's fucking weird, right? That's
they
You
have
didn't
a
know
weird
that
fetish.
happens?
yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I'm sure it happens. I mean, of course it happens, right? But I don't know like how much further I can say than it's weird, a little bit creepy. This is probably not
Right,
behavior that
but
we
you're
should
saying like
encourage.
you don't understand why that happens. It's like I think that you can wrap your head around why that happens is because they are just like disgusting pedophiles.
No, it's not.
Pedophiles don't
That's
fuck
not why.
And I'm
adults.
not saying you are
typically-
obviously. I'm just saying like the
No,
fact
hold
that
on.
you
So
don't
yeah,
understand it. I'm trying to bridge the gap
it's like
here.
so typically it's like a youth thing. They find it attractive because they're younger, they're pure, they're fresh, they're clean, they're not
Well, they're
like
idiots
used up
and you
20-something
can
years old.
manipulate them easily. Yeah.
That too. Oh, no, that too. But there are also plenty of like mid or late 20s, early 30s adults who are fucking idiots who are easy to manipulate, right?
Maybe they just
So, like,
want
I
to
don't know if
recapture
that's,
their
like-
youth. They wanna fuck the girls they couldn't when they
wanna
were broke.
Or there's
suck
an
the blood
assumption
out
that
of
they're
them.
tighter, right? And that's literally all it is. They're tighter,
Which
they can
is just
fuck
not
better,
true.
and that's it.
No, I wouldn't know. But okay, so but like you said something interesting, Nina. You talked about like the
Mhm.
proposition, like a 30-year-old going to an 18-year-old and saying, "Oh well, I'll take care of you," and like this as an example of a bad thing, but like move that age up, right, to a 25-year-old or to a 30-year-old, and you have plenty of 30-year-old women looking to older men to take care of them financially, right? Like,
Wait, so you're like a
is that
30-year-old versus like a 38-year-old?
yeah, like a 30-year-old.
Okay, but you
In
understand
this
that
case, between
okay,
a 30-year-old
right,
woman
right,
and a
right, right.
55-year-old man, like that
Absolutely.
would, yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay, so the biggest difference is okay, what is an 18-year-old? Does an 18-year-old have their own things? Do they have their own life? Do they have their own property? Have they lived their own life? No, they've
Sometimes.
been living with their parents. They're gonna
Sometimes.
just no.
Context matters.
An 18-year-old has not lived their own independent life. Come on,
And-
unless
Wait,
they're
hold
like
on,
in a
but Nina-
very
Nina,
like
A lot of
dramatic-
30-year-olds I know have
really-
not lived their own independent life.
Okay, but are they living with their
And-
parents?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sure,
But Nina,
I'm
do
sure
you think that-
sometimes, but
do
it's
you
the
think that-
majority of them living with their parents. Is the
Nina,
is the
I'll give
majority
you
of
this.
30-year-olds? No, we don't need to say this. Is the majority of 30-year-olds this living with their parents the same way that the majority of 18-year-olds are?
Probably less.
If it's debate.
Less as a total percentage. But could I have sex with a 30-year-old who did live with their parents up until 30 years
Okay,
old?
but you, what do you know? Wait, stop it. You're being dumb. You know you are. Like,
Yeah,
you know
fuck
what
off.
I'm
Stop
saying
being
here.
dumb,
You
Alexei.
know what I'm saying here. You're going to tell me that the 30-year-old is going to have the same, like, experience, like, understand the world the same way an 18-year-old does?
Potentially even
There are
less.
some worldly
Yeah, they're like
18-year-olds.
mega
Like,
autistic,
people-
sure, but like, what the fuck?
Well,
You know
no,
what I'm
hold on,
talking
Ni-
about.
Nina, there is absolutely some 45-year-old men
Yeah,
who
idiots,
cannot
sure.
mentally. Okay, what does that mean? They're idiots. Maybe they're perfectly fine in every other part of their life, but they are.
Okay, but you're
they
saying
have
that's the
emotional
majority.
sensitivity
That's the
to where they.
majority. That's the majority.
Okay,
So you're
you
telling
don't-
me,
Hold on, Nina,
please
you
tell
gotta
me what
let-
I was
you
going to
gotta talk.
say. Okay, I'm
Jazzy.
saying there are some 45-year-old
listening.
men that have an emotional problem to where they would not be okay to have sex. And I think everybody can acknowledge that. There are some 18-year-olds that are so fucking ready to have sex. They've already done it. They're fine with it. They're completely unfazed by it. I don't know why we're working with the majority on this. That
Okay,
doesn't
because
really
what
make
we're talking
sense.
about is the unhealthy relationship between the difference between having a 30-year-old dating a 38-year-old versus an 18-year-old dating a 30-year-old.
Yeah, but my whole argument is that context matters more than numbers, and that's what I'm trying to get you to recognize. And you're ignoring that. And I think
Context matters more than numbers. I don't understand what you mean by that, but I think
Okay.
I might agree with that. I'm not sure what you're trying to explain.
Did you
My
hear the
point is, I
example I
was
gave?
directly talking against Lactoid here, where he was saying that like dating a 30-year-old dating a 38-year-old is the same as a 18-year-old dating like a whatever, like 40-year-old or whatever.
So
I
agree
with him.
I said 30 and
20-year-old.
55-year-old. So that you were discussing that with
No,
me.
no, I was going off of
Um,
what Lactoid said. I wasn't going off of what you said.
Okay, so let's engage with what I say then. All right. So
Okay.
there are 30-year-old women, and we'll just use women for an example, but it can happen
Sure.
with men as well. But 30-year-old women
Absolutely.
who are looking to older men, let's say 55, we're just going to go with that, who
Okay.
to take care of them. Right? In fact, I see it literally all the time on so many YouTube.
But are you specifically talking about sugar babies, or are we talking about just
No,
like
I'm not talking about sugar babies. I'm just talking about regular people.
Well,
and
you
they
said take care of
they're
them,
supposed-
though.
Yes, exactly. That's what I said.
Okay.
When we're talking about women who are in their 30s who said like an ideal partner that I want is a person. Well, they got to be 6 foot and above, right? Because of course,
Okay.
and they got to make this certain amount of money, and so that
Mhm.
I can stay at home. Like there are an endless like string of women who say exactly that, who want to be in effect taken care of by
Okay.
someone else. So how is that different from an 18-year-old like to a 30-year-old, right? 18-year-old woman to a 30-year-old woman, 30-year-old man. How is that a different relationship? Is one worse than the other? Are these two things just a
Well,
thing that a
you
person
very
can
much
desire?
are saying it's intention. So
Intention.
we're getting a little bit off the rails with what I thought we started with, where you're now saying that the intention is they want to be taken care of, right?
Because you brought this up. You brought this up previously.
I didn't bring it up.
Yes, you absolutely did. You absolutely did. You
When
said
did I
that
bring it
like I'll tell you right now, right? You
Go ahead.
talked about a 30-year-old like who was looking around for 18-year-olds, like going to different places, and he said, and the proposition that you that he was using was that, hey, I'll take care of you. That's what came out of your mouth. You brought up that proposition.
Mm,
You okay? Great. So that's what you said, and that's why I'm
Did I?
engaging with this. Yeah, you did.
Okay.
So can you
And
engage with the
right. So what are you relating that back to?
you? I'm relating it back to you.
Okay, no. But my entire point was not about being taken care of. My aspect was the exact opposite of the somebody seeking to take care of somebody else. So that's why I'm confused. If I did say that, I'm not gonna accuse you of lying or something, because
Okay.
maybe I did say
Okay.
something like that. But like I don't think that was the main
Is it
point.
wrong for a 30? Is it wrong for a 30-year-old to look for 18-year-olds exclusively?
Yes.
18-year-olds, right? And
Yes.
then go with them like and try to lure them of a proposition of, hey, I'll take care of you because they are.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay. So yes, and the reason why I think that is because you're going like right after like, oh, you don't like your home life with your parents? I can be like basically your daddy. Like, the cliche of like the dad issues. Like it's very
That's
manipulative because
context.
they don't have a lot of, yeah, it is context. And it's very much like the issue of are they going to be independent and they're going into a relationship with you because they are interested in a relationship with you because they want to be in a relationship with you, or are they going to go into a relationship with you under the tense of like, oh, I want to leave my parents, I don't like my parental situation, I want to be like maybe you have like a house or whatever,
Sure.
or whatever, like, but now I'm leaving someone who has control over me and going into another mechanism that is
perfect. This is perfect because
Okay.
right, as a 30-year-old woman to getting involved with the 55-year-old male with the same intentions, right? Hey, I want to leave my working situation, right? Like I'm in a position where I have
you
very
think your
little
job
power.
is the same as your parents?
It can be worse. It can be far more abusive
Yep.
and far more disempowering.
Okay, but you're also an adult. You still have the parents there first. Also.
So like what? So you have your parents?
Okay, so this is kind of like the argument where it comes with like, okay, it's like the business people being like, okay, the business owners, it's their risk, right? They're the one doing the risk. They're financially putting up their money to put up the risk. And what is the risk, right? The risk is them becoming the worker again. It's kind of the same argument where it becomes like, oh, what's the risk there? Where you just have to live with your parents again. So if the parents are like fine, then we're not really having the same argument, right?
You are perfectly aware that some people don't have a safety net. And so like you are in a perilous job situation, which can be extremely
Okay, so if you lose your job, you can't move back in with your family?
You can move back in your family. We'll say that.
Okay,
right?
so then now we're back where we started. So what does it matter the job aspect of it? Is that your point? That it's the same?
So the point is that
Okay.
like it's the same proposition. Whether
Okay.
the 18-year-old wants to go with the 30-year-old because of they love them, right, and want to be within that relationship, which apparently is fine, or there's like, I want to escape of the power of my family, and so I'll go with you. I'll be under your power. The same, you can relate that to a 30-year-old woman who is
but does an 18-year-old have a career?
perilous job situation, and they're saying, I want to escape this and go under your power, being the 55-year-old.
Okay, so you think that an 18-year-old should go into a relationship with a 30-year-old because they should look at it like a career?
Okay, look, I'm just, never mind. I'm just like relating two things and comparing and
No, I
contrasting.
mean, like, are you not understand what I'm saying?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I've explained it like
so is my
four
question that I just
times.
asked you just did not relate to what you said?
Don't worry about it.
But you're saying that, like, an abusive career aspect of it, like, I understand, like, the the shitty aspect of like capitalism, blah blah blah.
Mission accomplished. Okay, all right. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna go to
Really?
the
Okay.
panel. Right after this. Stick around if you liked it. Hit that follow button right now. In case you haven't done so already. If you're new to the channel, hit that follow button. Be greatly appreciated. We'd love to have you here. Thank you a little bit for having gifted that sub to Fnatic previously, Aiko for resubbing, and Turkey Nutella for using your Prime gaming for 6 months. So thank you so much. But we do need more support. So guys, if you can, please do help out the channel, like, so we can have more of these conversations. We do need a lot more support. So consider subbing. Like, if you're out there haven't subbed, you'll get after viewing. You'll get our emotes, and you'll be keeping us up and running. We do need your support. We don't have that. You can't do any of this. So sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. We're out there. If you appreciate what we're doing, if you find yourself coming back week after week, consider supporting this channel, support what we're doing, so I can provide more of this for you. So we'll have more content after this. Open panel, which you can join in if you like. But again, we do need some support, so consider helping us out by get this up. See if we can get a hype train started. So sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs to keep us up and running. All right. While we're waiting for that kind of support, hopefully it'll come soon. We'll go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here. Putting up with all you should have not been dumb today, though. I think maybe you should have avoided that.
I should have not what?
You should have not been dumb. You're being dumb earlier, so try to not do that in the future.
Yeah, no, I'm always dumb, but in the best ways, Prime. Everyone loves it. Thank you, Prime, for having me on. Thank you all for talking to me. Just wanted to say I'm really happy with this. Just recently, a couple days ago, I passed 250 followers. So it's fucking awesome. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you're interested, and if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. Hit up our friend. Did I spell this wrong? At Lactoid TV. LACTOI.
Looks right to me.
Yeah, it didn't do a thing. Okay, well, it didn't do the thing. I don't know. Well, maybe you have to type in chat. I don't know to make it work. Okay. All right. There we go. Actually, no, it's not working. Type in chat something. And then maybe it'll work. So let's go to our friend Casimir. But yeah, guys, everyone, let's support our friend Lactoid. Let's try it again. Because he has been with us for so long, and just one of our kindest supporters. Just like whenever I can like always rely on my friend Lactoid, and he comes in here and makes like great points. Whether I agree with him or disagree with him, he always brings the fire. So shout out to my man Lactoid.
Yeah, but he's Canadian.
Yeah. Well, look, I've come to peace with it. I think we all should. Uh, one day I'll have better friends, and by that I mean ones who are loyal to the flag.
Why is their
the
fucking
American flag.
flag?
It's tea stained.
I mean, you piss on the flag. I don't know what else I could say. Casimir, more of an American. Look at it. Even he has a proper flag in the background. Casimir, thank you so much. I don't question your citizenship, or your status. But Casimir, thanks for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. I always like to bring some spice. If you want to see some of my responses to various things and references to good articles, check me out on Twitter at Free Casimir. And about this last topic, a really good paper you should all check out was written by Ian Hersom. It's called A Rational Theory for the Rights of Children. It really goes through all of these arguments. If you don't believe I presented them really well, perhaps you're right. Go look at that paper. It goes like really, really basic, builds up where these rights come from, how we should treat them, um, you know, how to think about them in a clear way that's intuitive. I think it's a really, really good article, and it quotes some really strong papers as well. So, A Rational Theory for the Rights of Children by Ian Hersom. If you will see like the authentic proper libertarian position, not like anything loony or misrepresented.
Okay.
Libertarian fight about to happen. You better watch out.
A shot across the
We miss
bow
Scott.
of my fan Lactoid.
One-on-one.
Lactoid, I think you're the consummate libertarian. So I can't insult you any worse than that. So moving on to the
I really appreciate you having me and tolerating my funny little Canadian flag after you talk shit about Canada. I guess it seems mostly appropriate to end it by saying, I genuinely, legitimately used to be a staunch libertarian, but talking to libertarians fucking ruined that shit so fast. Like, just all in my own head, it made perfect sense. I started talking to you crazy fucks, and I was so done. I was like, it's impossible to have a conversation with any of you. I really liked being here. This was fun. Although I am still a little bit disturbed that I agreed with Doobie more than every other time I've seen him combined tonight. So I'm gonna go see my doctor tomorrow. But thank you very. Oh, and Twitch TV Elderdrazi, Twitter Elderdrazi, YouTube, all those things. And support Prime K's. The best way to support Prime K's is to go to twitch.tv/Elderdrazi and hit the sub button.
It has begun. Doobie's conversion of you, right? Like this is the process. You start with just little things. You're like, I guess that makes sense, right?
I had already agreed.
Nina's like 20% of the way through the process, but I'll get it there.
And eventually, like you'll be you'll be questioning democracy.
Wait to see that happen.
We'll get there. And guys, please do support if you can. We haven't seen any support yet. Consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Help us keep us afloat. So if you're out there, use your Prime Gaming here. That's a huge help. So help us out. Like if you have the ability and we find some. I know a lot of you do. Come back here, right? So like consider supporting this channel so that we can provide more of this for you. So we do need your help. Let's go to our friend Nina.
Always a pleasure being on this show. My dogs always act up as soon as I'm supposed to talk, of course. Fergie Cam. One little thing there. But thank you so much, Ryan, for having me on the show. It's always great to see all of you guys. Kashmir was giving me an aneurysm. But always good to see Doobie and Lactoid, especially an elder. I feel like we're like kindred spirits in ways where we hate the libertarians in the same way. It was also very nice to meet our friend earlier. Fantastic. I think that he was very passionate about that, and Jesus Christ, sorry, somebody did a donation on my thing and it was really loud. But yeah, no, I always love being on Prime K's. Absolutely, anyone in my audience, please give him some support as well. Give him some follows, give him some love, all of that, because I think the platform is always really nice because that's the only time I'm ever going to talk to Lacto. That's real hair.
And this is the time where Lactoid gets to be corrected. All right, like someone's got to regulate him. I've done a bad job.
My flag's better.
All right, yeah, and not upside down apparently.
It is not upside down.
Okay, all right. So true patriots all around. Lactoid lacking. Let's go to our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. I was lost without you, friend. Last week, but you came through, and it was a really good discussion. And and Fanatic didn't get to make it through. But Doobie, you're always here, and you're always kind and loyal to the community. So thanks so much, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie from the Politics server, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform. We are having an AMA next Friday with the Pop Brothers Attorneys at Laws, I think was what they're called. California attorneys, decades of experience, focusing primarily on like criminal defense of people with marijuana charges, and more recently on focus on like marijuana legalization, and then the helping people get through the process of starting up a marijuana business. So pretty interesting.
Are they content creators or is it just?
Yeah, they're like YouTubers,
Gotcha.
but they're primarily like lawyers.
They got great
Oh.
commercials, by the way,
Yeah,
and actually helpful
Okay.
commercials because they
That's
tell
really
you
cool.
they tell you what to do when interrogated by a police officer, which is shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's those guys.
Yeah, it's those guys.
They have good videos.
Well, that's like every.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people think you can talk
Fair.
to the cops and it'll help you. It will never ever help you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bruce Rivers. Just stop still snitching.
So if you want to be a part,
I'm
of
sorry.
that,
Go ahead, Doobie.
Switch
No,
for Doobie
that
in
was it.
chat. Yeah.
Oh.
That's his Discord server link. I've never heard of these individuals, but they sound sort of interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah. Thank you all so much. And we will continue on to Open Walk On panel. And anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
See you later. Take care.
Oh, you're leaving, Elder?
Yeah, my wife was waiting for me since 11:30, and I told her we were still wrapping up.
Ah, good stuff. I added you as friend on Discord. I'll send you a book.
Oh, sounds good. I'll accept your friend request. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, what are you, sexist?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe just a little bit, Kaz, right? Just a wee bit, maybe. Just no. I'm asking. No.
Wait, we're not on air still, right?
I just
I'm
find
still
it
streaming.
Gotcha.
I find it fascinating when people say, I used to be a libertarian, and I know, like, if I ask which book did you read, probably the answer is going to be like, no, I just believed in the ideas. And then I can shortcut this and just send the book out anyway. Send
I
it
was
to
gonna
him.
say, my guy, I am a fucking nerd. Especially when I was a libertarian, I couldn't tell you many books I've read. I don't know half the titles of half the books that I read. I've read a lot of religion, politics, and philosophy that I'll never be able to recall the names of. I got ADHD. I just used to read like a book every day or two.
That's good.
It sounds amazing.
I don't anymore. Now I'm old. I can't fucking focus
I
to
feel that.
read.
I do like audio lectures. Some of them are really good.
Yeah.
I had
I like
Some of them
audiobooks.
you stop. Go ahead,
Law
sir.
school killed my desire to read anything. I
Can
before law
imagine.
school was the last time I actually read like a whole book for pleasure.
It's
fuck.
quite possible to listen, but you do eventually have to take notes. In my experience, like I normally listen until I get really interested, and then I listen again with notes. Otherwise, I don't memorize.
This is how big of a fucking nerd I was. When I was 15, my family went fishing at a park. They had a library there. I spent 5
Nerd.
hours taking notes about Islam in the library. 'Cause I'd rather read about religion than go fishing. Yeah, I am a nerd.
What? You don't like fishing?
No, I don't. I'm vegan. I hate fishing.
Yeah, I guess
I
maybe
know.
there was a
Fat
aspect of
vegan.
it.
I get it.
What?
I said I know. Fat vegan.
What'd
I
you
get
call
it.
me?
Do you think fishing is more ethical than like fish farming though? Would you agree? Like if I'm out fishing, I'm probably not as bad
If
as
you're-
people who buy fish from the supermarket.
It
Yeah,
depends.
oh yes. So I say better is better. I think that it's bad for humans to eat meat if you didn't kill the animal. I think that it's better if you're facing what you're doing. I think there's cognitive dissonance for people that go and buy cut up meats and then cook them in their house and somehow
Right.
separate the
And then
idea
just
that they are
ignore
eating the
what they're
corpse of
doing.
an animal.
You're right, because
Yes.
I like hunting and fishing. So
Again,
I hear a
think
lot
I'd
of
be
vegans say that.
okay if we got rid of factory farming. I think I'd be okay to do like vegan based things. I think I would survive, but it's just like I don't really have a hard stance on that because I understand like obviously if you're cooking and like using the entire animal yourself, I think that's fine depending on the situation. But
Well, if you're worried about taste, you've seen me. I'm fat. You don't get to my weight by not eating delicious foods. I still eat delicious food all
how
the
fat are
time.
you?
I'm probably 240.
Well,
And I
It's
eat
a weird
tacos.
question.
I eat popcorn chicken, like air quotes chicken. I'm having like corn with like rice and like steak bits. This shit tastes all really good. I eat pizza. We've come a long, long way.
I like murdering fish and chickens.
Hell
think that's
yeah.
pretty
those
fucked.
dinosaurs.
Hell yeah.
He's like, I don't even eat them. I just fucking kill them.
I like dragging them up out of the water on hooks, and I like shooting them, and I eat them. That's great.
Yes. Unfortunately, I can't do it like by hand. I would snap the necks off, but it's
Jesus
still mercy killing
Christ.
because they would. Well,
Casimir, do you actually live in America, or were you just trolling?
I'm a New Yorker. How many times? can I
No,
say
are
it?
you actually a New Yorker,
You are
guys?
not a New Yorker. You might live in New York. Like how long?
Most of my life, which is quite a while.
Why didn't you
I
answer the
believe
question
you.
about the city bike? That was for you.
Because
Yeah,
no
I
New
know, I
Yorker
feel like you're
actually that I know
lying.
of uses those damn
Oh,
things.
okay,
It's
never
like,
mind then.
the reason why I knew that she's from like a really
Wait.
posh and safe neighborhood is because she
She's
used
not from a
that
posh or
e-bike.
safe neighborhood. You're just wrong.
Where the hospital is considered a posh and safe.
Okay, but she's not from that area. That's why she had to
Fine.
use that bike for 30 minutes to get to her house.
Come on, let's not debate this. But let
No,
me
I
just
think that's
tell
kind
you,
of important. I'm just
women
asking.
in New
You're
York-
just lying.
Women in New York are really, really safe in terms of like their expectation of interaction.
Oh, I didn't realize
Alright,
they
you
could
guys, I'm outta
teleport
here.
30
Peace.
minutes. All right, I'm waiting. You serious right
No, I'm telling you that most, actually not just women, most people in the city, their last violent encounter has probably been in high school, and they respond like very.
now? Do you have any
irrationally.
data to back that up?
Got a source for that, bro?
Yeah.
I have a source for that. We have like the total population of the city divided by.
No, you saying things are not a source, my guy.
So, do you know how many people are in New York City?
Do you understand how sources work?
Yeah, I'm not gonna present you sources right now, but I'm
Why
going to
not?
say things that are
So,
easily
so just say
verified.
that. Just say
Like,
that you
there's
don't have a
12
source.
million
It's
people in
fine.
New
It's
York
fine. You can just admit that you
during
don't have it
the
on
peak of
hand.
the
It's
business
fine.
day, right?
It's fine to say you just don't have it on hand.
Is it true that New York has between
No, can you just admit that
5
you do not
and
have a source
12
on hand,
million
and then we can
people?
move on. We can move on after this, but just admit to right now you do not have a source on hand.
What do you mean source? Source for what? Ask me a particular question.
I'm sorry. I asked
have
you for a source
sources
earlier.
for the level of
Related.
crime in the city.
That's not what I asked you about. We're talking about her specifically.
What about her?
You said that she lived in a very safe neighborhood. And I said she didn't. I can contribute that for you. And then you said that women in what exactly did you say? Women in New
I said
York are
that
just
I
safer or something
generalized
like
even
that?
more. I said people in New York City are
No,
generally
you said women
generally
specifically
live
in New
very
York are
safe
safer.
lives where they rarely encounter
Right, exactly. That's the source
violence
I
for
want to.
self-defense.
Right, that's the source I want to see.
Yeah, so that one
Do
of
you
the
have that or
sources for
not?
that, one of the sources for that is the fact that recently they released a
Right, but
list
you're just telling me that I would like the
of
link to it.
500 names, 50 of them
Okay,
when
but you're.
Neely
Or
what
I'll
was the
message
name
you.
of that
You can message me directly. I'll make it easier.
what's the name of that guy?
Add you as a friend. You can send me the source very easily.
So Daniel Penny, the guy that choked out Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely was on a list of 50 offenders that
Who cares?
committed the majority of the crimes and
The
affected
50
like, millions
offenders
of
that did the list is of
and
majority of
500
criminals.
people is the total list of like the repeat offenders that if removed from the street would likely eliminate all crimes. And if you just think for a moment,
Oh, did the guy that
how
did the
lucky
guy
you
that
have
killed
to
him
be to
know that that was the
encounter-
case? Did the guy that killed him know that that was the case?
No, that doesn't. We're not talking about the guy that's.
Are we
that
talking about
killed
Jordan
him.
Neely or are we not talking about Jordan Neely?
Okay, so the guy that killed him didn't kill him because of his criminal history. He killed him because
Okay, right. Exactly.
said-
It's
he
irrelevant,
said
right?
fighting words.
So why
and
did you bring it up?
People in the train were running away from him and trying
So why
to
did you bring it
hide
up?
and go
If
to
it's
the next
irrelevant, why
train.
did you bring it up?
I brought it up because I brought it up as a recent example of one of the 50
Mhm.
people on the list of dangerous repeat criminals who are committing most of the crimes on the subway. And then there's a list of 500.
Was he committing most of the
other-
crimes?
Yeah, he had like 44 crimes.
Okay,
over
but why
Los
did you bring it
Angeles.
up? You're still not answering my question. Why did you bring it up? You bring it up
I
because it was
brought
related
up
to
as an
crimes? Okay.
example-
But
as an
why?
example of a statistic that does exist that was
But
presented
why?
in that case.
What are you trying to say with that?
Because
Usually when
it
you bring up a statistic,
shows-
you're trying to say something.
It shows that
Oh,
your chance out of a 50 mil, out of like 10 million people,
It kind of
or
would
like
make it
5
seem like
million people
you're.
that show up to work, that ride the subway, even on that dangerous subway, your chance individually to encounter one of those 50 people is actually really small.
Why are you bringing
the
up
reason they have such an
Subway?
impact is because they terrify people. But people actually physically themselves, without video cameras,
You know,
without
you
observing
realize
it-
that you're kind of doing the opposite of your argument right now, where it seems like
No,
if
it's
you
not.
were on that list of 50 of dangerous, you're more likely to get murdered on the subway because what happened was he got killed.
What
Right?
happened is
He wasn't
that
committing. He
there
wasn't
was a
committing a
lady-
crime.
There
Correct?
was a lady that didn't know how to
Was he
respond
committing
to
a crime?
violence.
Was
And
he
I
committing a crime?
saying that the lady nurse didn't respond to violence.
She was not in the subway, so that's irrelevant.
We're talking about originally about her, and I'm tying the point together. So
You got to be doing a better job, but I'll let you. I'll let you cook.
nurse has not encountered another violent confrontation or like any confrontational situation.
But
for
she's been
most
living
of
in New
her
York for
life,
multiple.
most
But she's
likely.
been living
That's
in
a
New York
very
for multiple
strong
years.
wager based on the frequency of violent cases in New York City. It's actually quite low. The reason why she might be afraid is not because she personally encountered and experienced it, but because she heard about it on social media.
Okay, but you realize that doesn't make any sense.
To you, I can ask Flactoid.
Right, because no, it doesn't make sense to anybody. Can you explain that better? So you're saying, let me just try and reiterate to you what
Go
you
ahead.
just said. So the reason why she was afraid is because of social media, not because she lived in New York, even though you had used statistics directly or not statistics, but you tried to use Jordan Neely, again, a person in New York that was murdered on the subway.
Killed.
Apparently that is for some reason irrelevant to your situation, where she was a New York citizen for years. So
Yeah.
where
I'll give you an example.
is your logic here?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. If there was no social media or video cameras, I would
Mhm.
not have experienced the situation with Neely or the and the
Yeah,
other
you would
person.
not have seen them
I
if
would
that's
not
what you
have
mean by
seen
that.
that.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is,
Okay.
the last time I encountered violence directly myself,
Okay, but she's from New York. There's
was
a high
when
possibility she would
somebody
have.
attempted to mug me in New York, and this happened to me once
Mother-
over a span of like over a decade. And for most people, even that doesn't happen. The reason why we're terrified of criminals is because stories get told and spread through the city, but the amount of them is actually quite low. So people, when they actually physically encounter it, they're not conditioned to do so. I'm more conditioned to do so because I've had more violent experiences in my past, in high school and such. But I would also probably not react, as rationally as like a combat veteran during a stressful situation, because
You understand that your
the last
logic is
time
so
I encountered
amazingly
violence was like
inconsistent.
15 years ago. So
So you're
I don't
saying
even
if
expect
there's
myself
so
to
which
react to
wait,
violence
what is
properly.
it? Is it more violence? You have to be exposed to more violence that makes you more wary of violence, or of less violence than you just seen on social media is the one that makes you like more
No,
wary of
you have
violence?
to physically experience the rush of your body
Okay,
being threatened.
but okay, so but that woman did not experience the physical violence of Rush.
Let me tell you,
The bike
why
woman.
I'm saying.
You're
from my
saying that
personal-
she learned no. You're saying that she learned that shit from social media, but
No, she didn't.
then
I'm
you're saying
she
that
didn't know.
okay,
I'm saying she
but
was
you
not
literally did say
she
at the
was not
beginning that
conditioned.
that was the case. Okay, so
Yes,
you need
I'm
to flesh out
saying
your
that
argument a little bit better
that
here.
being afraid is different of a potential confrontation, being afraid than actually being in it. For example, in high school, I had fights when I was like a teenager, and in those fights, I had a fight where some dude punched me, and I punched him twice back, and he fell down on the ground. And then I started crying. Why did I start crying? I had no reason to cry. I won the fight. The reason I started crying is because I was not emotionally prepared to the jump in adrenaline that I was experiencing from defending myself.
And that's the
are not
argument related
prepared
to that
for
woman. That was
And
the bike
when-
argument.
When there's 5 people standing around you, and when suddenly you realize, hey, my body is not safe. Hey, I'm actually out of safety. Hey, I might be. There's a guy with a camera in front of me.
What's
He
the
might be taking
connection?
photos of me.
Everyone
All of that
has a
stress
camera.
builds
Everyone has
up,
a camera all
and
the
she
time.
has
You're
no
always
way to
around people with
handle that
cameras.
stress.
So then she what?
So she reacts in a way that appears to you.
Then why
like
didn't
it's,
she,
like,
why didn't she just
strange.
leave? Why didn't she just leave? I have an
Well-
anxiety condition. I would just leave.
The reason why she didn't leave was because she truthfully or erroneously, we're not sure, but she believed that her property was being violated. That's one reason. And the
She
second
didn't.
reason
It's a
was
rented
because she
bike. It's a rented bike, my guy.
she was surrounded.
Okay, it was a rented bike. She was not surrounded. There was other people around. We saw them in the background. It was not surrounded.
There was a person behind her in the video. That's called
Okay,
surrounded.
but she okay, but we saw also in the video that she got another bike and then she, with her own receipts, she pedaled away.
Right. So what I'm
So she was
telling
not
you-
trapped. She was not
what I'm
trapped
telling
there.
you that
If she would have just gotten that other bike from the beginning, she would have
there's
just
a
left.
difference between reality
was not
and
trapped
her
there.
understanding of reality, and you're not getting it. There's a
Do you think that
difference
there's
between-
also a difference between the reality of what happened and your opinion on who maybe that you're going to take the side
absolutely.
of?
From the very start, if you paid attention to my opening statement,
Yeah,
I
the
said
way that you're going to take a
we
side of. Do you
are
understand what I'm?
prejudging a
Wait, do you understand?
situation
I want to
that
be
we're
charitable
trying
to you.
guess
Do you
today. Of
understand what?
course nobody
Do you
knows.
understand what I'm
That's
saying
the
when I say
point.
the side that you're
Why
going to
do you
be? You're,
prejudge her and call her racist and join the gaggle of other people that called her racist if we don't know the case? That's
Did I
my
call her
point from the
racist?
start.
Did I
That's what
ever
you
call
should-
her racist?
Because you're a racist.
Because I didn't call her racist, I'm a racist.
No, I'm pretty sure that you. I'm not okay. Fine.
I literally
I'll
just
take that
asked
back.
you, did I
But
call
I'm
her
pretty sure
racist?
in this debate,
I
you were
literally,
on the
guy,
side
come on,
of
listen
the
to me.
people
Did I just
called her
ask
a
you? Did I
Karen,
call her
who said she
racist?
was
Did I?
race
Did I
baited, and I
call?
called it racism
Did
and prejudice.
did I call her racist?
In other ways, yes. You defended the position that called her
Okay, well,
racist,
you just
yes.
called me racist, so do
I took that
are we on the
back.
same
Yeah,
level
yeah.
here, or
I do
because I
think
don't
I'll be
think
able to
I
prove
don't
that
think
you're
that I said
racist
anything
quite easily.
racist. Okay, you know what? Defend
You were
yourself
racist
calling
to
me
on the panel,
racist.
actually. You
Def-
were, yeah, I'll call it racist on the panel. Yeah.
Oh my
You
god, what are you, a
assumed based
fucking
on my
oh my
language
god, what are you, a
that I
little
am not
soy
a New
boy cuck
Yorker
right
and that I
now?
don't know
Like,
what I'm talking about. So maybe it's, oh, you know, I'll
because
correct
I
you.
said that
It's
because of
not
your race. I
racism
don't even know what
technically.
race you
Technically,
are.
you're a bigot.
I said that you're
a
not
racist, you're a bigot.
American. How?
That's bigotry. Technically, you're right. You're not a racist. You're a
Wow,
bigot.
you
Are
are
you
like
fine
the
with that?
most like woke schooled person I've ever talked to.
Okay, but the difference between
Because you
woke
have an
skulls
accent,
me
and I didn't
is
think
that
you were
I have
American. That means I'm being
fundamentals
racist.
that I
You
follow, and the
fucking
woke
it.
skulls don't have fundamentals. They have
Do you know that
extreme
I'm not
positions.
white?
What?
Do you know that I'm not white?
Actually, I wouldn't call you white because I believe that's a racial slur. But I don't
Saying
know
the
who you
word
are.
white is a
I've
racial
never
slur.
presumed who you are.
Wait,
Actually, I've
wait.
never
Did you
expressed
just
anything
say
about your
saying
identity.
white is a racial slur?
Yes, white is a racial slur. Yes.
You're fucking retarded.
Well, you don't have an argument, and you don't know my argument, so you just called me retarded because you're a bigot, and you have no, you have not even an interest in the truth, in the historical narrative of the term white. The term white was picked up and invented by people who are racists, and it was applied to distinguish themselves based on a false racial category from all black people, and to identify them with this category that never existed. If I want to be self-respectful, then I call myself a Russian Jew. But if I want to be more precise, I'll call myself Russian Jew with some Austrian, roots genetically. And then if I want to be like less precise, I will call myself an Eastern European with Western European culture. And if I want to be like as broad as possible, I would call myself European. But I would never call myself white unless like forced to, or because I used to be uneducated on the topic. But now that I know, I would never call myself just white. That's stupid. Here's what white means, just so you understand. It means a person who has no culture. Because if he has a culture, why don't you label yourself after your culture? I have a meta culture of Europe. This building is a European building. That's why it's in my background. It was built in the European tradition. It has elements of Greece, elements of Rome, elements of Western Europe, of England. It was brought into the United States by Vanderbilt, and we have a historical heritage. And I say that I'm that. I'm not some white plantation owner from the South that calls himself white to distinguish himself from blacks. I don't care about the color. I care about the culture.
So, Kaz, I wanted to let you finish your point because I thought it's a good one.
She left.
You were too much. You were too strong. She didn't know what to do, so she ran away.
Fine, it's late. We'll give her that excuse.
Sure. To be charitable. That's what happened. Well, while I don't think being white is a slur, I do think it's interesting how, there is this assumption made when you say Asian people. What? Hold on. When you say Asian, who do you mean? Asia is full of so many different cultures. Well, so let's go back to the white, label then, right? I mean, ultimately, as with all identity, maybe I'll lose you here, maybe I won't, I don't know. Ultimately, as with all identity, it's just a pragmatic sort of linguistic tool, like a generalization that we apply to sort of catch people that may not apply. Because someone's race, someone's age, all this stuff is more or less like gender, all that. Who they are as an individual is something that you really have to sit down and talk with somebody to fully know, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
let me ask you, do you know why when British people use the word Asian, do they not use it for basically like fundamentally racist reasons, like in the UK, in the government?
No, I don't. I don't know how they use the word Asian in England.
They use it to include the entire Middle East.
Gotcha.
And the racist reason is to obfuscate the fact that these are distinctly Middle Eastern people.
Well, the U.S. in the census, Arabs are white. They're under the white category.
Yeah, but yeah, our senses is not like a coherent sense.
No, not at all.
Listen, so let's tackle the Asian part maybe briefly. It sort of is. There is like there's so the reason why Asia is quite uniform is because of how of its history. Like China has been basically like culturally converting. Like one dynasty was culturally converting everybody, and so it became very uniform. And then there is a history with Japan and China that's very close together. History with Korea and China very close together. But if I knew that somebody was Korean, I would call them Korean, because I would know that from that moment on, calling them an Asian would be like a little bit of an insult. But it's a bit less of an insult to them because they're much closer together than most Europeans actually. Like I would,
Sure.
but still, I would accept like a Japanese person if I call them just Asian. Oh, and like he's standing next to a group of Chinese people. There's gonna be some. I know that I'm gonna be stepping on his toes doing that. So I'll just, if I know, I'd call them Japanese. Now the problem with that woman, let's say in the park, she could be Jewish, she could be Cuban. She's expressing, a fair skin and a facial structure that's actually don't know. She looks Italian, maybe. So
I don't fucking
like
know.
the reason why they want to label her white is because they want to assign the role of a white supremacist overseer to her, which she isn't. Like we don't, or at least we don't know. But I'll venture a guess. A woman in New York City that works at the hospital, I'll venture a guess. 8 times out of 10,
Careful.
she's voting Democrat.
Okay, all right, yes. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. Yep.
She's voting Democrat. She's a progressive, and up until that moment, she would be probably in the crowd of other people that were like, dunking on her. Potentially, she could be one of those.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's really it's really amusing how suddenly she became like instantly the oppressor, whereas we don't know.
Well,
And
it's interesting, right? Because the same thing happened in what was it? I think St. Louis, where you had the BLM peaceful protesters broke a gate and were like going like marching through a gated community, and they walked the guy walked out with his AR, and you had the woman with her like pistol, and they were had it, and they were displaying, arguably brandishing the weapons, and they were arrested for that. And they had been lifelong Democrat voters and donors because they owned a law firm. They had a lot of income. Plaintiff-centered law firms tend to be one of the major sources for the DNC in every state, by the way. And this is partially why tort reform is so heavily opposed by Democrats, is because once you put in tort reform, you actually have a massive political shift because the Democrats run out of money. It's actually just true. It happened in Mississippi. But then after the whole events happened with BLM, then they're on Fox News. They're talking about how awful it was, how they were treated.
But they did fold.
They fold, they fold, like beforehand they were like all one way, but then I think they were like, oh fuck.
It's much safer in their society to fold than to fight.
No. They went on Fox News and they were like, started talking shit about BLM after that. Yeah. They're probably, I mean, look, they probably, saw some opportunity, honestly. I mean, they got pardoned, I'm pretty sure, by their governor.
Yeah, they got pardoned, but I had to basically they probably could have won the case, but instead they decided to do to agree on a pardon and to accept that compromise.
Save money.
And I think they did fine, but what's interesting about them is that they were conservationist. They were preserving European culture in that little area. And this is really funny. We want to label them as white and basically cut off. So I want to talk about this briefly. Black is also a racially tinged term, and what it says is a person who was brought out of Africa, cut off from their culture, and cannot really be called African heritage anymore. Like what I would expect somebody to say is, "I'm an American." And if we add a heritage to it, we would say American of African heritage. That would be the most proper way to say it. But a lot of people that are from, that have the ethnicity or the race of an African, They don't have the ethnicity because they were born here following some kind of a weird culture here. And so they can't just like leave to Africa and be the same type of culture. There's something new and American. And so we don't have a name for them. And so it became acceptable to call this group Black Americans, which includes like the Delta, the blues, the jazz, rap, hip hop, soul. All of those things are now like American culture is Black culture. So they do actually have a designator that it became from a slur, it got elevated into its own culture because they built it up. So I'll take that back. That name actually works now. But for white, I don't think it actually works. I think that actually remained an orphan term. So a lot of people tell me, "Well, I'm white, but what's my culture?" Or people say, "Well, whites don't have a culture." It's like they point to, I don't know, truck stops and country music. But even that's like
What about with
mislabeled.
suburbia? I mean, if I had to think about like
Wasps, yes.
yeah, Hallmark, cheeseburgers, suburbia. Like when you think of like white America, that's what I think of, right? Just endless suburbia, A Christmas Carol, that kind of shit.
Yeah, and this is a younger thing than Black Americans. The suburbia is 50s plus. That's when it started.
Yeah.
But these people became culturalists because the central planning of suburbia, which was centrally planned deliberately so, pushed them towards like away from the sources of culture which were in the cities, and pushed like a corporate, mass-produced sort of centrally planned nonsense, and pushed like the mall culture, which replaced their European culture. But because it's commercial fraud with mostly no foundation, then they feel cultureless. Well, big surprise. And my answer to those people is not to call yourself white, but to actually say, "Oh, I also suffered from something, obviously less horrible and voluntarily so, but it's time to come back and to, I would say, absorb this type of stuff, reabsorb your European culture, re-embrace it, and say, oh, okay, we have something unique in America. We have our frontier, our cowboys, all of that stuff, but it's half of it, like a good foundation for it is Greek and Rome."
This is probably where I'm going to lose you. I love. Look,
If I interrogate you,
hear
when
me
you
out.
went to school, you're using Roman terms and Greek terms. all the
You're
time.
right. No, I don't deny there's great works of art that we can look at, and I think there's a place for all of that, and I think there is a place in society for urban magnificence and the rural lifestyle. And look, I love suburbia. I love living in suburbia. Okay, people talk shit about it, but the idea of, yeah, I own my little plot of land and it's mine and I have like a fucking house on it. Fuck you. Don't get off my shit. So fucking it's intoxicating, right? The feeling of just belonging and home, actually. And I've lived, going to law school, right? I've lived in an apartment where I had neighbors, banging the walls, blasting music, the smells, and it was just awful, right? It's just awful. But no, having your own little place is so fucking great. And yeah, I don't think we should be blaming people for wanting that life, because
I
it's
don't.
pretty fucking nice.
But I have a question for you. Have you visited Amsterdam in the past, or some
Uh,
other
only a
European city?
Yeah, well, yes, I have. Well, I've been to Sweden many times, so Gothenburg, Stockholm.
So do you see like that? This is not people banging on the walls, right?
So, well, in Gothenburg, a lot of the apartment complexes there suffer a lot of the same issues that apartment complexes here do, which is just unavoidable, right? You live right next to somebody, and you hear the music, you smell the smoke, you hear they're having sex, you hear it. It's obnoxious, right? And it can be dangerous.
It depends on the construction, and I think that there's like if you go old enough, where they were building properly with like heavy materials because they had to, they had a lot of volume, then the noise stops becoming an issue. But then there is this little moment between World War II and like late 70s when they were building like the commie blocks that are awful because they're suddenly you have materials that can be thin but they don't insulate like for sound, and so you have this garbage living conditions. But those are not standard for humanity. Those are not standard living conditions in like a small town. I think you're right, but the other thing is also we have new technology and we can solve all of that engineering wise. But what you're missing from the small town and from Amsterdam as well is the middle spaces. When you that is not your home and it's not business, but like the outdoor cafe as you walk back home from work, the little square where you can meet up random people, and that you're missing this idea that there's about 250 people living near you that you can theoretically learn their names. When the town is just properly scaled, then you can have that connection with people. Whereas suburbia is fine if you want it, but suburbia is like isolation. You will not meet another person.
So I hear this, but it's really not. Like I'll say this, having been to big cities and everything, like when I walk outside and I'm walking down and people are walking by with their dogs or they're mowing their fucking big ass fucking lawn, they wave to me and they say hi and they smile and they're genuinely happy to see me. And I wave and I smile back. In a city, like when I was riding the city bus, everyone's sitting in their fucking little chair with their earbuds on, staring down at their phone. No one's talking to each other.
Middle space, Lactoid.
Okay, well, I guess I didn't find the middle spaces in American cities because everything I've found is just either like people keeping to themselves or people ranting about some fucking liberal agenda holding up signs. That's really the only two.
In New York City, there are neighborhoods without any such, and there are neighborhoods with. And the connection between those neighborhoods with a subway is like not such a space. It's a dangerous space because you're connecting not with like 200 people, as I said, but you're connecting with several million. And with several million, you have to isolate yourself because you'll go insane otherwise. You have to
exactly
block them off. So I'm not saying that's healthy. I'm actually not in favor of big cities. The reason why we have big cities and suburbs is because we zoned it this way. If you look at the zoning of most big cities, it goes like this. Everything is zoned single family flat, like yellow, normally the color they use, which is like single family occupants building. You can't even have like a sublet. And then in the middle of the city, because of corruption or historical availability, like basically like heritage, they have lots that are allowed to break all the rules. And suddenly when you break all the rules, you're going to break them and build a skyscraper because that's the only way you can pay all the bribes, right? You need to be like so tall that you have all of your, social housing in that building for all the like low income. You have like all the money that you'll pay the building department for all the exemptions and all the army of lawyers you've hired to be able to like buy that plot in the middle of New York City. And then you have this, what the result is, we see this spike. If you slice through the city, we see like a sharp increase in height and a sharp increase in population density that occurs because in order to break the zoning code, you have to like basically break it with a huge profit.
Right.
Whereas when if zoning was eliminated, we would have like we would lower the peaks and we would slightly increase towards your suburbs. But your suburbs have an issue as well still. Like the way the roads are built are very nasty. Like you could have the suburb experience, but actually have a proper grid.
Potentially, yeah. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying that like people like to shit on like kind of again sub between rural and urban living, that kind of style of living where you got your own fucking house, single family house. I think it's great. I'm with you in that I'm not a big fan of zoning, but I am okay, for as much as people hate it, with a homeowners association in which they say, we got a plot of land here. The only buildings you're building on this plot of land is single family housing. That's it, right? And if they want to, again, make that rule, then that's, on them.
That's
right?
perfectly fine. I think for me, I would expect much less of them to occur. And the other thing, I don't know if you ever thought about this, but I don't. I have a personal displeasure, like a lack of preference, or dislike towards this idea of building on a volcano. I don't like when there's an apartment building that is only accessible, like there's 20 floors, and if there's no power, all of those people are suddenly stranded and starving to death. I really don't like that idea of living like that. And this is a lot of our society is built this way, and I think there's mild insanity there. With suburbs, there's a bit less of that, but there is some of that. Like the suburbs, if fuel prices suddenly quadruple, which is a potential situation, then you're going to like struggle. Whereas somebody who's living in a like 4-story environment, let's call it, right? The walk-up environment, they can actually survive because they don't need cars. They can have them, but they don't need them. And this is something that I value, and probably where I would choose to live.
What do you think about with like the working from home kind of revolution? And I mean,
good.
there's that. I think that makes suburban living more accessible in that regard. And then also, this is a little bit of a meme point, but I think it is kind of true, which is we just got off of the heels of a global pandemic. Living in a city with millions and millions of people in close proximity probably isn't good compared to some natural social distancing of being out here.
No, but when you're doing like a micro, microrayon, or when you're doing like a city block that has hundreds of people in them, not millions, and you're basically most of your life you're interacting with hundreds, you're much less prone to be affected by these types of diseases. Like the spread in New York City is because we all go down one shaft that has the same air that suddenly like 100,000 people are breathing. Like that's or like a bus.
Well, here's the other problem. All the fucking like the urban area, like New York City specifically. I mean, you want to left wing as fuck in the extent of, yeah, I can't even conceal carry. I mean, I don't think I could. They're going to restrict. They're going to restrict the fuck out of me if I ever.
Oh, for sure. No. That was part of the point in the panel. Is like the reason why we have such an impolite society is because this is the paradox. I have to call the cops because I'm not allowed to conceal carry and resolve. And like, if people start surrounding me, my instinct is to like move out of the square. And if I was armed, then my instinct would be to showcase my weapon on my belt and to say, if you guys keep communicating to me your intent to attack me by like taking angles, then I will unholster it and I will eventually start pointing it because I'll be like, you're like assaulting me. And if you say fighting words, then this will escalate really quickly. Now in the city, what am I supposed to do when that happens? Be a victim.
Fucked.
That's
You're
what they're telling me.
Yeah.
Just be a victim.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the most frustrating.
You can't even carry. You can't carry anything with you that could be constituted a weapon. I dug into these laws. It's horrible.
Well, Canada's even worse. Apparently, you can't even have pepper spray now in Canada. That's a crime. So if you're like a woman walking home at night, no pepper spray for you because it's a weapon. It's fucking crazy.
No screwdriver, no knife, no nothing. I had a hammer with me because I'm a carpenter. Really? Did you have that hammer because you were doing carpentering? Why wasn't it in your bag? Or you were carrying it because you wanted to use it as a defensive weapon?
Do you have a license for that hammer, sir?
That's what New York does. But the funny thing is, it's currently, I believe, legal to use a taser and to buy a taser in New York City because our Supreme Court just knocked down all the taser laws. They said, not constitutional, improperly defined, knock them out. And so for at least a year, I don't know if Hochul already closed that loophole, but we had completely legal tasers, including the ones that the cops use.
Yeah, we had I don't know if you saw it. We also had an awful thing happen in Illinois. They had a assault weapons ban, assault weapons, whatever that means, ban, and it looks like that's gonna stay on. So there's a lot of people in Illinois now that are gonna have issues getting hold of that. It's fucked.
It might improve because of California. California is like losing one after another, as far as I heard.
Hold on. The problem though is the people from California are going to they're poisoning the other states.
I'm saying there was a lawsuit against California that passed through one of the upper courts, maybe the Supreme.
No. This was just a ruling that from the Supreme Court that happened, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, it's bad.
Oh, SCOTUS allowed the Illinois stuff to stand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Horrible.
Let me just double check right now.
It's really awful to hear.
Yep. Supreme Court lets Illinois. This was 6 days ago. The legislation bans the sale of a series of guns, including the AR-15 and the AK-47. The law bans the sale of magazines that have more than 15 rounds of ammunition for handguns and more than 10 rounds of ammunition for long guns. And the Supreme Court did not strike that down. So they get to keep it, which means if you're in Illinois, you don't get to buy those guns anymore.
Yeah, you just get to make them.
I actually don't know if that's illegal or not. I'll have to look into that.
Oh,
you can't buy it.
All of these laws, they only restrict purchase. If you obtain one of those auto mills or 3D printer of sufficient quality, you can probably manufacture it, and there's nothing they can do because they can only actually. What they're doing is the loophole they're using to restrict all of this is on trade. It's all trade laws. Otherwise, they have no way to restrict it.
Couldn't you also drive to a different state and then just buy it like my state allows it? You could just drive to my state, pick up what you're looking for, and then drive back. I'm pretty sure that could work.
They will. I think they would still somehow weasel it back to something related to interstate trade.
Yeah, they would try some bullshit, dude. Anyway, it's very frustrating.
Yeah. Wait, it's at 12:30. Do you need to leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna be bouncing. It's late, but no, good. I mean, good talk as always, Kaz. And I'm sure we'll be chatting soon on a whole bunch of shit. So
it's a fun panel, fortunately.
Yeah, it was fun. I was a little bit upset that Fanatic left so early because somebody, it wasn't me. Somebody said the word that can't be said on Twitch, and he just
the one that he has written right
there. Yeah, we can't say it. We can't say it, and but
yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but no, Cass, I appreciate it.
Kids.
Anyway, man, I'll catch you later. Have a great night. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging around this great Monday stream where we talked about all sorts of fun stuff like racism and rules about sex education and why Madonna's somehow not bad, but Bill Gates is. Who knows? No, I thought it was a really fun time. I'm going to be having a conversation with Roland coming up pretty soon. We're going to be talking about specifically wokeness and social emotional learning and going more in depth on that. I know Scott's done a lot of more of a deep dive into that. I've seen a lot of numbers on it, but I think having a full conversation just to make sense on everything would be, I think, really cool. So that's going to be happening pretty soon. And then we're also, I was just speaking with one of the gentlemen here on the panel, Elder Drazi. We're going to be setting up a one-on-one discussion with him coming up pretty soon. He reached out to me, and we're going to try to convince him to become a libertarian, which sometimes I'm successful at, sometimes not. We'll see how it works. But we are the anti-communism funhouse, so we one person at a time. We'll bring all people to a reasonable position. Thank you, Sir Leviticus. Really appreciate your activity in chat. I mean, great chat today. You guys have been really back and forth, making good points, challenging me, as I always appreciate when you think I'm wrong or when you think I'm being stupid. Really, really, really appreciate that. Don't, as long as you do it within Twitch TOS, okay? I want to emphasize that because that's the only thing that I'll delete comments for. That's the only thing I'll delete comments for. You are free 100% to disagree with me, and I encourage it. I welcome it. And also a huge thanks to the people who followed me today. I always say that I am happy for every follower I get, and I'm responsible for every follower I don't get. So I appreciate that that people thought that I was interesting enough to give me a follow. So thank you for that. Big thanks for the bits and subs. All of that goes into supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, so last, I guess, for those of you who are hanging around and haven't followed, please consider giving me a follow if you want to see content like this going forward. Like I said, we got stuff coming up on the horizon. As always, we have fun stuff. Follow me on Twitter if you want to hear about it. I always try to let people know on Twitter when things are happening. And also Discord. You can find the Discord link in this Twitch channel under our community Discord. Check it out. What we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and raid out. Normally, because Prime is kind enough to have us on his panel, it looks as though he has ceased streaming for the night. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to raid on into Not So Erudite. I had a couple conversations with her. She's always been incredibly respectful. And yeah, I think it'll be a fun time. So we'll go ahead and do that. Have a great night, for however great a Monday could be. You know how it goes.
America, but it's going to